Hi, this is Nellie Steele, Queen of Soap Opera Romance and author of The Billionaire's Royal Crown. This is an original audiobook written by me, produced by Novel Idea Publishing, and read to you by a real human voice. Enjoy the story.
The Billionaire's Royal Crown, a sweet royal billionaire romance, Devotion and Dynasty, Sweet Royal Billionaire Romance Trilogy, Book 3. Written by Nellie Steele. Read for you by Allie Gordon. Chapter 1. Elena. Elena's brows pinched, a frown forming on her lips as she stared down at the list of events for the day. The sudden, unexplained meeting at day's end sent a shiver down her spine. What could it possibly be about? Caroline bustled in with a garment bag, hanging it and unzipping it slightly. "Oh, Your Highness, this dress is perfect for your engagement announcement." Elena's eyes never left the page she studied, offering a distracted nod. This dress. The green is a perfect match to your eyes." Elena wiggled the ring on her finger. "And my ring." "Yes." Caroline grabbed her hand to admire the ring with a deep sigh. "Ah, yes, it is so lovely. Mr. Kingsley selected it so well. Are you pleased to have it back on your hand?" "Very," she said, finally pulling her eyes away from her schedule. "Father has finally given his approval, and now all that remains is the announcement, the wedding plans, and the wedding." "Oh, is that all?" Caroline chuckled as she zipped the garment bag again. Elena sucked in a deep breath. "Have you seen the private office yet?" Her lady's maid twisted, one eyebrow arched. "Should I have?" "The number of wedding planners who have sent gift baskets to express their interest in planning is overwhelming. Have you selected anyone?" "I was waiting for Nathan," she answered. "I dare say Mr. Kingsley will not have an opinion on it," Caroline answered. Elena puffed out her cheeks as she collapsed on her bed. "You are likely correct. I should make a selection. We haven't much time." "Not if you want a Christmas wedding." Elena adjusted the strap of her shoe before she rose. "It's not only me. It is tradition. My parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and so on, all wed on Christmas Eve." "Yes, they did. And I'm certain you can pull it off, Your Highness." "I hope so. I should look through those baskets and find someone. I am quite distracted, though." "By?" Caroline asked. Elena tapped her finger against the meeting, blocking out her evening. "This? It simply says meeting. What is it about?" Caroline squinted at the paper, a frown forming on her lips. "When did that get put there?" She hastened to the dresser and retrieved her portfolio, zipping it open and scanning the page inside. "This is not on my diary for your day." "I didn't think so," Elena answered, "because you hadn't mentioned it at all. How did it get placed here?" "I haven't the slightest idea. I will track it down, though." Caroline zipped the portfolio closed as she raised a finger in the air. "Leave it with me, Your Highness." "Thank you, Caroline." "Well, I have nothing on my afternoon, so I should sort through those wedding planners." "Good luck, Your Highness. I will report to you there as soon as I found the source of this." Elena nodded as she reached for the door. "Thank you, Caroline." She stepped into the hall, her left hand extended as she admired her ring. She tugged her phone from her pocket and snapped a picture before she sent it along with a text message to Nate. "This looks lonely, don't you think?" She rounded the corner, running into her cousin, Alexander. "Oh, my apologies, I nearly ran you over," Elena said with a grin. "Blame Nathan. I was sending him a text message." His lips twitched as though he was trying to form a smile, but it failed. "Alexander, what is it?" "Your luck with Mr. Kingsley is ruining my life." Elena's jaw dropped open, her eyebrows furrowing. "What are you saying?" She motioned for him to walk with her. He lumbered next to her, his lips tugged into a frown. "I was on my way to find you. Something must be done." "About what, Alexander? What has you so glum?" "Lady Margaret," he answered, his nose wrinkling. "What about her?" Elena asked, as they turned the corner and approached the private office. Alexander flung his arms in the air. "What do you think?" I am about your age. You are marrying. I am not. And because of your impending engagement announcement, I am being encouraged to accept Lady Margaret." Elena pushed through the double doors into the office and scanned the many gift baskets lined in the room. "Still, I thought this was settled before my engagement. You told your parents you were not interested." "What I told them and what they accepted are two very different things. What is all this?" "Gift baskets from wedding planners who wish to plan the royal wedding. Would you help me pass through them?" She read one of the cards before she perused the items inside. "I suppose it's better than being hounded by my parents about Margaret." "I guess she did not fall madly in love with Julian after we paired them together for the first dance at the royal ball." Alexander picked up one of the baskets and tore open the cellophane wrapping to grab a package of chocolate turtles. "Sadly, no. I am not surprised. Julian is quite unlikable." "Also further from the throne," Elena answered, as she stared at a mock-up of colours and floral arrangements showing the designer's ideas. "This one is out. I hate peach. Who has peach at a royal wedding in December?" "I haven't the slightest clue, Elena, and I don't wish to find out. Likely Lady Margaret would have peach at our royal wedding." Alexander collapsed onto the leather sofa as he bit into a turtle. Elena set the basket across the room in a pile of rejects before she perused another. "Don't worry, Alexander, I won't let you marry Margaret." "Do you promise? Perhaps if you speak with your father, he can remind my father and mother that it is best to allow me to make my own decisions. It's worked out quite well for you." "It almost didn't," Elena reminded him. "But it did," he answered, shoving another turtle into his mouth. "At the last minute, Kingsley learned the error of his ways, your father approved, and you are set to walk down the aisle with the man you love." "Stop eating those. You're going to be sick." "I am not," he answered. "I've only had 3. 4, she said, as he popped another in his mouth. "Elena, if you were facing this, you'd have eaten the entire box." He dug into the box for his 5th turtle. "No, I am incorrect. You would have merely run away." Elena plopped onto the couch next to him, reaching for a turtle. He pulled the box away. "Get your own sweets. You hardly need them." She rolled her eyes at him as she snatched the box and helped herself to one before handing it back. "Yes, I did run away, but that didn't solve my problem. You must face this head-on." "How?" he asked, his voice garbled by the candy. "What do you think of this?" she asked as she held up a mood board for the wedding. He shrugged. "Seems fine. How do you propose I face it head-on? Stamp my feet and refuse?" "It's not a terrible idea. I don't think I like this lace." "It's quite fussy, I agree." She rose and set the basket in the reject pile and selected another. "Has Lady Margaret any interest in you whatsoever?" "What a hideous shade of green. This one is a no." Elena dumped the basket across the room as her phone chimed. "Hold that thought." She glanced at the screen, finding a message from Nate. "I agree. It needs a friend. I'm excited to see you. I miss you." A grin crossed her features as she typed back. "Miss you too. I'm sorting through wedding planners so we can give that ring a friend on Christmas Eve." "Stop talking to your fiancé and help me," Alexander groaned. "I'm thinking," Elena answered as she studied 2 more baskets. She dropped onto the couch next to him again. "Do you have an odd meeting on your calendar for tonight?" "Yes, it appeared this morning. Is that your doing?" "No. I have Caroline trying to solve that mystery. Does Margaret have a love interest? Has she mentioned anything?" "Yes, she has," he answered. "It's me. Oh, I've eaten all the turtles. I must find something else." He rose from his slouch seat to search the other baskets for more food offerings, tearing one open to eat from a box of flavoured pretzels. "So Margaret is in love with you?" "Hardly, but she thinks she is." "Thinks she is? What are you saying? She has a brain, hasn't she?" "I suppose she does," he answered, shoving a few pretzels into his mouth. "But this is, of course, a lovely match for her. Naturally, she will become a princess, and second in line to the throne, until you and Mr. Kingsley produce an heir." Elena answered as she stared at another proposal from yet another wedding planner. I quite like the mix of holiday spirit with traditional wedding suggested here. What do you think?
I think I shall be announcing my engagement on the heels of your wedding if you don't focus on my problem.
Elena set the basket aside and heaved a sigh. I will not allow you to marry Lady Margaret, but you must give me a moment to think. Unless you'd like to race off to the States, perhaps you'll have the luck I did.
After what happened with you, my parents would never approve.
Hey, my situation did not turn out so terrible, she answered as he bit into another pretzel. The doors to the office burst open before he could reply.
Uncle Frederick,
Alexander said, rising to his feet as pretzel crumbs fell from his shirt to the floor. Elena rose with a slight curtsy. Father.
Hello,
he answered.
I came here to work. However, I see the space is otherwise engaged.
Yes, apparently several wedding planners have taken it upon themselves to offer their services.
I see. And have you selected someone?
I have one I quite like, but I feel it's my duty to go through all of these. King Frederick flicked his gaze to Alexander, who continued to munch on the pretzels.
And you are assisting? Of course,
he said, with a mouthful of pretzels.
Are you merely eating the treat sent or actually helping?
He is pouting, Elena answered. You know, Father, I may be marrying a commoner after a difficult period, but at least I didn't do that. She waved her hand at a crumb-laden Alexander.
Pouting? What's this? This is no way for a royal to behave. I am feeling as trapped as Elena when she absconded to Sterling City.
King Frederick eased onto the couch next to Alexander, clearing his throat as he stared at the pretzel bits on his trousers.
Trapped? My parents hope I will show an interest in Lady Margaret. Oh, I see,
King Frederick said as Elena studied another gift.
Well, she is a lovely woman. Very well-bred. There you have it. You cannot even come up with a compliment for her. She's quite unremarkable. And is it so terrible if I prefer to wait until I've found someone I consider suitable? These are delicate matters. Perhaps it's best if... Please, Uncle, can't you say something on my behalf? Look at how things have turned out for Elena.
King Frederick shifted his gaze to Elena, who flashed him a color swatch. Do you think this white is too white? The king lifted his eyebrows before returning his gaze to his lap.
I will consider it. I should go. Consider it.
But you haven't answered my question, Father, Elena answered.
It's a question better posed to your mother, dear. If you'll excuse me.
Oh, Father, Elena said. Do you know the origin of the meeting that has appeared on both mine and Alexander's schedules this evening?
I can answer that for you,
Julian said as he slithered into the room.
I put it there, and it is exceptionally important. What does it concern?
King Frederick asked.
Elena's future in this kingdom, or lack thereof.
Elena's eyebrows pinched as she stared at him. No doubt he was up to something nefarious, but how detrimental would it be?
Chapter 2. Nate. Nate narrowed his eyes at the scathing company-wide email his brother had sent, his mind flashing back to his past mistakes and the guilt he still carried from them. It took all in him not to roll his eyes at the implications that Stephen made regarding his commitment to the business. Rumors had already begun to swirl within the Genotech offices that Nate would no longer be serving as a vice president after his trip to Eldoria. The engagement hadn't been formally announced yet, but everyone whispered behind closed doors about it. What he hadn't needed, though, was Stephen more or less making the announcement in an email entitled "Changes Coming to Genotech." His fingers curled into fists, and he smashed one against his desk. Nothing had been decided yet about how this was going to work. He'd planned to stay a part of the company, unless he was being pushed out by his angry brother. Nate chewed his lower lip, his nose wrinkling as he read through the words one more time. A knock at his door pulled him from his thoughts. His father, Charles, stuck his head into his office. "Hey, Nate, got a minute? Are you here to discuss the changes coming and my impending departure from Genotech?" His father flicked his eyebrows up as he stepped inside the office and shuffled to a chair. "That email went out without anybody's approval but Steven's." "Well, maybe someone should monitor his email account, because this is crap." Nate waved a frustrated hand at the screen with a heavy sigh. "I realize you're frustrated, but frustrated doesn't capture it. This was completely uncalled for. He did it on purpose. He's still mad at me about Chloe. I didn't do it, she did." "Steven's hurting, that's true. And I can't help but think this is payback. For that financial investigation, yeah, I get it. He's finally turned the tables on me. And all over that witch, Chloe. I'm so glad she's out of our lives." "Well, not yet," Charles answered with a sigh. "She's contesting the divorce." "She's what? That's crazy." "Do you still have that recording of Prince Julian admitting to their affair?" "I do," Nate answered as he grabbed for his phone, finding a message from Elena. He scrolled past it in search of the message thread with Charles. "Send it to me. The lawyers want to use it to pressure her. Unfortunately, though, Steven didn't have a prenup, so there's no cheating clause we can use to ensure she gets nothing." Nate winced. "Oh, please tell me you aren't going to pay her off. She doesn't deserve a nickel from this family." "What she deserves and what she's going to get are two different things, Nate. We can either keep going round for round with her, or pay her off and get her out of our lives for good." Nate heaved a sigh as he shook his head. "What does Steven say?" "Pay her off. He wants no parts of her." "I can't blame him for that," Nate answered ruefully. "Just don't make her rich off his stupid mistake." Charles wiggled his eyebrows before he slouched a little in his chair. "Speaking of mistakes..." Nate shot his father a questioning glance. "Please don't tell me you're here because you think I'm making one." "No, I don't think you are. Ellie's a lovely woman. But what? I still think a prenup is wise." Nate guffawed. "To protect me or her? She's going to be queen of a country, Dad. This is hardly a shakedown." "I didn't say it was. But in the event that you split, I think it's wise for you both to have your assets protected. I'm certain she'll feel the same way. In fact, I can't believe she hasn't mentioned this to you already. She stands to lose if you two divorce too." Nate shifted in his seat, annoyed with the conversation. "Okay, fine, I'll mention it to her, but I don't like the idea." "No one does, son. But it's important to protect yourself." "It's like assuming our marriage is going to fail." "No, it isn't. Don't think of it that way. But you never know what could happen. Someone's eyes get turned. Someone changes their mind. Marriage is forever. We should work through our problems." "Nate, that's easy to say, and quite a different thing to do, especially if you go through something." Nate puckered his lips, his nose wrinkling. "Go ahead and say it, especially if Ellie cheats. That's what you were going to say, wasn't it?" "No one is accusing her of anything, and I doubt this will ever come into play. I certainly hope it doesn't. But things happen. People stray." "You and Mom are fine." "Your mother and I are from a different generation. You kids these days run away from the first little problem. Case in point, you almost weren't engaged to Ellie. If your mother and I hadn't rigged that plane..." "Wait, what?" Nate asked, his jaw falling open. Charles pressed his lips together. "There was nothing wrong with the plane. Your mom just thought you could use a minute to cool off and think things through. And she knew if you got on that plane, it'd take you far longer to realize you were being... well, never mind." "I can't believe this. I can't believe you manipulated me like that." "It worked, didn't it? You're happy, aren't you?" Nate slouched in his seat, bobbling his head. "Yes, I am. I was being an idiot, but that's beside the point. Well, there you are. What if you're an idiot again? Or she is. She nearly married someone else.
That was my fault.
What if you have another lapse in judgment that leads her to make a mistake? Nate massaged his temples. Maybe you and Mom shouldn't have messed around and lied to me, because clearly you think this isn't going to work out. Charles let his head loll to the side. Now, Nate, no one is saying that. But every marriage goes through rough patches. And if it gets too rough to bear, you want to be prepared. You want to make things clean. I said I'd talk to her about it, but I don't want to insult her, or her family. His father raised his hands in the air. You bring it up however you'd like. Just make sure you bring it up. We don't want another Chloe situation. Blame Stephen for that. At least I wasn't stupid enough to marry her after what she did. Try to give your brother a little leeway. He's hurting. Charles rose from his seat and buttoned his jacket. Oh, boo-hoo for Stephen. Maybe he should grow up like he told me to. Charles offered him a warning glance. You are the big brother. Try to be nice. Nate shook his head as his father strode from the room. Yeah, put it all on me as the big brother. He sat staring at his blank monitor for another few minutes before he grabbed his phone and answered the text from Elena, allowing the warmth of their relationship to wash over him again. With a heavy sigh, he pushed himself to stand and leave his desk behind. He strode through the office, smiling and nodding at the few people who said hello. Many of them raised their eyebrows at him as he passed. Word had really gotten around about his recent royal adventures. He cleared his throat as he slipped into the hall leading to the corner office opposite his. With a wave at the secretary outside the office he sought, he bypassed her wide-eyed stare. His knuckles rapped against the wooden door as he stuck his head in. Stephen glanced up from his monitor, his shoulders rolling back.
What do you want?
To talk, Nate answered. Stephen huffed out a breath.
I assume you're going to complain about the email I sent, but it's inevitable, and people don't like change sprung on them.
Yeah, I know, Nate answered, reading more into the comment than just what was on the surface. But I'm not stepping down just yet. I just wish you would have run it past me first.
I'll bet. I would have appreciated you running the financial investigation past me first too, but here we are.
Nate pushed further into the office and closed the door behind him. Stephen, I know we've had a rough couple of years.
You got that right, and you just keep beating me over the head.
Nate furrowed his brow as he stopped just shy of the chair across from Stephen's heavy wooden desk. I'm not doing anything to you, Stephen.
Oh, really? You probably skipped down to Mom and Dad's room in the palace to tell them Chloe was cheating. I wouldn't be surprised if you and Ellie didn't cook this all up and asked Julian to go after her.
Nate perched on the edge of the chair, his features wrinkling. Oh, come on, Stephen. That's ridiculous. I would never do that to you.
Yeah, right. You hated that I married her. You couldn't stand to see us happy.
That's not true, Nate shot back. We have a complicated history, and I didn't think Chloe was going to be true to you either. But I didn't want this to happen to you. Heck, I thought she'd last at least a few months before she made me right.
You bastard!
Stephen leapt from his seat, his hands curled into fists. Nate rose too, his hands in front of him. Whoa, Stephen, calm down. I'm not here to fight.
No, you're just here to rub it in, to tell me how terrible Chloe is and what a screw-up I am.
Nate snorted a laugh. Stephen, no one is more of a screw-up than I am. Come on, man. I asked Chloe to marry me when she was clearly not the woman for me. And after I found you two together, I drowned myself in a bottle. You've yet to hit that level of screwed up.
Oh, but everything worked out for wonderful Nate, didn't it? You screw up, and then you stumble on a princess. And like a moron, you walk away from her, and then she takes you back.
Yeah, I messed up, okay? But every time I did, I got back up and tried again. I didn't just wallow in it.
Nah, you wallowed at the bottom of a bottle.
For a while, yes. But I'm trying to stop you from making the same mistakes I did.
Oh, well, thanks, Nate. I really appreciate you helping me out.
The sarcasm in his sharp voice was obvious. Nate shook his head. All right, maybe this was a mistake.
Oh, you have no idea how much of a mistake it is. Go back to Eldoria and plan your royal wedding. Dad and I can handle Genotech.
Hey, I told you I'm not quitting, Stephen.
And I told you you're not welcome here anymore, Nate. I'm going to make sure of that.
Nate held back, rolling his eyes as he set his hands on his hips. Okay, fine. If you need to come at me to make yourself feel better, that's fine. You can do that. I probably have it coming after what I did to you.
Gee, thanks, bro. I'm glad you've given me permission to dismantle your life.
I haven't. I'm just saying I understand where you're coming from. Look, instead of tearing each other apart, maybe we could, I don't know, go to lunch and discuss strategies for making sure this company runs smoothly once I'm splitting my time between here and Eldoria. Stephen glanced down at his desk before he snapped his fingers.
Oh, darn. I'm all booked up planning ways to destroy your life. Though I may have a break because you're pretty good at ruining your own life. I may be able to just sit back and watch you implode under the pressures of royal life.
Nate shifted his weight as the words sliced through him. His role in the royal court was something he felt unprepared for, and Stephen was using that to his advantage. This was a mistake.
No kidding,
Stephen snapped. Think about what I said. I'd really like to be brothers again. In fact, I actually came here to ask you to be my best man at the wedding. Stephen huffed out an amused chuckle.
You've got to be joking.
I'm not. Nate pressed his lips together as he stared at his brother. Stephen, I really want to be brothers again. I don't want this between us. I want to go back to the way things were.
Well, it's too late for that. Way too late, Nate. Find someone else to be your best man. I don't want any parts of your wedding.
Nate let his gaze fall to the floor. If you change your mind, let me know. I'd like you to stand beside me at my wedding. He flicked his brother one last glance, hoping he could read the emotion in his eyes. With a nod, he stepped back toward the door.
Hey, Nate,
Stephen called as Nate pulled the door open and stepped into the hall. Yeah? Nate asked, hoping for a change of heart on Stephen's part.
Don't count your royal blessings just yet,
Stephen said, with a tone that sent a shiver down Nate's spine.
I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that wedding never happens.
Nate's jaw dropped as he stared at his brother. Anger contorted Stephen's face, concealing the hurt he harbored from Chloe's betrayal. A hurt Nate knew all too well. It had almost destroyed his life once before. Would it happen again?
Chapter 3. Elena. Elena drummed her fingers against her vanity as she waited for Caroline to finish with her hair. What in the world could Julian want? I cannot believe he refused to tell His Majesty, Caroline murmured, her disbelief obvious even with the pin stuck between her lips. Elena eyed her through the mirror, her reflection betraying a flicker of worry. Yes, he claimed a lack of details as his excuse, but with Julian, one can never be too sure. His omissions are often more strategic than they seem. Caroline froze, her gaze meeting Elena's. I don't believe it either, Caroline. He knew. He is simply lording it over us that we don't. Caroline finally tugged the pin from her mouth and settled it in Elena's hair. You don't think... No. What? Elena asked. It's nothing. It's not, Elena insisted, her voice firm yet encouraging. She met Caroline's eyes in the mirror, a silent plea between them. Say it. I'd rather be prepared, no matter what it is. Well, you don't suppose... Caroline leaned closer, her voice lowering. Prince Julian is announcing his own engagement? To whom? Who would marry him? Chloe? Caroline answered with a shrug. A shock rippled through Elena, her jaw dropping in disbelief. She snapped her mouth shut a moment later, a mix of surprise and indignation flashing in her eyes. No, Definitely not. She's far too common for him. Besides, hasn't she slinked home with her tail between her legs? You never know the sway a woman can wield over a man's heart, be it by storm or whisper, Caroline said. Elena shifted, a tumult of thoughts whirling behind her pinched brows. Wait a minute. Now I'm concerned she slinked home to set her sights on my fiancé. Again. Mr. Kingsley would never entertain that. No, he would not. However, that does not mean she hasn't put him in a compromising position, one that Julian could take advantage of. Elena's breath caught, tension coiling within her as her gaze lingered on her own reflection, a mix of resolve and apprehension. She huffed out a breath, letting her hand slap against the vanity's cold marble top. This is the last thing I need, to have to explain to father and mother how Nathan has been set up, again. You did it quite handily the last time, Your Highness. Yes, but how many times can we explain things away before father inevitably concludes Nathan is too naive to be a royal? Elena rose and crossed to the dressing area to change. I don't think he'll conclude that. Besides, it's all conjecture until Prince Julian reveals whatever vile thing he's crafted to drive you batty. Caroline held out a dinner dress for her to step into. Whatever it is, Elena answered as she waited for Caroline to fasten it. You can be certain it is vile. He knows nothing else. I cannot understand how Alexander turned out to be so lovely and his two siblings so awful. Isabel seems to have settled quite a bit after her talking to by His Majesty. For now, give her time. And speaking of, have you heard the latest? Caroline flicked her eyebrows up as she fastened Elena's necklace. I am to ask her to be my maid of honor. Can you imagine? She will beat me with my bouquet rather than hold it, and likely shred my train instead of adjusting it. What are you planning to do? Asked Maddie. Mr. Kingsley's young sister? Yes, I think she will enjoy it very much, and I will enjoy someone who does not hate me standing beside me on my wedding day. Caroline held out the wrap for Elena. I don't think she hates you, but she is rather jealous. For what reason? She is a princess. She will likely never be queen. All the better. She enjoys all the trappings of royal life with none of the responsibilities. Why should she be so resentful of me who has the more difficult lot? Well, I believe some of the jealousy stems from more than that, but good luck with convincing your father of your choice. Elena heaved a sigh, adjusting the wrap hanging from her forearms. I plan to concede a spot for her in the bridal party. I hope that does the trick. Good luck, Your Highness. I will be awaiting the news of Prince Julian's antics anxiously. Thank you, Elena said as she stepped from the room and pulled the door closed behind her. Alexander strode down the hall toward her and she waited for him. Please tell me you've solved one of the two problems facing us. Are there only two? Julian's stupidity that has him grinning and gloating is the first. And my wedding is the second, she answered with a sigh. Certainly not. That's hardly an issue. My problem with Lady Margaret is far more troublesome than that. Speak for yourself. I'm being asked to have Isabel as a maid of honor. That will be a complete disaster. So will my marriage to Margaret. Elena, you must help me. And I will. I have several ideas, actually. You were so helpful with Nathan, and I intend to do the same for you. He let his head fall back between his shoulder blades. Oh, thank you, Elena. And I quite liked Nathan. I hope you will find someone like him as a partner, instead of stuffy Margaret. I can't imagine her at our dinner parties. With that nasally voice, Alexander said with a shiver. You know, you could tell them you're waiting for Maddie Kingsley to grow up. She's quite fond of you. Alexander smiled down at Elena. She is a very sweet girl, and I could do much worse, though I don't believe we are very well suited. Don't let her hear you say that, Elena answered with a chuckle. I'm certain she's already named your children. What is it with women these days? They descended the stairs, snaking their way to the sitting room. Oh, stop. You're a handsome prince. There are probably millions of women with names picked out just in case.
Hardly, he answered. I only want to be in a stable, loving relationship like you found. Perhaps you should step down from the line of succession then, Julian said as they entered the room. I know I'd be pleased.
Alexander heaved a sigh as he crossed the room to retrieve a cocktail.
Ugh, please, Julian. Your obsession with the line to the throne is, well, disturbing. I'm beginning to worry you'll poison my food, or hire an assassin.
Julian sipped his sherry.
I wouldn't dirty my hands. But I might,
another voice said from the doorway. Elena twisted to find the broad shoulders of Prince Eric filling the opening. What are you doing back here?
I'm surprised at your behavior, Elena. We were nearly engaged. Had it not been for the poor timing of that peasant, we would be celebrating our engagement announcement in the coming days. Thankfully, Nathan arrived when he did to put an end to that farce of an engagement, Alexander answered. Speak for yourself, Alexander. I would have preferred that engagement. Elena and I are well suited. Well, I thought we were.
Elena crossed her arms. You haven't answered my question. What are you doing here? We have state visits planned.
I am here at Julian's request. He and I have been working on a project.
Elena heaved a sigh at the words. You're joking. Eric spun as he took a sip of his whiskey.
I am not. Julian and I have found something rather interesting, I think. I can't wait to share it with you all this evening.
Elena glared at him as her parents shuffled into the room. Her father's forehead pinched as he stared at Eric.
Eric, to what do we owe the visit? I hadn't recalled seeing you on my schedule.
Apparently, Eric and Julian have been scheming together, Elena answered. Whatever this secret project Julian has that concerns my future also involves Eric.
Well,
King Frederick answered as he retrieved a drink from the butler.
May we do away with the intrigue and lay our cards on the table, Julian?
I would be happy to, Uncle. If he is capable, Alexander added as he settled into an armchair.
Julian isn't very good at being honest.
Queen Sophia clicked her tongue, offering him an amused headshake. Well, fortunately, I have far more than just my own word. I have proof.
Proof of what, Julian?
Alexander demanded.
Please stop with the coyness and simply tell us what nonsense you're babbling about.
I have been making a careful study of the royal history, Julian answered. Alexander rolled his eyes at the words.
Undoubtedly not for you to learn more about your history.
Julian narrowed his eyes at his brother. Well, I did find a very interesting bit of information in what appears to be a long-forgotten royal decree.
Does it say second-born sons should be shipped to another country? Oh, please, I hope so, Alexander said.
Alexander, Queen Sophia warned, her features pinching with sternness, though failing to mask her amusement with the statement.
Let's allow him to finish what he clearly finds so important,
King Frederick said. Alexander flung an arm in the air as he flicked his gaze back to his brother with a sigh. Elena shifted in her seat, her gaze going between Julian and Eric. The latter wore an amused grin as he perched on the edge of his seat. It appears, Julian continued, that centuries ago a monarch made the rules for heirs ascending to the throne of Eldoria very, very clear. King Frederick sucked in a breath, his eyebrow arching.
Allow me to stop you there, Julian. If this is going to detail that the line of succession only recognizes males, please know that decree is outdated. That has been updated to allow women to ascend to the throne well before my time as king.
Julian inched forward in his seat with a shake of his head. No, Uncle, I fully understand that women may ascend to the throne in this day and age. Of course, I recall that very well. Even an unwed woman may become Queen of Eldoria. King Frederick bobbed his head.
That is correct. Though that will not be an issue with Elena, it seems, so the point is rather moot. Now, if we may turn this subject—
Actually, Uncle, that is not the point, Julian answered with a shake of his head. I am well aware that Elena, as a woman, wed or not, could ascend to the throne, though there is an issue, particularly if she does carry on with her current plans. Elena narrowed her eyes at him. What is this supposed issue? Apparently, the decree states something rather curious, and I have found nothing that has repealed it in any way. Therefore, it will affect you.
What is it?
King Frederick asked.
Apparently, the decree states that for an heir to ascend to the throne of Eldoria, their spouse must hold a noble title, or be from a specific lineage deemed appropriate by the royal court. A list of such lineages existed as an appendix to the document.
What? Elena cried, her features twisting.
Julian offered a fleeting smirk. American biotech billionaires were not on the list. Sorry, Elena. But if you continue forward with your plans to wed Mr. Nathan Kingsley, you will give up your claim on the throne.
Julian shifted his gaze to his brother.
And with your whining about not marrying Lady Margaret, who just passes muster, neither will you, brother. Therefore, the throne would go to me, and be certain I will marry royal blood.
Of course you will, Julian. You are far too snobby for anything else. Father, must we tolerate much more of this nonsense?
It is not nonsense, and I have already brought it to the attention of the legislature. They agree with my assessment.
King Frederick pressed his lips together as Elena shot him a glance.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention, Julian. I will issue a royal decree in the morning to repeal that one.
I'm afraid it won't be that simple, Uncle, Julian answered.
You see, there is a mechanism to stop you from unilaterally issuing a new royal decree. You will need the vote of a supermajority of the legislature to replace the decree. So, it seems the line of succession shall need to be rethought, if Elena plans to continue with her current path.
Heat rose in Elena's cheeks as she glared at her cousin. How dare you?
Elena, please,
King Frederick said, placing a hand on her knee.
I still don't understand what you are doing here, Eric,
Alexander said.
Surely matters of Eldorian law hardly concern you. Well, it does. You see, I had expected to announce my engagement to Elena before Nathan Kingsley burst into the room and ruined it. But with this wrinkle, I had hoped Elena would rethink her choice. What do you say, my dear Elena? Would you like to rethink your choice to marry Nathan Kingsley, now that you know you will lose the throne for him?
The question struck Elena like a cold wave, her heart pounding against her ribs. She hadn't expected to make this choice, and when Nate had thrust it upon her, she'd balked. But here it was again. How important was her country to her?
Chapter 4. Nate. Nate slumped into his chair, releasing a deep, weary sigh that seemed to echo in the quiet of his office. His gaze drifted to the darkened monitor, where the ghost of his reflection stared back, lines of fatigue deeply around his eyes, a silent testament to the day's trials. With a shake of his head, he grabbed his phone, ready to text Elena. His shaky thumb hovered over the virtual keyboard, but he didn't know what to type. The wedding planning was starting off with a bang. His choice of best man had already declined and threatened to ruin the wedding. He imagined typing the message to Elena. Hey, sweetie, Stephen hates me and won't be my best man, and also said he's going to put a stop to the wedding. Hope the planning is going better on your end. He heaved a sigh, powering off his display. He couldn't send that. With the phone in his hand, he rose from his seat and grabbed his jacket, slinging it over his shoulder as he headed for the door. After a short elevator ride, he pushed through the doors into the crisp air outside. He couldn't stay in the office after his fight with Stephen. He needed to put some distance between them. He made his way to the familiar park, each step drawn to the fountain that had borne witness to the early days of their courtship. The waters murmured softly, a gentle soundtrack to the countless moments they had shared beside its spray. Before long, his feet were moving again, driving him toward the carousel they'd ridden on their first date. Memories of their first kiss floated through his mind, curving his lips into a smile. The strains of the calliope reached his ears, along with the laughter of the people riding it. He paid for a ticket and climbed onto one of the horses for the next ride. The cool breeze whisked past him as he sailed around in circles. The memory of Elena's laughter as they'd ridden it together echoed in his mind. He desperately missed her. They'd been apart for a few weeks after their engagement. He'd returned home to work on several projects at Genotech, and she'd returned to her royal duties. Despite speaking every day, he missed the warmth of her smile and the feel of her soft lips against his. When the ride came to a stop, he climbed off of the platform and fired off a text before he hurried back to the office. Instead of heading upstairs, he went straight to his car. He aimed for his house on the outskirts of the city, pulling into the driveway 30 minutes later. As he pushed through the door into the foyer, his mother froze, one eyebrow arching. "Everything okay?" "Perfect," Nate said with a wide grin. She smiled at his enthusiasm. "Something I should know?" "I'm going to Eldoria," he answered as he mounted the stairs. "We're all going, Nate. Next weekend for your engagement announcement. Oh, can you ask Ellie about her mother's dress color? I want to compliment, not match or clash." "I will ask her when I see her, as I'm heading to Eldoria today." His mother slid her eyes sideways, her eyebrows pinched. "Did something happen?" "Yes," Nate said with a nod, the smile never leaving his face. Victoria returned the expression, though confusion flitted in her eyes. "Mind sharing?" "I want to see Ellie. I miss her. And I can't wait another few days." "I had a fight with Stephen." "Oh," Victoria said, lifting her chin. "That's what this is all about?" "I'm not running from my problems, Mom. It's just, after the fight, I found myself at the park, drawn to the carousel. While I was riding it, I was flooded with all our best moments, all the reasons I fell in love with her. It made me realize just how much I need to see her face again. I want to see her. I want to spend time with her before we announce the engagement and things get complicated with wedding planning and caterers and colors and flowers and all of that stuff." Victoria's smile broadened. "Ah, young love." "Anyway, I'll see you all in a few days, but until then, I'm going to go surprise her." He hopped up a step before he twisted. "And yes, I will ask about your dress." "Thank you. Hey, before you go," Victoria said as she climbed the stairs behind him. "Can we at least talk about the fight with Stephen?" Nate rolled his eyes as he reached the top and threaded through the halls to his room. "Do we have to?" "I'd like to know. I'm sorry things haven't gotten better between you two, but he's hurting. Yeah, I know," Nate said as he pushed into his room. "Still doesn't help." "What happened?" Victoria leaned against the door to his room as he grabbed a cell phone charger and tossed it onto the bed. "I tried to be a nice guy, and Stephen couldn't handle it." Victoria raised her eyebrows. "What? I did." "Look, Stephen stirred the pot at Genotech, firing off an email riddled with insinuations that I was on my way out. Dad came by to talk to me and lecture, and I, being a nice big brother, decided I'd let bygones be bygones." "That's very admirable." "I went to Stephen's office. I told him I wanted to talk. He accused me of setting up the entire thing with Chloe." "He's hurting, Nate." "I know that, Mom." Nate shot back, sarcasm dripping from his voice. "I denied that and said she cheated way faster than I expected." He naturally got mad. "And you two had another falling out?" "No," Nate answered with a shake of his head. "No, I told him I didn't want to fight. and that I wanted him to be my best man. Victoria's eyebrows shot toward her hairline.
And?
He turned me down and said he'd do whatever it took to make sure the wedding didn't happen. Victoria sucked in a breath, her eyelashes fluttering.
And now you're racing off to Eldoria.
Nate tossed a shirt onto the bed. I'm not going there because I'm worried, Mom. I'm going there because I want to see Ellie. I want to spend time with her. I want to see her. We've been apart for too long.
Honey, Victoria said as she stepped forward to stop him from rolling his sweater into a ball and tossing it onto the bed to be packed. Do I sense some nerves again?
No. For the first time, no. I'm happy, thrilled. We're engaged after passing the whole royal test. I'm sure the wedding will be a whirlwind, and personally I'm prepared for that, and the toll it will take on Ellie. Dad prepared me well for this. Victoria arched an eyebrow. Oh, did he? Nate grinned at her, recalling his father's advice. Oh yes. She's going to ask which white is best, and whichever one she picks, it's the right answer.
Victoria said with a nod. That's interesting. I'll keep that in mind for the next time we have a discussion about color choices for a party.
Sorry, go easy on him. Guys don't see the difference between red and red.
Victoria offered him an amused glance. Actually, what I was getting at was nerves about how things are going to work once you're married. You aren't planning on stepping down at Genotech, which means you'll be spending a lot of time in the States, time away from her while she's in Eldoria. Nate pressed his lips together as he stared down at his feet.
Yeah, we'll work out the details. I'm sure after the wedding.
If you think it's going to be easier because you're married, honey, it won't be. It won't be easier. Marriage is hard. It's not a magical Band-Aid that'll fix things or make things easier.
Nate puckered his lips as he sucked in a breath. Wow, way to suck the air out of the room, Mom.
I'm sorry, Nate, but I understand you want to see her. But I think you need to be giving some thought to how things are going to work after you're married.
Can you stand to be away from her while you work at Genotech? So what are you saying? That you agree with Stephen that I should step down?
No, honey, I don't. I'm not saying anything one way or another. I'm just telling you to think about it. It's something you and Ellie need to discuss. And you need to be realistic. I'm not saying you need to step down, but I do think you need to think about how hard it will be to split your time, especially after the kids start to come.
Nate scrubbed his face as he sat down in his armchair. Oh, why is everyone determined to spoil my nice time?
I'm not trying to spoil the nice time. Victoria eased into the chair next to him. You're young, you're in love, and you're getting married. It's a wonderful time. Enjoy it. But go into it with your eyes open. Not to spoil the nice time, but to make sure the wonderful times continue. You don't want to get married and have things fall apart minutes after.
Like Stephen? Nate asked. Ellie's not Chloe.
No, she isn't. But that doesn't mean you two will have a fairy tale marriage. You're going to have to make decisions and compromises. Talk through all of it now.
You trying to make sure there's not another situation where you and Dad have to ground the plane until I come to my senses?
Victoria chuckled as she patted his hand. So he told you about that, huh?
He did, yes. Thank you. Nate squeezed his mother's hand. I was being a complete idiot. And you're probably right about this, too. I'll make it a point to talk to Ellie about all of this. We'll take some time to think about it and discuss it together.
Good, she answered. Well, I'll let you get back to your packing. What time are you leaving?
3, he answered. I'll find you before I leave. Victoria rose.
And I will have a talk with Stephen. He's not going to do anything to stop your wedding.
Thanks, Mom, Nate said as he pulled a few more shirts from his drawer. His mind whirled as the door clicked closed behind his mother. He should buy something for Elena, something to surprise her with. He glanced at his watch before he tossed a few more items onto his bed, raced to his closet, grabbed his suitcase, and tossed everything inside. He zipped it closed and left it behind as he raced from his room. A few minutes later, he revved his engine and tore out of the driveway, heading back to the city. He swung into his spot at Genotech and left the car behind, exiting onto the sidewalk and hurrying to the shopping district. He pushed into the antique store and wandered to the window, holding his breath as he searched the display. His lips formed a grin as he spotted the item he'd seen when walking past the shop last week. "Can I help you?" The owner approached, eyeing him over his reading glasses. "I got what I needed." Nate lifted the wooden box in the air. "Oh, the carousel music box. Good choice. That carousel horse was hand-painted, you know." The man led him to the register. "My fiancé loves carousels. I saw this the other day and thought of her. I'm going to see her and wanted to take her something." The man peered over his glasses again. "Oh, you're the one dating the princess." Nate shifted his weight. They weren't supposed to be making an announcement about their official engagement yet. Was it wrong to admit it? He grinned at the man. The man waved his hands in the air before he announced the total. "You don't have to say anything. I bet you value your privacy. But that's about to change, I think. People love royals, and they love to know everything about them." "Well, Elena, my fiancé loves carousels, so I'm going to give her this the moment I see her." The man grinned. "I'll be bragging to all my friends that I sold a carousel music box to a man for a princess." Nate matched his expression. "Yeah, definitely. Tell everyone." The man wrapped and bagged the item carefully before he handed it over. "Thanks," Nate said as he raised it in the air. He left the store behind and hurried back to his car to make the trip back to his house. With the bag in hand, he pushed into the foyer. Maddie skipped down the stairs, still in her school uniform.
"Hey, I heard you're ditching us for Ellie."
"I am," Nate said. "Just a few days early, that's all. I'll see you soon."
"Can I go with you?"
Maddie asked. "No," he answered over his shoulder as he ascended the stairs with her trailing behind.
"Come on. I can miss school. I'll work on all my assignments and not get behind. I need a change of scenery."
"You mean to Alexander? I don't know if he's there."
"No, but I wouldn't mind seeing him." "Come on, Nate. I can be packed in 20 minutes.
"I'm not taking you out of school to go to Eldoria. Just come with Mom and Dad for the weekend."
"I don't want to go with Mom and Dad. Come on, Nate. I need to get away."
"What are you doing, avoiding a test?"
"No,"
Maddie answered as he pushed into his room.
"I'm..."
"What?" he asked as he tugged his suitcase from his bed.
"Dan asked out Chelsea," she said, pouting. "And I hate both of them now."
"You'll be okay."
"You know, when you were being an idiot, we all pitched in to help you so you could be happy. You could return the favor."
She crossed her arms and arched an eyebrow at him, her expression challenging. Nate furrowed his brow. "Was everyone in on the plane thing?"
"Yep, we all knew you were being an idiot."
He rolled his eyes. "Okay, yes, I was, but..."
"But nothing. Help me out, Nate. Please. It's only a few days."
He heaved a sigh, checking the time on his phone. "Go pack. Fast, though. I wanted to leave at 3. She bounced on her toes as she clapped.
"We don't have to leave at 3 on the dot. We have a private plane. Duh."
She raced from the room as he dragged his suitcase behind him into the hall. Victoria hastened down the hall toward him. "Oh, good, I caught you." "Yeah, I was just about to leave, but Maddie's having a tough time at school, so she asked to come with me. I told her she could. I hope that's okay." Victoria shook her head, her eyes clouding with concern. "I don't think either of you will be going anywhere. We have a problem." Nate's heart plummeted at the words. His surprise visit was on the verge of falling apart.
Chapter 5. Elena. Elena paced the floor, a storm brewing in her heart. Each step was punctuated by a rapid drumming on her forearm, her thoughts racing as fast as her heart. With each chew of her lower lip, her worry deepened, mirroring the tumult of her mind. Waiting for word about whether or not the tale her cousin told of her cocktails was the truth, or a fabrication, wore on her. "You're going to bleed soon, Elena," Alexander said, stepping into her path and tapping her chin with his finger. She frowned at him, sliding her hands to her hips. "How can you be so cavalier about this?" "I'm not being cavalier, but I'm not going to fall for Julian's tales until we've proven they're true." "They are true," she shot back. "They are definitely true. Julian would not have brought up something that could be so easily dismissed."
"I wouldn't be so certain. What I can't understand is why Eric went along with it."
"I cannot understand it either." Elena shook her head. "I do realize it may have stung when I changed my mind after privately agreeing to his offer. But what is his interest in marrying me?"
"Well, you are quite a prize, Elena," Alexander answered. "You're beautiful, intelligent, kind, and a princess."
"Eric is handsome, intelligent."
"Don't say kind. He is not."
"No, he isn't. But he is a prince, and those 3 things are enough to make him interesting to many, many women, regardless of his kindness."
"So, you still have appeal."
"Not that much appeal, Alexander. The only thing I can think of is that he doesn't like to lose."
"You aren't going to give in to his demands, are you?"
"Certainly not," Elena answered, her hand pressed against her stomach as it twisted in a knot. "Though—"
"Yes?" Alexander asked.
Her mind whirled again as she sorted through the issue. "We cannot allow the throne to go to Julian."
"No, I quite agree. So we'll need to fix this, or you shall have to marry Eric. Take one for the team."
"I will not," Elena cried. "Why don't you do it? You can marry Lady Margaret."
"No,"
Alexander said with a shake of his head.
"You are far more fit to rule than I am."
"That's not true."
"Are you saying you will abdicate?"
"No, but I trust Eldoria in your hands if we cannot pull off a change in the royal decree." Alexander clicked his tongue.
"Let us hope we can. I do not wish to marry Lady Margaret."
"I absolutely refuse to marry Eric, especially with my heart already belonging to Nathan. Our wedding is only weeks away, and the idea of that betrayal makes my stomach turn."
"Well, in a pinch," Alexander shrugged.
Elena shot him an icy stare before huffing out a sigh. "How long can this take to track?"
"Perhaps it doesn't exist. That's why they can't find it."
The doors to the private office burst open a moment later, and King Frederick, Queen Sophia, and several assistants strode inside, their steps echoing heavily in the almost silent room. "Well?" Elena demanded. The sigh from King Frederick, along with the uncertainty flickering in his eyes, sent her stomach churning.
"I'm afraid it's all true."
"What?" Elena's eyes went wide as her heart began to pound against her ribs. King Frederick nodded as he slumped into his chair, propping his elbow on the desk.
"Yes, there is a royal decree stating that all marriages must be with nobility." "Has it always been followed? Can we be assured of that, at least?" Alexander asked.
King Frederick snapped his gaze to his nephew. "You mean to say that perhaps Frederick is not truly the king?" Queen Sophia said.
"Yes, but not because of your marriage, Aunt Sophia. You were of noble blood."
She nodded. "Yes, but have all the monarchs since this decree was made married noble blood?"
"Right. If not, the entire line could be thrown out."
"Which helps Julian in no way," Elena answered as she chewed her lower lip. "No, rest assured, there is no problem with Father's reign, only mine."
"Elena, we will tackle this,"
Frederick answered. "You believe the majority of the legislature will support a new decree, don't you?" Frederick rubbed his chin, his eyes staring into the darkness beyond the window.
"To be fair, I do not know. If Julian has already shared this with them, he has likely solicited votes against any changes."
Elena's lips parted as the realization of what he'd said smacked her in the face. "Are you saying—" Her father shifted his gaze to her, his eyes clouded with worry and conflict.
"Yes, Elena, I am saying that this decree may stand. If you marry Nathan Kingsley, you may forego the throne."
Elena collapsed into an armchair, her chest tightening. It wasn't the loss of the throne so much as the way it was happening. She'd been groomed her entire life to run this country with the care and dedication it required. To have that chance ripped away from her by Julian's jealousy was maddening. "We are not giving up," Queen Sophia said, placing a gentle hand on Elena's shoulder.
"We cannot,"
Alexander answered.
"We cannot allow the throne to go to Julian. He will ruin this country. I don't suppose we can ask you to postpone the wedding and the engagement announcement until this is fixed?"
King Frederick asked. Elena's eyes went wide. "Father, I am set to announce my engagement to Nathan in days. What do you propose I tell him? After we fought so hard to receive approval, turns out we cannot marry?"
"No, of course not. But perhaps it would be an easier fight for me to get this decree through without the complication of a common husband already looming."
"It is not only unfair, it's downright cruel to both Nathan and me. While I grasp the enormity of sacrifice required for the sake of our country, I cannot, in good conscience, impose this burden on Nathan. Not after everything we've been through."
"You nearly announced your engagement to Eric. Come, Elena, you've made difficult choices before."
Elena curled her fingers into fists, a mix of outrage and anger brewing inside her. "I will not do this to Nathan." Her father let his head fall into his palm, rubbing his forehead.
"Fine."
"Perhaps, Frederick, it will help to announce the engagement rather than hurt," Queen Sophia suggested.
"How do you figure, Aunt Sophia?"
"Well, if there are reservations about marriages to a commoner, the legislature can properly vet Mr. Kingsley to determine that he is of good character and good standing. Perhaps it will allow some of them to vote in your favor once they see there is no threat to the kingdom." King Frederick sighed.
"And perhaps they will not agree. I cannot see that this will help, but perhaps it will not hurt."
"We could host a reception to meet Mr. Kingsley," Alexander suggested. "Elena is most capable of ruling. It is unfair that she should be excluded merely because of her choice in husband."
"A choice, I am told,"
King Frederick said as he flicked his gaze to his advisers,
"may be painted as selfish, foolish, and not in the best interest of Eldoria."
"Not in the best interest of Eldoria?" Elena leapt to her feet, her fists tight at her sides.
"How is that?"
Alexander asked.
"Well, the marriage to Eric secured a bond between Eldoria and Corinthia, a bond that may now suffer because of Elena's choices."
Elena clicked her tongue as she tossed her arms in the air. "This is ridiculous. Will our bond with any other country suffer as a result? Am I to marry the entirety of Europe to secure our place?"
"Of course not, Elena, but—"
"But what?" she interrupted. "But Corinthia is so blasted important that I am being selfish by not marrying into their royal family?"
"Do not shoot the messenger,"
King Frederick said with a sigh.
"I am merely giving you an example of what I am told we may face in attempting to reverse this."
Elena covered her face with her hands. "Well, that's lovely. Just wonderful. What am I to tell Nathan?"
"Perhaps keep it under your hat for now, Elena," Alexander suggested.
Her eyes went wide as she stared at him. "For now? When shall I spring it on him? When we don't announce our engagement? Or perhaps when we cancel the wedding?"
"I do not think either of those options are on the table, darling," Queen Sophia said.
"Oh, well then, perhaps on the eve of our wedding. I will inform him that my decision has meant that Eldoria's rule will go to—"
"Alexander, who is a wonderful choice if you are not permitted to rule,"
King Frederick said.
Alexander answered. "But what if I do not marry royal blood?"
King Frederick heaved a sigh.
then you would be removed as monarch and replaced by Julian, who will most assuredly marry royal blood. If Eric had a sister, I'm certain he'd be dragging her down the aisle as we speak. He does not.
King Frederick clasped his hands together as he leaned onto the desk.
I will tackle this in the morning by speaking with several key legislators to get a sense of where they stand.
I'm happy to come with you, Elena offered.
I would like to tackle it on my own at first,
King Frederick said.
You are too emotionally involved.
Elena set her hands on her hips. What is that supposed to mean? If I am to be taken seriously as a future monarch of this country, I should showcase my abilities. King Frederick waved a finger at her.
This is exactly the type of behavior I am thinking of. I do not need you glaring at the legislators over your engagement to Mr. Kingsley.
I am not glaring.
Nor that tone. I have no tone, she insisted. Perhaps it's best to allow Uncle Frederick to handle this, Elena. He can at least get the lay of the land, then you may become involved.
Elena sighed as she plopped into her chair again. Fine.
I expect results, though. Believe me, darling, I hope to have this resolved soon. You have been raised to take the throne, and you should. No offense, Alexander.
None taken, Uncle. I quite agree. Elena has been groomed for this, and she will be an excellent queen. I much prefer to be the playboy prince. Elena scoffed at that. You are just as capable and hardly a playboy.
Give me time. I have no interest in marrying Lady Margaret.
Queen Sophia crinkled her brow. Why? She is a lovely girl.
Oh, Aunt Sophia, please. She is hardly lovely. Quite dull, in fact. And more importantly, I have no interest in her.
The Queen raised her eyebrows, offering him a slight smile. Well, I suppose it must be your choice.
Thank you. If you could only make Mother and Father understand that.
We shall see what we can do. Though, with this latest decree, I'm afraid they may stand more firmly behind their decision. Alexander sucked in a breath. Now who is emotionally involved? Elena asked with an arch of an eyebrow.
Very funny, cousin. Shall we go to bed? I believe this day has been long enough.
Quite, she answered. Good night, everyone. I will see you in the morning. Try to get some sleep, darling. We'll tackle it in the morning. Queen Sophia kissed her on the cheek before she strode from the room. With a heavy sigh, she pushed into her bedroom. Caroline pulled back the covers on her bed, flicking a gaze her way.
A late one, Your Highness. What did Prince Julian have to say?
You are not going to believe this. Elena recounted the wild tale about her inability to ascend to the throne if she married Nate Kingsley, as Caroline helped her out of her dress and into her pajamas. You're joking. I cannot believe this. Surely the king will not stand for it. He is attempting to change it, but we have no guarantees. If anyone can do it, I'm certain His Majesty can. Try not to worry, Your Highness. I am trying, though it really seems that we have an uphill battle, and after just winning the last one. You will conquer this one too, Caroline answered as she finished brushing her hair. Thank you for the confidence, Caroline. Have a pleasant night. They said their good nights, and Caroline left her to sleep. As she lay in bed, her mind spun in search of a solution. Her heart plummeted as she found none and considered the prospect of telling Nate the bad news. She was certain he wouldn't care if he never became king of Eldoria, but she worried it would cause a rift between them. With a heavy sigh, she finally let her eyes slide closed before a knock startled her awake. Your Highness! Caroline's voice called to her. Are you awake? I am, she answered. Come in. The door opened and her lady's maid slipped inside, her eyes wide. What is it, Caroline? Elena asked, squinting as she turned on the light. I have a bit of a surprise. You may not believe this. Elena's heart pounded against her ribs at the words. After the evening's surprises, she wasn't certain she could handle any additional surprises. Caroline hesitated, her hands wringing. Someone has arrived to see you. Elena's brow furrowed. At this hour? Who would? Before she could finish, a familiar figure stepped into the dim light of her chamber. Her heart stopped for a moment before a new wave of anxiety coursed through her as she stared at her surprise visitor.
Chapter 6. Nate. Nate crinkled his nose, his heart thudding against his chest as he stared at his mother's pinched features. What problem? Did something happen to Dad?
No, he's fine, so far.
Nate screwed up his face. What's that supposed to mean? What's wrong? Victoria shook her head, her lips pinched as she rubbed her temples.
Steven was arrested.
Nate's eyes went wide as his jaw dropped open. What? For what? Visions of his own drinking after his breakup with Chloe danced in his mind. That woman did a number on people, and he'd only escaped with the help of his family and Elena. Pity welled inside of him for his brother, who had likely become Chloe's next victim. Victoria's eyes clouded with worry as she shook her head.
He went to talk to Chloe. She says he assaulted her.
Nate scoffed, setting his hands on his hips. Wow, she's a piece of work.
I told him to stay away from her.
Victoria's voice cracked with emotion. Nate set his hands on his mother's shoulders. Mom, it's okay. She's lying.
But it's his word against hers, and in these cases, women usually win. His reputation will be ruined.
Dad's never going to let that happen. I can't believe he doesn't have a fleet of attorneys down there already.
He does, but I don't know what we're going to do with him after he makes bail. He just can't stop doing stupid things. I mean, he saw what happened with you after... Why? Oh, I'm sorry, Nate.
Nate pressed his lips together, swallowing hard. It's okay. I screwed up after Chloe, too. I guess she just has this way about her that makes you think it's you, you know? Victoria heaved a shaky sigh.
I don't, because I never saw what either of you boys saw in her. She's brought out the worst in both of my boys.
Look, Mom, why don't I take Steven to Eldoria with me once Dad gets him out of this? It'll keep him away from Chloe, stop him from doing something else stupid.
I can't ask you to do that. In fact, I shouldn't even be stopping you from going there. You need time with Elena to start talking about your future. I just didn't want to be here alone.
Nate rubbed his mother's back. I'm not leaving you until we have this sorted out. And you're not asking me to take Steven, I'm offering. Heck, I'm taking Maddie. What's another sibling?
I hope the royal family doesn't think we're pushing in.
It's fine, Mom. If they're that unhappy about it, I can put them up at a hotel. But somehow, I don't think Elena or her parents will mind. Victoria pulled him into a tight hug.
Thank you, Nate. You're a good brother.
Yeah, well, don't thank me yet. Steven will probably say no, or try to crash the plane if we put him on it.
Or ruin your wedding.
Honey, he did threaten you. I don't want him making things uncomfortable for you over there. It's okay, Mom. I think Steven's bark is worse than his bite. What is he going to do? Honey, who knows? Who'd have ever thought he'd do this? He's innocent, Mom. It's Chloe, playing her usual games. After the cheating scandal, she's clawing at anything to salvage her standing. This is just her way of trying to gain some leverage.
She may have found it,
Victoria answered, blowing out a shaky breath as she wiped away a tear that fell to her cheek. Don't cry, Mom. We'll figure this out. She bobbed her head, trying to stop any other tears from falling.
Hey, you waited for me. I thought you'd try to run without me,
Maddie said with a grin, before she slid her gaze between the two of them. Sorry, Maddie. We're going to be delayed a little bit, Nate said.
What?
Maddie's features flashed with concern.
Are you ditching me? Mom, tell Nate he has to take me.
Honey, Victoria said with a sigh. I'm not ditching you. We're waiting for Steven.
Waiting for Steven?
Maddie asked, her features pinching with confusion.
Why? So you two can kill each other on the plane?
No, Nate said with a shake of his head. Just hang out in your room for a while.
Hang out in my room? Why? She shifted her gaze to her mother. What's going on?
Nate's right.
No,
Maddie said with a stamp of her foot.
No, I want to know what's going on.
Honey.
No, Mom,
Maddie whined.
I'm not a little kid. No one tells me anything. I'm always left out of the loop.
Maddie, Victoria said, her voice a warning. Maddie, just cool it for a second, okay? Mom, let me know when you hear from Dad, okay? Victoria fluttered her eyelashes as she nodded. I'm going to call him now and see what's going on. Okay. Nate squeezed her hand before she twisted, pulling her phone out to make the call. Maddie crossed her arms.
What is going on that no one wants to tell me?
Stephen was arrested.
What?
Maddie's eyes went wide.
For what?
He got into it with Chloe. She says he assaulted her.
OMG, seriously? She's such a liar.
Nate wrapped an arm around his sister as he led her down the hall toward her room. I think so too. But no matter what, we need to stick together as Kingsleys, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Dad will get him out of this, right?
I'm sure Dad isn't going to let this stand. But it's serious, Maddie.
I know, but, I mean, it's going to be okay, right?
We'll make sure it's okay, no matter what happens. But given everything that's happening, I think we should wait to leave and take Stephen with us. He needs to get away from all of this. She pouted.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm just surprised you care.
Of course I care, Nate answered. Stephen and I have had some rough times, but he's still my brother.
Okay,
Maddie said as they arrived at her door.
You'll come get me when it's time to leave?
Yep. We're all going to Eldoria today. Just a little later than we expected. Maddie kissed his cheek with a grin.
Okay. I can't wait to see Ellie.
Hey, you didn't text her and tell her we're coming, did you?
No? Why? Do you want me to?
No. I want it to be a surprise. I bought her a carousel and everything. Don't spoil it. He wagged a finger at her.
I won't.
She stepped into her room and dumped her bag on the floor.
Come get me when it's time to go.
I will. Nate sucked in a sharp breath as her door clicked closed, and he spun on a heel to search for his mother. Instead of combing the house, though, he pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed his father's number. Nate, the man answered a moment later. I just talked to your mother. I'm going to have Stephen out of here within the hour. This is all trumped up and bogus. I have no doubt it is, but Mom's really upset. Well, with any luck, we'll have these charges dropped in less than a week. So he'll be out soon? Yeah, even without the conflicting statements Chloe keeps giving the police, we'll have him out of here. Mom says you're taking the jet? Yeah, to Eldoria. I need to see Ellie. But I was going to wait for Stephen. Mom's really worried he's going to do something else stupid, so I figured maybe a little time away could help him. That's a very kind offer, Nate. Especially after what happened with you two this morning, Stephen told me. Nate sucked in a breath as he bobbed his head, descending the stairs while he propped the phone on his shoulder. Yeah, just brother stuff. We all say things we don't mean when we're hurt. You're a good brother, Nate. Tell Mom we'll be home within the hour. I will. Bye, Dad. Nate ended the call and pushed through the closed doors into the living room. He found his mother perched on the edge of an armchair, her phone still clutched in her hand. Hey, Dad said he'll have Stephen out in no time. Yeah, Victoria answered flatly. You don't sound happy about that. How much more is this woman going to cost this family? Nate eased onto the chair next to her, taking her hands in his. Mom, we're not going to let Chloe cost us anything else, okay? I promise. I know my stupid decisions after our breakup cost us a lot, and now Stevens aren't going to be a walk in the park, but it ends here.
Victoria blew out a shaky breath as she nodded. They waited in tense silence until a car finally pulled into the drive. A shaken Stephen stepped out of the car, followed by his father. They shuffled into the house, appearing in the living room a moment later. Victoria leapt from her seat and hurried to pull Stephen into her arms. "Oh, honey." Stephen wrapped his arms around his mother, his eyes squeezed shut. Nate joined his dad at the drink cart. "What's it look like, Dad?" His father heaved a sigh as the ice cubes clinked against the glass before he smothered them with bourbon. "Not great. Even if we get these dismissed, she's going to try to use it in the divorce case." Nate huffed out a breath as he shook his head. "She's the gift that just keeps giving." His father twisted to face him. "You said you were heading to Eldoria?" "Yeah, I was going to talk to Stephen about going. The jet's ready, we can leave whenever he is." "Mind waiting until morning? I'd like to talk to Stephen, and I know your mom will too." Nate pressed his lips together. He wanted to get to Eldoria as quickly as possible, but given the late hour now, he didn't want to show up on the palace's doorstep first thing in the morning. Sure. We'll leave bright and early tomorrow. Another few hours won't kill me." Charles clapped Nate on the shoulder. "Thanks. I'm sorry to ruin your plans, but it's probably better to fly out tomorrow anyway. There's a storm coming tonight." "Yeah, I'd hoped to beat that weather system, but this is fine too." Nate twisted, coming face to face with his brother. He cleared his throat as he offered him a slight, consoling smile. "I guess you'd like to gloat," Stephen said. "No," Nate answered with a shake of his head. "No, I did my fair share of stupid stuff after Chloe too. I'm just sorry she's still costing this family." "Thanks to my stupidity," Stephen answered. "I didn't touch her, though." "I don't doubt that. I know you, Stephen. We may have had our issues, but you'd never hit a woman. Dad taught us better than that." Stephen bobbed his head, his eyes sliding sideways. "Listen, Maddie and I are flying to Eldoria early tomorrow. We were going to leave earlier, but we're postponing until tomorrow morning. Why don't you come with us? Get away from all of this. And her." Stephen smirked at him. "Yeah, I'm sure you want me around, ruining your good times with the royal family." "I do want you around, Stephen. You're my brother, and I'd still like you to be my best man. I think some time away could be good for you. Head out with us." "I don't know," his brother answered. "Well, I mean, it's up to you, but I think you could really use a break. Think about it." Nate offered him another tight-lipped smile as he stepped around him and headed for the door. "Hey, Nate," Stephen called after him. He twisted to eye his brother. "Thanks, I think I'll take you up on it if you don't mind." "Not at all. Get packed. We'll leave right after breakfast tomorrow." Stephen's fleeting smile was more than he'd seen in a while from his brother. He headed upstairs, informed his sister, and retired to his room for a private meal before he went to sleep, eager to put the day behind him. Severe thunderstorms raged through most of the night, tapering off just before morning. Nate rose before the sun, dressing and readying his suitcase to be stowed in the car. He strode through the halls to Stephen's room to check that his brother was still going with them. Stephen pulled his door open a few seconds after Nate knocked. "Hey, you ready?" "Yeah," Stephen answered as he reached for his bag. Nate's gaze fell to a heap of clothes on the floor, muddy and wet. Stephen's eyes snapped to them, noticing Nate's interest. He kicked them behind the door before he shifted his bag into the hall. "I'll tell them to grab your bag," Nate said, his brow still furrowed as he took a step back. "Thanks." Nate's mind swam with curiosity as he considered the clothes on the floor before he dismissed it, descending the stairs and heading into the dining room. "Well, I think we're all set." He eased into his chair next to his father. "Unfortunately, Nate, I don't think you'll be going anywhere just yet." Nate's stomach clenched. Why not? Is there a problem with Stephen's case? "You could say that."
Nate creased his brow, shifting his gaze between his parents. "What is it?" Charles leaned forward, clasping a fist in his other hand as he set his elbows on the table. His voice dropped to a gravelly whisper, the words hanging heavy in the air. "Chloe was found dead last night. They're investigating it as suspicious." A cold shiver raced down Nate's spine as reality settled in. Even in death, Chloe cast a long shadow over their lives. Memories of their tumultuous past mingled with a gnawing worry that her death would further complicate things for the Kingsleys.
Chapter 7. Elena. Elena frowned as she whipped her robe around her shoulders and yanked the tie tight around her waist. Next to her, Caroline wrung her hands as she shifted her gaze between Elena and her visitor. "What are you doing here, Isabel?" "Well, hello to you too, Elena." Isabel crossed her arms as she cocked a hip. "I'm being serious. What trouble are you here to cause?" "None," her cousin answered. "I'm here to help." A laugh escaped Elena's lips, and she slapped her hand against her thigh. Isabel's features melted into an unimpressed stare. "I am not joking." Elena's chuckle died down, and she sucked in a breath as she sobered. "All right. Then again I ask, why are you here?" "For once we have a common enemy." "You?" Elena asked, crossing her arms. Isabel clicked her tongue. "Honestly, Elena, you make me wish that I hadn't come." "Why did you?" Elena asked, her hands falling to her hips. "I still cannot understand, Isabel. There is no love lost between us." Isabel glanced to her feet. "You're right. We have been at odds for most of our lives, though not for the reasons you think." "Oh?" Elena asked. "Are you not jealous, then?" "Of you, yes. Of your crown, no." Elena fluttered her eyelashes. For as long as she could remember, her cousin had done anything she could to make Elena look bad, from ruining her dress with a wine spot to pushing her into a pond accidentally. Hard to believe, given our history. Isabel heaved a sigh. "It's true. I don't want anything to do with the throne, and I never have. I resented you because of the way you were, so effortlessly affable, like Alexander." Elena wrinkled her brow. "All right, so you aren't trying to steal my crown. Then what common enemy do we have?" "Julian and Eric. They are trying to steal your crown." Elena lifted her chin. "Yes, they are. But it does not affect you. Never fear, Isabel. Julian will take the throne. It will never get to you." "Yes, I understand that, but I do not wish to see him or Eric win." "Really?" Elena pulled her chin back toward her chest. "What has Eric done to earn your ire?" Isabel arched an eyebrow as she tightened her arms across her chest. "Rejected me." Elena's lips parted. Isabel had gone after Eric and been shot down? When had this happened? "I'm not proud of it. Quite embarrassed, actually. When he arrived, I offered myself in your stead. He told me in no uncertain terms I was useless to him." "Useless to him? That is quite rude." "I know," Isabel answered. "I'm not a commodity to be traded, and I suppose it made me realize that, well, neither were you." Elena studied her cousin, noting the hint of regret in her eyes. "No, I was not, and I detested that I was given away nearly at birth to this man." "I understand. I've been unfair to you, Elena, and for that I am sorry. I cannot take it away, but I can do my best to help you stop this ridiculous battle from stealing your crown." Elena narrowed her eyes, searching for any sign of a lie. Was her cousin merely here to infiltrate their camp and feed information back to the enemy? Thank you, Isabel. I appreciate that. For now, we have it under control. But if we need you, I can give you information. Elena exchanged a glance with Caroline. What information? Well, I can get information to give you. Julian trusts me. He will tell me things. All right, Elena answered with a raise of her eyebrows. When you have any information, pass it along. I have some now, though not from Julian. This is from Eric. What is it? The royal family of Corinthia is on the verge of being removed from rule. She arched an eyebrow as she passed along the news. Elena's eyes went wide, her mind whirling. What? How close? From what I understand, very, Isabel said. That's why he is so desperate to marry into a monarchy. He will lose everything if they strip their titles. That explains his interest in me. I'm certain it goes beyond that. But yes, it explains why he went so far to try to convince you to marry him. Elena paced the floor, her finger tapping her chin. This is interesting. I wonder if the Corinthian legislature is very close to a vote. From what I gathered when I looked into this, they may vote within the year, and if not, next year for certain. Elena pressed her lips together. Incredible. I wonder why. Isabel sucked in a breath, her eyebrows arching high. The royal family has been spending far more than they are worth. Trips, wardrobe, security, you name it, they have spent on it. They are slowly emptying the Corinthian coffers. Goodness, Elena said with a sigh. They'd probably ruin Eldoria too. I wouldn't put it past him. He seems desperate to keep his lifestyle. Well, I seem to have dodged that bullet. Though with this wrinkle, Eric is hoping to capitalize on it. We cannot let them win, Isabel answered. No, Elena said. Thank you, Isabel, for that information. I appreciate it, and the sentiments you expressed earlier. I am sorry we weren't closer. So am I, though it is very much my fault. Not really, Elena answered. It's no one's fault. Our lives were difficult given our positions, but I'm very hopeful that we will be able to move forward on a new foot. Isabel reached for Elena's hand with a slight smile. I am too. And now I will leave you to sleep. I will attempt to seek information from Julian tomorrow. Perhaps you shouldn't, Elena suggested. I don't want you running afoul of any of this. I won't be in any danger, Isabel assured her. Good night, Elena. Isabel, wait. The woman twisted around, her fingers lingering on the doorknob. Yes? I had intended to speak to you about this earlier. I had made a decision about my wedding party. And you prefer I not be in, given my past behavior? Isabel clasped her hands in front of her as she nodded. I understand. Given that we are turning over a new leaf, I would be so pleased if you were to be my maid of honor. Isabel's eyebrows shot up at the words. Are you certain? You seem to have someone else in mind. And that person will be included in my wedding party, just not as my maid of honor. A smile curved her cousin's lips as her gaze rested on Elena. I would love to, Elena. Thank you. Elena crossed to her cousin, pulling her into a hug. I am so pleased we had this talk. We'll speak again soon. Isabel offered her a nod before she left them behind. Caroline blew out a long breath, her eyes wide. Oh my, that was incredible. On so many levels, Elena answered with a nod as she plopped onto the edge of the bed. It was lovely that you asked her to be your maid of honor. I thought you had decided against it. I had. I hope I am not misplacing my trust in her, but I thought the gesture seemed appropriate given our new strides.
I quite agree, Caroline said with a nod. What do you make of the rest of it?
Interesting, Elena said as she stared into space, the details of the conversation running through her mind again. Very interesting. The Corinthian royals are on the verge of being removed? How fascinating. I feel a tad sorry for them, but it sounds as though they've used their country's funds to create their personal playground rather than govern.
Thank heavens you didn't go forward with announcing your engagement to him.
Yes, Elena said with a nod. And wouldn't I give up my right to rule if I married him, and he is stripped of his royal title? Caroline's jaw dropped open. That, or... Oh, heavens. What? What if he intends to use Eldoria's money to prop up Corinthia? Elena's eyes went wide. I wouldn't put it past him. Father needs to know all of this.
I agree, Caroline nodded. Will you wake him to tell him?
No, it can keep until morning. I will never be able to sleep, though.
Perhaps some hot chocolate? It may help you sleep.
Elena smiled at her. Only if I may accompany you to the kitchen for it. I could bring it up.
Elena shook her head as she rose and crossed to the door.
No, I want to go too. I could use the walk to help ease my mind. Caroline bobbed her head, sliding her arm around Elena's shoulders.
You will sort it out, Your Highness. I have never known His Majesty to not be able to solve a problem, nor you.
I certainly hope we do. It would be a terrible shame for this country to go to Julian. He will ruin it, just as the Corinthian royal family seems to have done in their country.
I quite agree, Caroline said as they snaked through the halls.
I just wonder what tricks Julian has up his sleeve to ensure the vote goes his way.
Do you think he has the votes?
Caroline pulled a carton of milk from the refrigerator and added it to a saucepan. Elena rubbed her lip as she considered it. I think Julian doesn't do anything without some assurance he can win.
Caroline glanced up from whisking in the chocolate bits as they melted. Surely the legislature will not go along with this. Your Highness, they know you.
Yes, I know, Elena said with a sigh. And he may not win in the end. But I believe Julian has enough support to make things incredibly difficult and cast a pall over the engagement announcement and possibly the wedding.
Caroline shook her head as she poured the steaming chocolate milk into 2 mugs, added a dollop of whipped cream, and passed one to Elena before she fished a tin of cookies from a shelf.
Elena pulled one from the container and bit into it. Leave it to Julian to find something like this? What luck!
It is rather aggravating, Caroline agreed. The chiming of Elena's phone interrupted their conversation. She tugged it from her pocket and checked the display.
Oh, it's from Nathan.
At this time, it must be quite early there.
Yes, Elena answered with a nod. But he often leaves me a message to find in the morning.
That's sweet. Elena's brows knitted as she read the message.
Yes, but this message is not.
What does it say? Caroline asked.
I have some bad news, Elena read. Don't we all? I wonder what his is.
She tapped the virtual keyboard, returning his message.
Oh no, what is it?
With another sip of her hot chocolate, she drummed her fingers on the counter, awaiting a response. Her phone chimed and she snatched it from the countertop.
What does he say? Caroline asked. Elena's shoulders slumped. He is asking why I am up.
Why can men never answer the questions posed to them?
Elena typed her response. I can't sleep. We've had some less than desirable developments on my end too. What is your news? Elena heaved a sigh, her thoughts racing. And now we wait. I wonder what Julian has told the legislators about Nathan. Do you believe he's badmouthed him?
Caroline mulled it over, taking another sip of her hot chocolate.
Possibly.
Oh, do you think he's told them of his problem with the drinking?
I wonder. Nathan has put those days behind him. This is so unfair.
Elena let her head fall into her palm until her phone chimed again. Perhaps that is the answer. She swiped to read the latest message, her stomach clenching and her eyes going wide.
Oh my!
What is it, Your Highness?
Elena's phone lit again, her heart skipping a beat as she read Nathan's next words. Her voice faltered, barely a whisper. "Chloe, she's been murdered." The room seemed to spin around her as she shot a surprised glance at her lady's maid. "Surely Mr. Kingsley is not a suspect." "No, I don't believe so, but Stephen is." Elena's features fell, pinching as she stared at the phone. "We may need to postpone the engagement announcement. They may not be able to get here." Her mind swirled at the development. Murder investigations could take months. And if there was a trial, she may never end up married to Nate Kingsley.
Chapter 8. Nate. Nate paced the floor of his father's office as he listened to the man speak with their legal team. His mind whirled through the possibilities while the two discussed the likelihood of charges being brought against anyone in the family. They'd been involved in a bitter divorce, and Stephen had just been arrested for assault. While no formal charges had been filed, the marks still looked bad. A woman who had accused him of assault ended up dead only a few hours later. "So you're telling us Stephen could be facing a murder charge?" Charles asked, his voice wavering. "He'll at least be questioned," the attorney answered. "Tell me you have a solid alibi for her time of death." Stephen squirmed under the weight of their stares, his discomfort obvious as he shifted awkwardly in his seat. The wet clothes he'd shoved behind his door earlier this morning flitted through Nate's mind. Had he been out in the storm last night? "I was in my room all night." "Did anyone see you there at some point during the night after you got home?" "No," Stephen answered. "I came home, I went to bed. It was a rough day. Nate, Maddie, and I were planning on flying out to Eldoria today, so we turned in early." "Eldoria?" the counselor asked, his eyes flicking to Nate. "It's a small European country. I'm marrying Princess Elena." "Which reminds me," Charles said, "we need to discuss you making up a prenup for this. I don't want to be caught unprepared again." "At the very least, she can't come after your money anymore," the attorney answered.
"Clifford, that's a terrible thing to say. A woman is dead," his mother said as she hovered in the doorway.
"Sorry, Victoria, but it does solve a problem. A very big one. I don't think she would have ended up with much, but she was putting your family through the ringer, demanding a pretty large portion of the pie."
Victoria clicked her tongue. "Which is why they'll assume we had something to do with this. Tell me we can safely put this behind us."
"Nothing's been filed yet. When there's something, we'll attack it from all angles. But for now, I'm afraid you won't be heading out of the country."
"What about just Nate?"
Victoria asked. Clifford shook his head. "I wouldn't, if at all possible. Looks bad. The most obvious suspect here is Stephen, of course, but Nate had a history with her too. Maybe he went after her to settle a score, or defend his brother. Then he skips town to hide out in a foreign country. Probably one with no extradition."
The man sucked in a breath before he continued.
"And on top of that, we want to present a united front."
Nate set his hands on his hips. "I also don't want to drag the royal family into this. My surprise visit is going to have to wait." "I'm sorry, honey," Victoria said, sliding her arm around his shoulders. "I know you wanted to spend some time with her before the engagement announcement."
"Now I just want to make it to the engagement announcement." "Nate has a good point. How long do we need to wait around? We're all supposed to be in Eldoria for this announcement in a few days," Charles said. Clifford sucked in a deep breath. "That may not happen. I'll do my best to keep tabs on this, but if the police are still investigating, I'm sorry."
Victoria slid her head forward, her eyes going wide. "What? Are you saying Nate could miss his own engagement announcement?"
Clifford cocked his head, shrugging. "I'm saying he may make it. I'm not certain the rest of you will. And I'm not even sure about him. It depends on how quickly they start identifying suspects and questioning them, where their heads are at in terms of charges. Maybe if we get lucky, there'll be another suspect that they find on surveillance or something. We'll keep our fingers crossed, Charles said as he rose and stuck his hand out.
Isn't that terrible?
We're literally hoping that someone else is caught for this crime. Victoria shook her head as she eased into a chair. No, Nate said with a shake of his head. Someone murdered her. I didn't like her, but I didn't want to see her dead. And the person who did it should be punished for it, not us. He glanced over at his quiet brother, wondering about the clothes he'd seen earlier. Nate's right, Victoria, Charles said, his hands rubbing her shoulders while he kept his voice firm but gentle. Someone committed a crime. It's not wrong to hope the police find that person. Until then, we just have to wait. I should tell Ellie about this. Nate's voice trailed off. How would he tell his fiancée that he couldn't attend their engagement announcement? Victoria's features pinched. Oh, please tell her how sorry we all are, and that we're hoping this resolves quickly. I will. I hope we can make it as planned, but we may need to make a decision about this sooner rather than later, based on what develops in the next 24 hours. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Maybe, though, by the weekend, at least you and Maddie can go. I'd hate for you to have to postpone. But then again, I'd hate to miss this. Victoria's features creased as she rubbed a hand against her forehead. It's okay, Mom. I want all of us to be there, so I'm hoping for the best. I'll see what Ellie has to say, too. I'm going to call her now. Good luck. Tell her we said hello, and we really hope things in Eldoria are going better than they are here. She said something about challenging news. I need to ask her about it. I only got to tell her about Chloe before Clifford came. Well, I'm glad you were with us, Nate, Charles said. Give Ellie our best. Nate nodded before he strode from the room, pulling his cell phone from his pocket. His heart thudded against his ribs as he found Elena's name, his shaky thumb hovering over the call icon. He imagined trying to explain all of this to the fiancé he'd only just won over. What would the royal family think of him after this? Their engagement hadn't been announced yet. Would King Frederick demand that they call it off? Ugh, he groaned as he slid his eyes closed. Just get it over with, Nate. He pressed the call button, swallowing hard. His heart pounded against his chest as he paced back and forth in the hall.
Nathan,
Elena answered after a few rings.
Oh, darling, how are you? Has there been any developments?
Hey, Ellie. Not many, no. I just wanted to check in. We were just discussing what may happen from here on out.
And?
She asked.
It's awful. Will her family deal with the arrangements, or will it fall to Stephen as her current spouse?
Nate ran a shaky hand through his hair. They'd been so focused on the murder and the fallout from it, they hadn't even considered that Stephen was her next of kin and would be responsible for making arrangements. Gosh, I don't even know. We've been so focused on the legal side.
Legal side? Is there some sort of legal issue?
Well, his chest tightened as he prepared to tell her the entire sordid story. Yes. They were going through the divorce to start with, and Stephen was arrested for assault yesterday.
What?
Shock coursed through Elena's voice.
Of Chloe?
Yes. She was lying, I know it. She was trying to get some leverage to get something out of us because we had her on the affair. I know she was lying.
Of course she was. Stephen would never do something like that.
His heartbeat calmed a little at her words. Thanks for the support. I appreciate that. But now with this wrinkle, they may suspect Stephen to be the culprit. He twisted on his heel and strode in the opposite direction. No one's accused him of anything yet, but I'm sure he's going to be on the short list of suspects. Between the divorce and the arrest, they're going to be looking at him.
Oh, heavens. How is your mother taking it?
She's not happy. I think she's pretty heartsick over this.
I can imagine. Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. Please send my love to her.
Thanks, Ellie. I will. Hey, this could, depending on the timing, affect our trip to Eldoria. I hope it doesn't, but I think we need to be prepared for the possibility that my entire family may not make it out there. Elena heaved a sigh on the other end of the line.
I understand. We'll take it day by day, and if we must postpone...
Let's hope we don't have to, he answered, his stomach twisted in knots as he faced the prospect.
Yes, of course. I will keep this under my hat for the moment and hope nothing comes of it.
He knew what she was driving at. She wouldn't spill the information to her father, who may very well try to put a stop to their engagement. I appreciate that. Now, you said you had some bad news too?
Nothing compared to this.
I'd still like to hear it. We're a team, right? And I just unloaded all my problems on you. Elena offered a soft chuckle.
Yes, we are, and you hardly unloaded anything. I'm always here to listen.
Same. So, spill it. Elena sighed on the other end.
Julian has struck again.
With? Nate asked, wondering if he had any hand in Chloe's demise.
He found some ancient royal decree stating that anyone ascending to the throne must marry royal blood.
Nate's heart stopped. Had he heard right?
So, our marriage would automatically disqualify me from becoming queen.
His stomach clenched. It had been what he suspected. If Elena went through with the wedding, she'd lose her crown. Oh, Ellie. He wondered if she'd tell him there was no need to come out for the engagement, because she was not going to marry him.
Father and I are working on a solution. Even Isabel is helping.
Your cousin who hates you? Nate furrowed his brow.
Yes. We have talked through some of our differences, and we are working together to solve this issue. And just to be clear, I will not be stopped from marrying the man I love by some dusty decree.
She always had a way of setting him at ease. His lips tugged into a smile. Well, I wasn't going to let you off the hook quite that easily, you know.
I hope not. And I'm not letting you off the hook either. I fully expect the situation with Stephen to resolve so we can announce our engagement and move forward with the wedding. I've already hired a wedding planner.
Oh, yeah? His heart ached as he realized he wanted to be in Eldoria discussing all this with her. I can't wait to see what he or she has planned.
And I'm certain you're dying to know if I've selected eggshell white or off-white.
I am. Or maybe you went with cream.
Oh my, the thrills you're missing out on.
He chuckled, enjoying the moment of light-hearted ease in a sea of uncertainty. I know. Look, I'll get everything squared away here so we can discuss ivory versus alabaster.
Excellent. And I will work on my end to ensure that Julian does not take the throne.
Wait, wouldn't it go to Alexander?
He is adamant about not marrying Lady Margaret, so he would also be in question. I will not allow my snake of a cousin to steal this country's monarchy, though. So, we'll each work on our respective issues and move forward together. You'll keep me updated?
I will. As soon as I hear anything, I'll text you.
I will do the same. I've got to run. Take care, darling. I love you.
I love you too, Ellie. They ended the call, his heart wishing they hadn't. He slid his eyes closed again, his fingers tightening around the phone as their many problems bore down on him like a physical weight. A hand on his shoulder startled him, and he spun to find Stephen behind him. Hey, Nate said, his brows furrowing. What's up? Thanks for your support in there, Nate. I know we haven't been close recently, but... Yeah, of course, Nate said. Look, we've had our issues, but that's in the past. Stephen sucked in a breath. I really hope this doesn't mess things up with Ellie. She's a really great woman. Thanks, Stephen. So far, so good. I just talked to her. Hopefully things won't get any worse. Nate raised his phone in the air.
I can't help you there, but Nate, I need a big favor.
What's up? Nate asked.
Stephen shifted his weight back and forth before he grabbed Nate's arm and led him to the library.
As they stepped into the dimly lit space, the sun barely making a dent in the heavy drapes covering the windows, Stephen scrubbed his face.
Stephen, what's going on? I wasn't here the entire night last night. I went out.
Nate's blood ran cold as he recalled the wet clothes he'd spotted on Stephen's bedroom floor earlier this morning. What? Where did you go?
Just out. Everything was bothering me. I just went for a walk.
In the middle of the storm? Stephen bit his lower lip, letting his gaze fall to the floor.
I know it sounds super suspicious, but I just went out to think.
Where did you go? Stephen sucked in a breath, flicking his gaze to one of the windows. Stephen, Nate prodded. Where did you go? His brother swallowed hard, his gaze raising to the ceiling.
I went to Chloe's.
What? Nate's features twisted in shock. Stephen, I'm pretty certain you were supposed to stay away from her after what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I know that. I didn't go inside. I drove by her place.
Nate set his hands on his hips, shaking his head.
I can't believe this.
Stephen, if anyone saw you, or if you're on a traffic cam...
Yeah, I get it. It's bad, I get it. But there's something else.
Please do not tell me you went to her door or called her and told her you were there. Stephen's features pinched as he shook his head.
No.
Well, then what is it?
Stephen licked his lips, his eyes locking onto Nate's. Mom was there.
Nate's heart stopped as the 3 words slashed at him like a knife. What was his mother doing at Chloe's in the middle of the night, shortly before the woman was murdered?
Chapter 9. Elena. Elena paced the hall outside of her father's office as she awaited his arrival. He hadn't been at breakfast, out early to speak with several advisors and a few legislators. She'd taken a quiet breakfast alone in her room since her mother had an early charity meeting. She had no desire to run into her nasty cousin. Finally, her father appeared at the far end of the hall, his determined stride leading a hurried procession of advisors who trailed behind him like shadows. "Father, there you are." Judging by the expression on his features, things had not gone well. "How did things go this morning? Is there hope?"
"There is always hope, Elena," her father answered as he strode into his office.
"Your expression says otherwise." He arched an eyebrow at her.
"I did not say there was much hope."
Her shoulders slumped at the words. "Is it that bad?"
"There are several members of the legislature who believe the decree is a good thing, designed to maintain the reputation and character of the monarchy."
Elena's features pinched.
"Character of the monarchy?" "And this is why I went alone," he answered with a wag of his finger.
"Oh, Father, they ought to have been put in their places over such nonsense. How is that for the character of the monarchy?" She crossed her arms as she lifted her chin.
"This must be handled delicately, Elena. We do not wish to lose this battle, particularly with your steadfastness to Mr. Kingsley and Alexander's fickleness."
"Fickleness? Simply because he prefers to choose his own wife?"
King Frederick sighed, clasping his hands behind his back as he stared out the window.
Elena narrowed her eyes, reading her father's stance all too easily. "You do not agree?"
"I do not. Elena, I know you do not wish to hear this, but are you quite certain about this pairing with Mr. Kingsley?"
Elena's jaw dropped open. "You cannot be serious."
"I am sorry, but I am. Difficult discussions are the duty of a monarch, and I realize this is not something you wish to entertain, but Elena, this could change an entire country.
Father, you know how I feel about Nathan. He twisted to face her, licking his lips.
Yes, and I also know you nearly announced your engagement to Eric when things went awry. Love is fickle. How certain are you about this?
Very, she insisted. I had a momentary lapse in judgment, but much of that was due to the uncertainty surrounding your approval.
I see, the king said. So, this is to be blamed on me, who merely hope to vet Mr. Kingsley properly, as he is about to become a prince and eventually a king consort. He very well could ruin this country, too.
Elena clicked her tongue as annoyance built within her. Nathan will not do that.
And I wished to ensure that. I will not apologize for doing my duty to protect this country, and I continue to do that even now, even when it draws your ire. Marrying Mr. Kingsley puts this country at the risk of being governed by Julian. Despite being my nephew, the man is a menace.
Elena softened her gaze, the worries of the crown resting heavy on her head. Yes, Father, I do understand. And I am sorry to place more problems on your shoulders. But the solution is not for me to break my engagement with Nathan, and it should not be.
I understand what it should and should not be, Elena, but that does not mean that is the reality. The reality of this situation very well may be your marriage could stop you from ascending to the throne.
Which is a concern, I understand.
This is far beyond a concern, Elena. This could be a disaster. This could mean the fall of Eldoria.
Elena crossed her arms, biting into her lower lip. I don't think it's that dire.
It could be.
He stalked back to the window. Father, have you spoken to the legislators about how this may affect the line of succession? Surely they understand the dangers of Julian governing.
I have not, and I will not. I did not want them to doubt your ascension to the throne. I merely approached them with updating the decree to modern times.
Perhaps it is best to let them know.
No, he shot back. No, in the event that you...
I will not change my mind. Father, this could cause them to rethink their stance. If they realize how far down the line we must look for a monarch, they may see things your way.
I will take it under consideration.
Elena noticed her father's tense shoulders, his stress obvious. Father. Her softer tone caused him to turn to face her. I will not let Eldoria be ruined.
Then you will consider...
She shook her head. No. But we will find a solution. And if I must postpone my wedding for it, then I will do that. He pressed his lips together, his gaze consoling.
Oh, Elena, I am sorry. You should not have to.
Such is the life of a monarch, she answered as she took his hand in hers. Also, there have been some developments that may require it. His eyebrows shot up. Nothing I cannot handle, and I will not burden you with the details.
It is no burden to know the problems my daughter faces. What has happened?
Elena heaved a sigh, clicking her tongue. You may wish to sit down.
Oh, heavens.
He crossed to his chair and collapsed into it.
Well, go ahead.
She perched on a chair across from him. I heard from Nathan last night. They have had some unexpected news that may prevent them from coming to Eldoria as planned for the engagement announcement.
I hope it's nothing too tragic.
Do you remember Chloe, Stephen's wife? He wiggled his eyebrows.
How could I forget? One of Julian's playmates.
Yes, well, Stephen and she are divorcing. Well, they were. It was contentious. She accused Stephen of assaulting her. King Frederick let his hand fall onto the arm of the chair with a slap.
"Press we do not need if it should come to light."
Elena tugged her lips back in a wince. I'm afraid there's more.
He flicked his gaze to her, his eyes flickering with questions.
Chloe is... Well, there is no easy way to say this, Elena said, rubbing her forehead. She's been murdered. Nathan is convinced they will be arresting Stephen, though he maintains his belief in his brother's innocence. The king heaved a long sigh.
"Well, there goes my idea to introduce the legislators to Mr. Kingsley's impeccable record to convince them that this marriage could only benefit our country."
Elena pressed her lips together, her mind racing to piece together her thoughts. Wait, just a moment.
"Elena, no. The idea existed on the fringes of my mind, but with this development, we do not wish to call attention to the family now."
But father, that's it.
"I doubt it. I can inform the legislature of Mr. Kingsley's impeccable character, outside of the murder charge looming over his brother's head? I think not."
But royals are not immune to scandal. The legislators are under the misguided impression that marrying royal blood means no scandals, but that is far from the truth. Julian has proven that, and we may be able to get even more on him.
"Get more on him?"
Elena's eyebrows raised as her words gushed from her. Isabel paid me a visit last night.
"Oh no, more trouble."
"No," she said with a shake of her head. "We put our differences aside. She believes what Julian is doing is wrong, and she has agreed to try to seek information from him."
"I doubt he will give any, even to her."
"She already had some to share," Elena answered, inching forward to the edge of her seat. "According to Isabel, Eric was so motivated to marry me because—"
"You are an exceptional choice."
"Thank you, Father. I appreciate your candor, but no. Apparently, the Corinthian legislature is considering removing the royal family from ruling." Her father's eyes widened as he stiffened in his seat.
"No, it cannot be. I wonder if Isabel has passed along misinformation."
"I don't know, but I would look into it. Father, this is a prime example of what forcing a royal marriage can do. Had I married Eric, Eldoria could have been on the verge of collapse. The Corinthian coffers are nearly empty from their mismanagement." King Frederick let his chin sink into his palm as his forehead creased.
"How interesting. I must look into this."
"Yes, I would advise it. And do not worry about the Kingsleys. I have no doubt this will pass, though we may need to postpone our announcement."
"You will keep me informed? Perhaps we ought to postpone preemptively for some breathing room."
Elena shook her head. "I would rather we didn't. Father, please, I want to announce this so I can begin making plans for the Christmas Eve wedding. I do not want to push it until next year." Her father heaved a sigh before he bobbed his head.
"All right. We shall keep the plans as they are. And you are correct. No one is scandal-free. Perhaps this is a good argument to pursue along with the potential line of succession. I will give it all thought and discuss it with the advisors."
"Will you let me know what course you decide to take?"
"I will,"
King Frederick answered. "I will check back with you later then," she said as she rose and stepped toward the door.
"Elena,"
he called after her. She twisted to face him. "Yes?"
He offered her a slight smile. "I appreciate the discussion this morning. You have shown your maturity in handling this. You will make a wonderful queen one day. And if this decree stands, well, it is Eldoria's loss."
She smiled back at him. "I hope it won't be Eldoria's loss. I love my country, and I have no desire to walk out on my duty to it. But I will not be forced into a loveless marriage when there is no reason to be."
"I have raised a wise daughter. We will solve this, I promise."
She offered him an encouraging nod before she stepped from the room, blowing out a long breath. The cat was out of the bag with her father, and he hadn't demanded she call the engagement off. Progress. She snaked through the halls to her bedroom, pushing inside to find Caroline tidying her vanity.
"Have you spoken with your father?"
I have, and I even told him everything that is going on with the Kingsleys. Caroline's eyes went wide as she straightened. Oh dear, how did he take it? Surprisingly well. He was not pleased, obviously, but he has not demanded I call off the engagement. That is excellent news, Your Highness. Well, Elena said as she adjusted her dress in the mirror. He did ask me to rethink it, but not because of that. It was a fleeting thing where he asked if I would postpone until this could be sorted. I do feel for him though, Caroline. All of this is on his shoulders.
And yours. You are the future Queen of Eldoria.
Well, perhaps. The legislators seem to be in favor of keeping this. Elena sighed as she sank onto the edge of her bed. Why, I cannot understand. You know, some of them may see the monarchy as something sacred.
To allow a commoner into it may seem, well, common.
But commoners aren't terrible people or anything to be ashamed of. We are not sacred. We are people. People who grow up learning about the profound sense of duty we must undertake, but people just the same. A commoner ascending as a consort is hardly tainting the monarchy.
Perhaps not, though I imagine they feel every Tom, Dick and Harry may attempt to win over a prince or princess.
That is ridiculous. And even if it turned out to be the case, it is entirely up to that prince or princess who their spouse should be. Well, let us hope your father can make them understand that. Elena frowned at the area rug under her feet. You make a very interesting point, though, Caroline, and I don't know what to do about it.
Caroline knitted her brows. What do you mean?
Some of them probably do view the monarchy as sacred, and I haven't a clue as to how to reverse this idea without diminishing our roles. Caroline sank onto the bed next to her, sliding an arm around her shoulder.
It is a conundrum, though I am certain you will solve it. Your role should not be diminished, because you are the keeper of this country.
I certainly hope we can. I love Nathan, and I can think of marrying no one else, but the sense of duty I have to Eldoria is making that very difficult to be happy about.
Well, perhaps your appointments today will help relax your mind and clarify your next steps.
Let us hope,
Elena said. Caroline rose and retrieved her handbag, handing it off to Elena as she strode to the door.
Thank you, Caroline. See you soon.
Her lady's maid offered her a smile and a nod as she stepped into the hall. She froze as the door clicked closed behind her, her features twisting into a frown.
"Hello, Elena," Julian said with a smirk.
The air chilled as he stepped closer, his voice dripping with ominous delight.
"What do you want?"
she demanded.
He wiggled his eyebrows.
"I have some news I wanted to share, and I thought you should be the first to know."
Her pulse raced as he said the words, his voice filled with the haughtiness that belied a coup he thought he had. What bombshell would he drop now? Chapter 10. Nate. Nate paced the floor of the library, his lower lip aching from the amount of gnawing he'd already done on it. Stephen's admission about leaving the house and going near Chloe's apartment last night had been enough to put him over the edge. But the second bit of information had sliced at him like a knife. Mom was there. His heart thudded against his ribs again. What was his mother doing at Chloe's in the middle of the night, just before the woman was murdered? He didn't want to suspect the woman who had raised him to be kind, compassionate, and caring. But Chloe had come close to ruining the lives of both of her sons. Had she snapped and wanted to put a stop to it before things got worse? He ran a shaky hand through his hair, wondering if they'd be facing a trouble none of them had ever seen coming. His father fully expected Stephen to be a suspect, but what if surveillance video made his mother the target? With a shaky hand, he pulled his cell phone from his pocket and pressed the call button next to Elena's name. She answered after 2 rings, the sound of her familiar voice already easing the tension between his shoulder blades.
"Nathan, how are you? Has there been any developments?
Yeah, I really needed someone to talk to. I'm sorry to dump this on you, but...
You're not dumping anything, darling. We're a team.
He turned sharply, his footsteps sinking silently into the thick, ornate rug that sprawled across the library's floor. Right.
What's happened? Has Stephen been accused?
No, not yet, but...
Nathan?
She prodded gently. He froze, sliding his eyes closed as he tried to find the strength to say the words aloud. Stephen admitted he went out last night, to Chloe's. He swears he never went inside.
Oh, no. Do you believe he was caught on any cameras? Will the police assume he was involved?
He inhaled sharply, his hand clutching at the fabric over his stomach as a tight knot of anxiety twisted within. I'm not sure, but there's something else.
What is it?
He says while he was there, he saw someone else at Chloe's.
Oh?
Her voice said, sounding hopeful.
Well, that's a good thing, right? There is another suspect then.
Nate eased into a leather club chair, perching on the edge as he let his forehead fall into his palm. Yeah, that's the thing, though, he answered, his voice breaking. It was my mom.
What?
The shock in her voice was apparent.
Oh, Nathan, you cannot believe that...
I don't. I mean, I don't want to, but she was so upset, Ellie. She was so upset that Chloe was still causing trouble. She was just beside herself about what was going on, and I just can't help but wonder if... His voice trailed off as he sucked in a deep breath, unable to say the words out loud because they felt like a betrayal.
Nathan, you cannot go there. Your mother would not do this.
What if she did, Ellie? His voice broke again as he held in conflicting emotions.
Then she had a reason. But I refuse to believe your mother is a cold-blooded killer. I can't even believe things turned heated and she lashed out. But I absolutely do not believe she went over there with the intention to harm Chloe. Have a strong word with her? Yes. Harm her? No.
He sucked in a shaky breath as he latched on to her statements, repeating them over and over in his mind. Yeah, you're right.
Of course I am.
Her voice, light and teasing, lifted his mood slightly. But even if you are, this could be trouble we never saw coming. Elena clicked her tongue, her voice turning wistful.
Oh, darling, how I wish I could be there to wrap my arms around you and make you feel better.
I wish you could do that too. His mind flicked to his surprise visit to Eldoria that had now been postponed thanks to this mess. Even in death, Chloe continued to haunt them. How are things looking there? Are you still going to be a peasant if you marry me? She chuckled at the words.
So far, yes. But my father is working on it full steam, so we hope to have results soon.
His heart sank at the words. He'd asked her to walk away from her crown for him once before, and now he felt awful that she may face that exact fate if they married. Oh, Ellie, I am so sorry. I feel so responsible.
You're not. King Eddam from 600 years ago is responsible for this, not you. And it's a ridiculous farce of a decree anyway. Are royals somehow better than others? Nonsense.
He sucked in a breath, his head shaking. Well, they may regret your choice in commoners if this all hits the papers.
I am hoping for your sakes it doesn't. Though I promised to keep this quiet, but I told my father.
His heart didn't just drop, it plummeted. Perhaps their engagement would soon be called off.
He was incredibly supportive, so please do not worry. I hadn't planned on it, but thought it was important that he should know, in case we must postpone our announcement.
He didn't ask you to rethink the marriage?
No. He did not ask me to rethink based on your circumstances. Did I tell you that Prince Eric is about to become just regularly old commonplace Eric?
Huh? Nate screwed up his face at the words.
Yes. Apparently, the Corinthian government is considering removing the royals. That would strip Eric of his title entirely. An interesting tidbit from my cousin Isabel, who has been surprisingly helpful.
Wow, sounds like things are really interesting over there.
They are, and I hope they will become uninteresting soon. I would very much like our biggest problem to be white or off-white.
He chuckled at the words. I'm told by my father to leave those decisions entirely to you.
Have you no input on white versus off-white?
I don't.
What about ivory versus alabaster? Or porcelain versus beige?
Whatever color you think is best, I am 100% on board with.
Lazy,
she teased.
Well, I've got to run, darling, but I do hope you get good news soon. Keep me updated via text?
I will. And Ellie?
Yes?
Thanks. He ended the call after they expressed their love for one another and eased back into the leather cushion. She'd lifted his mood somewhat. At least they had hope for their future, but the mess in Sterling City continued to plague him. He needed to speak with his father about it. They shouldn't have any surprises. He forced himself from the chair, leaving the library behind and striding through the halls to his father's office. He poked his head in, expecting to find his dad staring out the window. Instead, it looked like Command Central during a war. Legal assistants hurried around the room, taking notes or receiving instructions from Clifford. "What's going on?" he asked as he stepped inside. "Hi, Nate," his father answered. "Friend on the force says to prepare for some questions to come our way. I don't expect it to stop there. I'm guessing there will be charges. We're trying to strategize." He glanced around the room, finding Stephen absent. "Has Stephen talked to you about anything?" Charles squashed his eyebrows together as he snapped his gaze to Nate. "Should he have?" "I think so," Nate answered. "Can we speak privately?" "Give me a second, Cliff," Charles said, patting the man on the shoulder as he skirted his desk. They left the office behind, heading for the living room. Charles crossed to the drink cart with a heavy sigh, pouring himself a bourbon despite the early hour. "Please don't tell me you have some dirt on your brother you plan to use." "No," Nate said with a shake of his head. "No, Dad, I'd never do that. Stephen and I have had our differences. We've clashed in both our business and personal lives, but this is different. We've talked, and we're trying to put the past behind us." "Good. That's good. We may need to band together as a family behind your brother. He's going to need all of our support." "Yeah, I understand that, but Dad, there's something you should know." "What is it?" "Well, first of all, Stephen did leave the house last night. He went to Chloe's, but he says he didn't go inside. I'm the only one who knows that, I think." "Someone else knows it because the cops are looking to bring someone in for questioning. That's the scuttlebutt, anyway." Nate tugged his lips back, the weight of the next piece of information crushing him. "Yeah, I'm a little worried it won't be Stephen." His father eyed him over the rim of his tumbler. "Nate, please don't tell me you went to see her." "Not me," Nate said, a lump forming in his throat. "Dad, when Stephen and I spoke, he said he—" "What? Spit it out, Nate." Nate centered his eyes on his father, his stomach twisting. "Stephen said he saw Mom there. Dad, I'm concerned the questions coming aren't for Stephen. They're for Mom." His father choked on the bourbon he sipped before he slammed the glass down on the table. "What? Is he sure?" Nate lifted his shoulders. "He seems to be sure. He said he went by and saw Mom there, and she was beside herself yesterday about this, Dad. I mean, she was really upset." "Watch what you're saying. Even the implication—" "No, I know." Nate held his hands up. "I know. I don't think she did anything, but, Dad, if there are surveillance cameras—" "I need to discuss this with Cliff, see if we can get some information from his source."
He strode toward the door, leaving Nate behind in the living room. He blew out a breath as his eyes fell to the half-full glass of bourbon. The pressure made him want to dull the intense emotions coursing through him with a drink. He crossed to the tumbler, his fingers lingering on the cool glass as he stared down at the amber liquid. His own distorted reflection stared back. Memories of the damage he'd done when he'd been drinking before taunted him. With a sharp inhale, he yanked his hand away, pushing his thoughts to Elena. He didn't need alcohol to numb his pain. He had the support system he needed now. He strode from the room, leaving the drink behind, and climbed the stairs, hoping to find his mother. A conversation about what happened when she visited Chloe may set his mind at ease. Before he reached the first landing, a knock sounded at the door. A shiver snaked down his spine, and he froze, twisting to view the door as a maid hurried to answer it.
"Nate, what's going on?"
Maddie asked as she bounced down the stairs toward him. He didn't answer as the woman stepped back to allow 2 plainclothes police officers into the foyer. The man scrolled through something on his phone as the woman let her gaze scan the room. I'll take care of this," Nate said as he hurried down the stairs toward the maid who offered to set them up in the living room and find his father. The woman nodded before she scurried into a back hall. "Hi, I'm Nate Kingsley. Can I help you?" The female officer stuck her hand out. "I'm Detective Nelson. This is my partner, Detective Horner. We're investigating Chloe Danvers Kingsley's death." Nate set his hands on his hips, his heart tapping a frenetic beat against his ribs. "Right. Terrible shame." The woman arched an eyebrow. "Is it? It's my understanding you and she did not get along." Nate shifted his weight from foot to foot. "We, had our differences. We were a couple, but broke up." "She slept with your brother, right?" Nate tried to stop himself from grimacing. "Yes, she did." "And did that make you angry?" "I'm not angry about it, no. I have moved on." "Oh, great for you. Well, we're not actually here to dredge up your past with Chloe. We're here to speak with someone else. Is Victoria home?"
"My mom?"
Maddie asked as she descended the stairs, her features twisted with confusion. "Maddie, I'll handle this." Nate held up a hand to stop her. "Have you seen your mom today?" the woman asked Maddie. "Whoa," Nate said, stepping between them. "Why don't you have a seat in the living room and I'll—"
"Why would you be looking for my mom?"
Maddie asked. "Maddie, please." Before Nate could send the detectives into another room and prepare the family, Victoria appeared on the landing. "It's okay, Nate and Maddie. I'm here. I think it's me you're looking for."
"Victoria Kingsley?"
Detective Nelson asked. Victoria nodded as she descended the stairs, her features stoic. "Yes." "We're going to need you to come down to the station with us to answer some questions."
"Why?"
Maddie questioned.
"Why are you asking my mom questions?"
"Maddie, please," Victoria said as she slid a lock of Maddie's hair behind her ear. "I'd be happy to come down, but I'd prefer my legal counsel to be with me." Detective Nelson arched an eyebrow again. "That's your right, though you aren't being charged with anything. Yet."
"Yet?"
Maddie's voice turned into a high-pitched squeal.
"Why are you questioning my mom?"
"Because," the detective answered, "your mother was quite possibly the last person to see Mrs. Kingsley alive." Maddie's eyes went wide as her knees started to buckle. Nate grabbed her to steady her as tears rolled down her cheeks.
"No, Mom."
"Maddie, it's okay. I'm just going to answer their questions. Nate, can you tell Clifford to meet me there?" "Yeah," he answered, his voice just above a whisper. The detective motioned for Victoria to follow them.
"No,"
Maddie whined, clinging to Nate as her mother calmly followed the police from the house. Nate stroked her hair, holding her close to him as the door clicked shut. The implication of the officer's last words was obvious. They may not have slapped the handcuffs on her, but she was their top suspect. They thought Victoria Kingsley
was a murderer.
Chapter 11. Elena. Elena ended the call with Nate, sinking onto a bench in the garden. Her heart sank from the weight of the words exchanged over the call. Their relationship had been difficult to start with, and now that they were finally able to publicly announce their engagement, life threw a series of curveballs that stalled their plans once more. "Your Highness?" Caroline asked. "Are you ill? Should I tell the Ladies' Guild you won't make the award ceremony?"
"No," Elena answered with a sigh. "I just needed a moment. Things are difficult for Nathan."
"Oh no, I had hoped for some good news from him."
"It seems good news is not the theme of the day, Caroline." Elena rose and adjusted the hem of her skirt. Julian's words lingered in the back of her mind, like a dark cloud she couldn't dispel. She took a deep breath, trying to center herself amidst the swirl of duty and personal turmoil. "Let's give out this award for the loveliest bloom, then we'll have much to discuss." Caroline offered her a smile as they strolled forward toward the fountain at the park center. They skirted past the chairs set up and already filling with the Flower Guild's members. "Oh, Your Highness," the president of the society said as she approached. "Thank you ever so much for being here. We were so excited that you would present the award for the best bloom of the season this year." "I'm so pleased to do it. Caroline showed me pictures. It seemed the competition was quite fierce. They all looked lovely to me." "Oh, you are so kind. Well, the best bloom was not only spectacular, but had staying power. That gave her the edge." Elena offered a polite smile as the women continued to fill in the seats facing the dais. She slid into her own chair next to Caroline, her mind as far from the award ceremony as it could be. She wondered how Nate was faring. Were they dealing with something else on the investigation front, or had the focus turned to others? And what of the royal decree? Given the news she'd received this morning from Julian, she didn't hold out much hope. In front of her at the podium, the woman yammered on about the blooms they'd seen, how judging was handled, and more about the final selections. Elena tried to focus on her speech, but her mind kept drifting away to Sterling City. She perked up as the woman finally mentioned the award. "And we are so pleased to have Her Royal Highness with us to present the award for this year's Best Bloom." The woman slicked a lock of her brunette hair behind her ear as she twisted toward Elena. With a smile, Elena rose and crossed to the trophy on the table. "For her lovely and long-lasting rose bloom, this year's Best Bloom Award goes to Madeline Chase." Applause rang out as a giddy woman leapt from her seat and climbed the steps to the dais, grinning from ear to ear. Elena smiled at her, shaking her hand before she passed the trophy toward her. "Congratulations, it was a lovely flower." Cameras clicked as they paused with the trophy between them for photos. After a few more exchanged pleasantries, the award ceremony broke up for refreshments. Elena sipped the tangy, sweet punch, the citrus flavors mingling with the buttery taste of the shortbread cookie she nibbled on. Around her, the garden buzzed with the soft chatter of the guild members, the air fragrant with the scent of freshly cut grass and fall flowers. As they slid into the back seat of the waiting car, Elena heaved a sigh. "What's next?" "Reading at the library." "Oh, that sounds all right. Quiet." "Are you certain you were all right?" "I am distracted," Elena admitted as she stared at the passing scenery. "Well, we have some time before we reach the library. It is in the next town over." Elena let her head fall against the headrest. "Wonderful." Caroline adjusted a lock of Elena's hair, a consoling smile on her features. "How bad are things with Mr. Kingsley? Would you like to talk about it?" Elena's shoulders slumped. "Mrs. Kingsley, Nathan's mother, visited Chloe just before her death." "Oh, heavens," Caroline said. "You don't think—" "Of course not," Elena said with a shake of her head. "But it could cause quite a bit of trouble for them." "Yes, of course," Caroline sighed.
And what about Prince Julian? You mentioned he said something to you earlier. Elena shifted her gaze out the window again, the bitter conversation passing through her mind. He did. He accosted me just as I left my bedroom this morning to tell me news that he thought I should be the first to hear. Oh dear.
What was it?
He claims he has managed to secure a number of legislators that will vote against a new decree rescinding the marriage requirement, Elena relayed, her voice a mixture of anger and disbelief. She clenched her fists on her lap, feeling a cold dread settle in her stomach as the potential consequences of Julian's manipulation began to dawn on her. Caroline frowned as she shifted her portfolio on her lap. He could have been lying. I would not put it past him. Elena licked her lips. Perhaps, though he also hinted that he'd exposed my relationship in Sterling City. I suppose the legislators on his side found it unbecoming of a future monarch. Caroline rubbed Elena's shoulder. Oh, Your Highness, I am so sorry about this. I am not, Elena said, fighting the tears welling in her eyes. I love Nathan, and I will be pleased to marry him, though I do wish it was not at the expense of Eldoria. And I am certain it will not be. The legislators will see this. They will see that the monarchy under Julian's lead will be a disaster. There is Alexander, Elena answered, who I am certain has already been defamed by his loving brother. Elena huffed out a chuckle. You are likely correct. Someone will see through him, Your Highness. He is a snake, and his actions will be shown for exactly what they are. We can only hope, though it may still mean the decree stands. I am not certain the legislators know what this will lead to. Perhaps they ought to be told. I suggested this, though with the murder charge hanging over the Kingsleys, I am not certain it is a wise idea to open that can of worms. Will you not announce your engagement until this is over? Elena let her gaze fall to her lap. I don't know, Caroline. I told Father I would consider it, but I desperately do not wish to do that. They arrived at the library, concluding their conversation. Elena was ushered into a small room with children lined on a rug and handed a book. She spent 30 minutes reading them a classic fairy tale before posing for a few pictures with several of them before she climbed back into the car. That's all for today, Caroline reported as the vehicle slid away from the library. No, it's not, Elena said with a shake of her head. I have one more thing I must do. Caroline opened the portfolio and shuffled through papers. I haven't anything on the list, Your Highness. Have I forgotten something? It is not on the schedule, Elena said, patting Caroline's hand. You have missed nothing. Caroline arched an eyebrow. What is it? I must pack. Pack? Elena offered her a curt nod. Yes, I decided whilst reading that little fairy tale that I must go to Sterling City. Go to Sterling City? Caroline exclaimed. Now? Yes, right away. Will you please make the arrangements and help me with my packing? Well, Caroline shifted in her seat, her features twisting with uncertainty. I will help you with anything, Your Highness, though is now the appropriate time to go to Sterling City? Nathan needs my support. If this is not the appropriate time to go, there is none. But you are dealing with so much here, and you need his support too. It's not the same. This is much larger than the loss of the crown. I know my father would disagree, but this is their lives, Caroline. Nathan is deeply worried about what this investigation could mean for his family, and I need to be there to support him through this challenging time. Now, will you help me? Of course. I shall make the arrangements the moment we arrive at the palace. Will you run it past your father first? Elena tugged a corner of her lips back into a slight frown. I will inform him when I am on the plane. Oh, Your Highness, Caroline said with a click of her tongue. His Majesty will be furious if you skip town. I'm not skipping town, Caroline, but He will tell me not to go, convince me I am needed here. Perhaps you are. He is fighting to ensure you maintain your path to the throne. I'm certain he sees you as a vital part of that. And I see myself as a vital part of Nathan's support structure. Disappearing now may put the final nail in your coffin, Your Highness. The legislators may believe this is exactly the problem. You are leaving Eldoria to tend to the needs of your future husband. That could happen with a royal as well. Perhaps Prince Eric demands I support him whilst they battle the removal of the royal family in Corinthia. Would it be all right for me to pander to another royal? I suppose you have a point. I do not mean to argue, Your Highness. I only want the best for you. Elena patted her lady's maid's hand. I know, Caroline, and I adore you all the more for challenging me. But if they feel I am leaving Eldoria behind to care for my spouse's needs, well then, they ought to write the law that I should remain unmarried. That will never happen. You must produce an heir. Then they ought to understand how a marriage of any kind works. A wonderful point, Your Highness. When we arrive at the palace, I will make the arrangements for the flight, then come to assist you with the packing. Elena heaved a sigh. And I will tell my father of my intentions to leave. Caroline nodded at her with a smile. Very good, Your Highness. Aren't you going to tell me you are proud of me for facing my father? Caroline chuckled as she patted Elena's hand. I am so very proud of you, darling, which is why I really hope the legislature pulls their heads out of their you-know-what and revises this law. You will be an excellent queen for this country. Thank you, Caroline. We shall see, but for now I must help Nathan. The car rolled to a stop outside of the palace doors, and Elena hurried inside, asking one of the staff for her father's location. She found him in his office, brooding at the window.
Elena, he said as he twisted to face her. All finished with your busy schedule of events?
Yes and no. There is one more thing I must do. I have come to inform you of it, but I do not wish to argue.
Oh dear, that sounds ominous.
I'm flying to Stirling City tonight, Elena announced, her voice steady despite the flutter of nerves in her stomach. She watched her father's face closely, bracing for the storm of objections she expected would follow. His eyebrows raised toward his hairline.
What?
I spoke with Nathan earlier. Mrs. Kingsley was seen at Chloe's apartment. He is afraid this may make her a suspect. I would like to go support him through this as much as possible. I feel my hands are tied while this far away. Her father stared at her for a moment before his features pinched.
I suppose you have made up your mind. There is nothing I can do to change it?
No, father, there is not. I do hope to have your support on it, though. He flicked his gaze down to his feet.
I would like you here to help with the issue of the decree, though I have tied your hands on that, haven't I?
Elena offered him a fleeting smile and a soft chuckle. You have. And if I am needed, I will return. But right now, you are handling the matter.
It's just that, if someone should ask where you are, perhaps they would like to speak with you about the matter.
They may call. Father, this in no way affects my loyalty to this country, but I will also have an obligation to my spouse, whether he be of noble blood or not. Imagine if I were to marry Prince Eric. He has duties in Corinthia. My time would be split there too.
A very wise point, Elena, the king answered. Well then, I shall make them aware of that, and of how sound my daughter's logic is.
He grinned at her. She returned his expression before she crossed to him, slipping her arms around his neck for a rare embrace. He slid his arms around her and rubbed her back.
Oh, Elena, when did you grow up?
A little here and a little there, she said with a giggle. But I will always be your little girl.
I hope so. Please give my best to the Kingsleys. Such a tragic situation from all angles.
Yes, and I will. I hope it is solved quickly, and we are back here to announce our engagement as planned. Please keep me updated on the issue with the decree.
I will. Oh, and do not be surprised if Julian will use your absence against you.
She shook her head. I won't be. He made his usual threats this morning, claiming several legislators were on his side. We cannot let him win. If I come up with any ideas, I will let you know. Or if I hear from Isabel.
No information from her so far?
No, but I am unsurprised. Actually, I will be more surprised if she comes through with information. Elena offered a soft laugh. But on the off chance I hear from her, I will call immediately.
Take care, Elena. I do hope to see you soon.
They said their goodbyes before she visited her mother, informing her and saying goodbye. Within 2 hours, Caroline had her packed and ready to go. They boarded the plane and were in the air before the sun set on Aldoria. Will Mr. Kingsley pick you up at the airport? No, I want it to be a surprise, Elena answered. Well, I did arrange for a car and a hotel suite in the event we need it, so we will be prepared. Caroline smiled at her. I hope it's not an unwelcome surprise, Elena said with a frown. Caroline patted her hand before changing the subject. They discussed wedding details for the remainder of the flight until the wheels hit the ground in Stirling City. With their luggage loaded in the trunk, the driver took them to the Kingsley's residence first. Elena insisted on ringing the bell herself, rather than waiting in the car while Caroline did it. A maid opened the door, ushering them into the foyer. Maddie bounced down the stairs a moment later, a grin breaking out across her face. Her red eyes and nose betrayed that she had been crying. Elena wondered what had happened to lead to that. The girl raced toward her and flung her arms around her neck. Ellie! Oh, Ellie, I'm so glad you're here! As am I, Elena answered. I'm here to help. Might you tell Nathan I'm here? Maddie's features twisted, and she shook her head. I can't. Nate's not here. He's gone. Heat washed over Elena. Gone? To where? And what had happened that seemed to have Maddie so upset?
Chapter 12. Nate. Nate paced the floor of the living room, his eyes constantly going to the driveway. He drummed his fingers against his forearm, his stomach twisted into a tight knot. He'd watched his mother being led into the back of a police cruiser over an hour ago. Their family attorney had raced to the police station to be with her along with his father, but so far, they hadn't heard a word. His mind couldn't stop from imagining nightmare scenarios where things turned out horribly. Would his mother miss his engagement announcement because she was in jail for a crime he couldn't believe she had committed? Maddie sat hunched into a tight ball in an armchair, still sniffling.
Do you think Mom's going to have to spend the night in jail?
I think Clifford can get her out, Maddie.
Are you sure?
Her voice broke, filled with a sob. No, I'm not certain, okay? Nate snapped, irritation flashing in his eyes as he ran a shaky hand through his hair, struggling to contain his own fear and frustration. He twisted to find his sister's forehead resting on her knees as she sobbed again. Oh, Maddie, I'm sorry, he said with a shake of his head as he snaked his arm around her. Don't cry.
Don't cry?
She repeated, raising her head to stare at him, her features red and twisted with upset. Yeah, I mean, we don't know anything, and Clifford's a really good attorney, and Dad won't let anything happen to her. Maddie frowned at him, but gave a small nod. I'm sure we'll hear something soon. A knock sounded behind him, and he twisted to find Stephen in the doorway. No word yet? Nothing yet, Nate said with a shake of his head. Hey, Nate, can I talk to you for a second? Right now? Nate questioned, his gaze going to Maddie. Stephen nodded. Yeah, just for a second. Maddie, I'll be right outside. Try not to dwell on things, though, okay? He strode toward the door, drawing his brother away from the room into the foyer. What's up? Hey, just thinking, what if they question me, too? Like, I don't want to hurt Mom's case by saying where I was last night, Nate slid his eyes closed, scrubbing his face. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, do what Cliff says? I mean, you also don't want to lie to the police. Yeah, but my testimony could put Mom at the scene right before the murder. I don't want to be the reason she goes to jail, Nate. No kidding, Stephen, Nate answered, heat entering his voice. But I'm pretty sure the cops have some evidence that Mom was there already, so I'm not sure this matters. They came here looking for Mom when we all thought they'd be looking for you. Stephen slumped against the wall, letting his head fall back with a thud. I know. This is just insane. Why did I even marry her? I was a total idiot, he muttered, his voice laced with regret and self-reproach. Yeah, well, that makes two of us. She was very good at manipulating people. Stephen covered his face with his hands as he shook his head. I feel like we need to do something, I just don't know what. The best thing we can do right now is sit tight and see where this is going. We don't want to start creating problems where there aren't any. It could make things worse. Yeah, I get that, Nate. But we can't let Mom go to jail over something we both know she couldn't have done. And she won't. The truth will come out. Nate, come on. People are wrongfully accused all the time. We don't want the truth to come out like 5 years from now. Stephen's raised voice echoed off the walls of the too-quiet house. What? Maddie's voice squealed from behind Nate. He twisted to find her hovering in the doorway, a horrified expression on her features after overhearing their discussion. Maddie, Nate tried. The girl stormed past them, racing up the stairs to her room as fresh tears fell. Nate let out a muffled groan at the latest development. You gotta watch what you say, Stephen. She's really upset. We're all really upset. Yeah, well, she's still a kid, okay? She's afraid she's losing her mom. We're all afraid of that, Nate. Stephen stared at him, his features incredulous. Nate shifted his weight from foot to foot as the sudden realization of his circumstances struck him. He was the oldest. He was the one they all were looking toward to guide them. He reached out to clap his brother on the shoulder. I know, but we'll get through this, okay? If they do call you in to question you, just don't say anything until Cliff's with you. And then do whatever he tells you, okay? He knows about Mom's case and yours. Stephen bobbed his head shakily. Right, okay. Hopefully it won't come to that. I really just hope this is all a formality and someone confesses or something. I'm not sure we're going to get that lucky. But if they found out that Mom was there, maybe they have a few people on their list. Maybe someone else went to her apartment last night. Yeah, that has to be it. Mom didn't do this. No, I don't think she did either. He shoved aside the thoughts in his brain that said otherwise. His mother wasn't the type to snap and do something foolish. She was innocent. For now, all we can do is wait. Right. Okay. Let me know if you hear anything. I will. I'm going to check on Maddie. Okay. Thanks, Nate. Stephen hesitated for a moment before he pulled his brother into a hug, clapping his back. It seemed like it had been eons since they'd shared a brotherly hug. Chloe had torn them apart once, and now she was bringing them back together. Maybe something good would come from all of this mess. Nate pulled back, patting his brother's shoulder. We'll get through it. After another nod from Stephen, he left his brother behind and climbed the stairs, snaking through the halls toward Maddie's room. Music blared from within as he banged on the door. Maddie, open up! She didn't answer. Maddie, come on, open the door. What you heard... Look, Stephen was just upset, okay? He banged against the door again before he sighed. All right, fine. I'm coming in, ready or not. He twisted the knob, finding the door unlocked, and pushed into her room. He inched further into the frilly room, finding Maddie lying in a heap on her bed. He twisted the knob on her speaker to turn down the music. Leave it up, she complained. No, I won't. Come on, Maddie. You're a kid, but you're not a baby. Her features twisted as she curled her fingers into fists.
Do you think Mom's going to jail for a long time?
No, Nate said with a shake of his head.
Well, that's not what Steven said.
Well, Steven is just saying stuff, okay? He's just upset. She sniffled again.
You stink at this.
He let his head fall back between his shoulder blades. Yeah, well, I'm sorry I'm not Mom, okay?
Or Dad.
He rubbed his temples. Or Dad.
You better start learning,
she answered, her lips still tugged into a tight frown.
If you and Ellie have kids, you don't want to stink at talking to them.
I will just let Ellie talk to them if I'm bad at it.
That's crappy, Nate. You should be a good dad.
I will be a good dad. I will be, but... Okay, Maddie, look. We don't know what's going to happen. All we can do right now is stick together. Mom didn't do this, so let's just hope the truth comes out really soon, okay?
What if it doesn't, though?
She sat up, tears welling again.
What if we all lose Mom because they think she did it?
We're going to fight to make sure that doesn't happen, okay? Maddie sat back on her heels, chewing her lower lip.
Right. Okay. Maybe we should, investigate or something.
Nate screwed up his face. What?
Investigate. You know, like in Nancy Drew.
Maddie, this isn't a novel. We're not going to go prowling around searching for clues and probably getting in trouble. We're just going to wait to hear something and go from there.
Wait.
She threw her arms in the air, her lips tugging into a frustrated frown.
I'm sick of waiting.
Hopefully we'll hear something soon. Just sit tight. I'm going to call Dad and see if there are any updates.
Okay. Will you let me know after you talk to him?
Yeah, Nate said with a nod as he dug his cell phone from his pocket. He backed his way from her, pulling the door closed as he blew out a long breath. His thumb hovered over Elena's name for a second. He nearly pressed the call button, but he preferred not to disturb her in case she had turned in early. With the time difference, she'd likely be in bed or close. Instead, he found his father's name and dialed. Nate, Charles answered a moment later. Everything okay there? How are you all holding up? We're all pretty upset, Dad. Any word on when they may be finished with Mom? Nothing yet. They've been questioning her since we got here. Nate's heart sank at the words. Is there a chance it won't go any further than this? Hard to say. I'm hoping they'll give her a break soon and I can get some information from Cliff. Oh, wait. He's coming out now. Let me give you a call back as soon as I've spoken to him. Okay, Dad. Good luck. Nate ended the call, pacing the floor as he waited for the phone to ring again. Seconds seemed like hours as he stared at his phone, willing it to ring. The longer the conversation went on between his father and Cliff, the more complications it probably had. Would Steven's worry about their mother going to prison come to pass? After what seemed like an eternity, his phone rang again. He bobbled it in a desperate attempt to swipe to accept the call with sweaty palms. Dad, what's up? Police are going to let her come home. She can't leave the country, but no charges yet. He pressed a hand against his chest, allowing his heart rate to slow a little. Thank goodness. Don't celebrate just yet. I don't think this is over, but for now we're safe. Good, that's good. Hey, Nate, there's something else I'd like you to do, though. Name it, he answered. I want you to take Maddie and Steven to Eldoria, tonight. Nate crinkled his brow. Tonight? Dad, we're not leaving with all of this going on. I really think you should. I don't want Steven anywhere near this, given what he could say to the cops, or any of you to see what they may put in the papers. Dad, Nate, I'm not kidding. Now, make the arrangements. Your mom and I will be home within the hour, I think. We'll say our goodbyes and you'll go to Eldoria, where you belong. They finished the call with a few last items before Nate ended it, swallowing hard. He didn't want to run off during a crisis, but Elena was facing a crisis too. Maybe he could be of more help there. while also keeping his siblings from living through what could become a major scandal. The tug in his heart to see Elena was strong, yet abandoning his family was not an option. What should he do? Send Maddie and Steven? He paced back and forth, trying to think through his options. Both his fiancée and his family needed him. How could he choose? Time slipped away as he tried to think through his options. Voices floated to him, calling him back to the present. He glanced up to find his parents striding toward him. "Mom," he said, his voice filled with relief. "Thank goodness." He pulled her into a tight embrace. "We've all been so worried." "I'm fine, Nate," she said, her voice tired but reassuring as she rubbed his back. "I'm just fine." He pulled back, concern etched on his face. "What happened? How did the questioning go?" She raised her eyebrows as she shrugged. "I was honest. I told them the truth. I did go to see Chloe last night. I asked her to leave my boys and my family alone. Told her she'd done enough damage." "And?" Nate asked. Victoria's forehead creased. "And what? I left." "You don't think—" No, of course not," Nate said with a shake of his head. Did they ask you that? Did they believe you when you told them she was alive when you left?"
"I did tell them. I don't know what they believed, but no charges yet, so that's a good thing. Have you talked to Maddie and Steven about leaving yet?"
"No, because, Mom, if you need us here, we're staying here."
"Honey, I'm going to be fine. I want you to go to Eldoria. I want you away from all of this, and with your fiancé. I'm sure Ellie would like to see you and have your help with the wedding planning."
Nate smiled at her. "Yeah, and I'd love to see her."
"You were nearly out the door before Steven got arrested. It shouldn't take this much coaxing, Nate."
"I just want to be here for you if you need it."
"I don't. I'm insisting you go to Eldoria. Take your brother and your sister away from all of this. We'll join you as soon as everything is cleared up."
He bobbed his head. "Okay, I'll tell Steven and call for the plane. You may want to see Maddie next. She's been beside herself."
"I'm sure. I wish she didn't have to see what she saw."
Victoria shook her head before she stepped around Nate to Maddie's door. Nate bobbed his head. "She'll be okay, but she will be very happy to see you." They parted ways with Nate heading to Steven's room to pass along the news. Both brothers grabbed their bags again, sending them to be packed in the car, while Nate made the arrangements to leave on the private jet. When he returned to Maddie's room, he found her still clinging to their mother.
"I'm not going. I want to stay with Mom."
"Maddie, you should go. You can help Ellie with the wedding."
"I'll help her when we can all go,"
Maddie insisted. "Come on, Maddie," Nate said with a grin. "Come with us. You can explore Eldoria to your heart's content."
"No, I'm not leaving."
"This has been going on since I got home. Why don't you and Steven go and leave her here?" "Well, Mom, we could all stay." Victoria rubbed her daughter's shoulder before she rose from the edge of the bed and crossed to Nate. "No, I want you far from this. I don't want your name on any of this. You go and be with Ellie. We'll be there soon, I promise." He read the insistence in his mother's eyes. She'd allow the youngest of her children to stay home, but that was it. She wanted the two adults, the two the media would hound for a statement, out of harm's way. He couldn't blame her. "Okay, Mom. If it helps, we'll go." "It does. Maddie needs to stay. She may be best here." "Okay," he said with a nod. "I guess Steven and I will spend some quality brother time." "You need it," she answered with a smile as she patted his cheek. "I'll walk you down so I can say goodbye to Steven." Within 20 minutes, they'd said their goodbyes, made the short trip to the private airstrip, and boarded the plane. And several hours later, they were descending through Eldorian airspace. The plane's wheels bounced off the ground, and within minutes, he and Steven climbed into the car he'd arranged to take them to the palace. He hoped arriving unannounced wouldn't be an issue, but he wanted to surprise Elena. They easily made it through the gates and were in the palace's foyer shortly after. Nate shifted his weight from foot to foot as he waited for one of the maids to deliver the message to Elena.
"Hope they're not mad,"
Stephen whispered. "Yeah, me too." A moment later, Queen Sophia appeared at the top of the stairs, descending them with grace as she offered a warm smile.
"Mr. Kingsley, and Mr. Kingsley, this is a surprise."
"Yes," Nate said, curious about Elena's whereabouts. "Sorry for the unannounced arrival. I wanted to surprise Elena." The Queen's smile never left her face as she joined them, hands clasped in front of her.
"How lovely, though I'm afraid impossible."
His stomach clenched at the words. "Impossible?"
"Yes. Elena is not here. She's gone."
His world tumbled around him at the words. Where was Elena?
Chapter 13. Elena. Elena stared, her jaw hanging open and her brow furrowed. "What do you mean Nathan is not here?" Her stomach twisted into a knot. "Is he at the police station? Has something happened?" Why don't you come in and sit down? I'm not sure what you know, but a lot has happened." Elena slid a nervous glance to Caroline, who slipped a consoling arm around Elena's shoulders as they followed Maddie into the living room. "Can I get you anything?" Maddie asked as Elena perched on the edge of a chair. "Nothing other than answers." "Maddie, have you been crying?" The girl's features pinched as she eased into an armchair. "Yes. Did Nate tell you that Mom had to go in for questioning?" Elena sucked in a sharp breath. "No. I knew she'd visited Chloe before her death, but not that she'd been taken in for questioning. Has she been charged?" Maddie shook her head. "No." Elena bobbed her head. "Well, at least that's something. Do you expect charges?" Maddie opened her mouth to answer when Victoria strode into the room. "Maddie, Her eyes went wide as her gaze flicked between Caroline and Elena. "Ellie!" Elena rose, a tentative smile on her face. "Hello, Mrs. Kingsley. I do apologize for the interruption. However, I felt I had to come to support you all." Victoria's features softened with gratitude. "Oh, Ellie, you didn't need to do that, but we certainly appreciate it." She crossed the room to pull Elena into a tight hug. "Maddie has been filling me in on what has happened. What a terrible shame you've been dragged to the police station. I do hope that is the end of it for you." Victoria wiggled her eyebrows as she pulled back from Elena. "I would love to think so, but I'm not certain. We're just waiting for the investigation to proceed forward right now." "Of course. I do hope you hear good news soon. Is Nathan at the police station now?" Victoria's lips tugged back in a wince as she shot a glance at Maddie. No." "Oh? Where is he? Please don't tell me he's thrown himself into work to avoid this situation." Victoria's features pinched before they broke into a tentative grin. "You're not going to believe this. And you may even find it funny, though I doubt it." Elena held her breath, a knot of anxiety tightening in her stomach as she braced herself for the information about her fiancé's whereabouts. "Nate went to Eldoria earlier." "He did what?" Elena gasped, her knees buckling slightly as the weight of the revelation hit her. She steadied herself, barely catching the back of the chair to prevent a full collapse. Victoria huffed out a forced laugh. "Yes, I can't believe it. We sent him with Stephen to Eldoria to escape this madness. We wanted Maddie to go too, but—" Maddie crossed to her mother and looped an arm through hers. "I didn't want to leave." "Of course not. I'm surprised Nathan wanted to leave." "We asked him to go," Victoria said. "He very much wanted to stay and help, but I wanted them both out of the media's reach, and I thought Nate could help you with some of the wedding planning, and you could spend some time together." A slight chuckle escaped Elena before it turned into a giggle,
finally morphing into a full belly laugh. Victoria, Maddie, and Caroline joined in with her. Elena sank into the chair as she clapped a hand over her mouth to suppress her laughter. "Oh, well, it is rather comical, as you suggested, Mrs. Kingsley. I've flown over here to surprise Nathan and offer my support, and he has flown to Eldoria as a surprise to offer his." Victoria's chuckle softened as she nodded, her eyes twinkling with a mix of amusement and lingering concern. "We are a pair, aren't we?" Elena said. "I'm so sorry for this. I suppose I thought he'd tell you." "No," Maddie said with a shake of her head. "He wanted it to be a surprise. We were actually supposed to leave a few days ago, then the next morning, and then, well, everything went sideways." "Yes, I can imagine how chaotic everything must have been," Elena said, her voice tinged with empathy as she nodded slowly, fully absorbing the gravity of Maddie's situation. "Well, I'm sure you'll want to return to Eldoria. I'm not certain if you prefer to fly back tonight or tomorrow morning, but you are both welcome to stay with us if you prefer tomorrow." "Oh, please stay," Maddie said, clasping her hands together in front of her. "Please, Ellie, we can have a sleepover."
"Maddie, she isn't a kid," Victoria said, "and I'm sure she has more important things to do than have a sleepover here. She's come to see Nate."
Elena smiled at them both. "I had hoped to see Nathan. However, I also would love to discuss something with you, Maddie. If you wouldn't mind, I would very much like to take you up on the offer to stay."
"Not at all. We're happy to have you stay. I'll have rooms made up."
Victoria shifted her weight toward the door, then hesitated.
"Ellie, thank you so much for coming. This means a lot to us. And Nate will just be thrilled to know you thought this much of him. I know I am. As a mother, I'm warmed by the fact that you'd come out to support my son. You're going to make a wonderful spouse."
Elena pressed a hand to her heart before she pulled Victoria into another embrace.
"That means so much to me, Mrs. Kingsley." "Well, it's not undeserved," Victoria said as she pulled back. "I told Nate that you bring out the best in him. I'm so glad he found you."
"I feel the same way about him," Elena answered.
"I'll have those rooms made up."
Victoria disappeared from the room as Maddie grabbed Elena by the hand. "Come up to my room while you wait. We can talk." "All right," Elena said with a nod, motioning for Caroline to follow. "Though I should try to call Nathan. I'm certain he's quite stunned if he's arrived in Eldoria already." "I'll bet," Maddie said with a nod. "He should be there by now. Poor Nate, he's going to be so disappointed." "I wonder who will greet him when he arrives, mother or father?" Elena tugged her lips back as she shot a glance at Caroline. "It could be a disaster." Caroline covered a giggle.
"Let's hope Her Majesty. Poor Mr. Kingsley would be quite overwhelmed to see His Majesty instead of you."
"You can call him as soon as we get to my room," Maddie promised as she led them through the hall to her door.
They pushed into the room and Maddie threw herself across the bed.
"Make yourselves comfortable." Caroline settled into one of the barrel chairs along with Elena, who tugged her phone from her pocket to dial Nate. The call went to his voicemail. She waited through the greeting and the beep before leaving a brief message. "Well, it seems you are on your way to Eldoria, and will be in for quite a surprise when you arrive. Sorry, darling. I hope to connect with you soon." "No answer?" Maddie asked.
"None. I cannot wait to hear his reaction when he finds me gone from the palace."
The ladies giggled as they imagined the comical scene. "Well, thank you for inviting us to your room, Maddie," Elena said. "There is something I'd like to discuss with you." Maddie sat straighter as she waited for Elena to continue. "I was hoping you would consider joining my wedding party. Yes! Maddie squealed before she could finish. "Oh, wonderful. I imagine you'll be paired with Alexander, my cousin, who will be a part of it." The grin on Maddie's features said she approved without the words needed.
Have you picked dresses for us yet? Not yet. I thought we could discuss it with the wedding planner once we are back in Eldoria. Maddie bobbed her head. Oh, cool. I can't wait to see what you pick. Well, you should be a part of the decision too. We'll select together. Maddie's smile broadened. Okay, that sounds good. Oh, I won't be able to go with you tomorrow, though. My mom wants me to go, but I can't leave her. I'm just really scared something will happen. I understand, Maddie. I hope the situation resolves quite soon. This is taxing on everyone. Maddie bobbed her head. I know. I actually asked Nate if we could do some investigating before he left. I want to help. Investigating? Elena asked. A knock sounded at the door before it popped open. I've had bedrooms made up for you both. Maddie, they are in the suites at the end of this hall. Make sure they find their rooms when they're ready, will you? Yes, Mom. I've had your luggage brought up, Victoria said. Is there anything else I can get you? Something to eat or drink, maybe? No, we're quite all right. Thank you, Mrs. Kingsley. I really appreciate how gracious you've been. I hope you sleep well. Same to you. I'm certain you're quite tired after your experience. Victoria offered her a sad smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, where worry still lingered. Yes, though also still very anxious. With any luck, it will all turn around soon, Elena said. The sadness in Victoria's eyes eased and her grin broadened. Thank you. Sleep well. She left them alone, pulling the door closed behind her. Elena shifted in her seat, perching on the edge as she focused on Maddie again. Maddie, what were you saying about investigating? You know, I wanted to go look around, like Nancy Drew. Find a clue or something that would point to someone else, the person who really did it. I see. Aren't the police handling that? Maddie shrugged. I overheard my dad talking to our attorney, and they were acting like the police didn't have any other suspects. But Elena's eyebrows pinched as she worked through the details. There must be someone else. I know, Maddie said, but the cops don't seem to be looking for anyone else. Like, there's some reason why they called my mom in. I'm just afraid they're going to get stuck on it being her and not look for anyone else. Elena leaned back in her chair, her lips tugging into a frown. Yes, I understand your worry. But what can we do about it? Caroline asked. Elena shot her a glance. Investigate, as Maddie said. How? Elena pressed her lips together into a thin line. Well, I believe we ought to begin with gathering some details on the case. Perhaps your family attorney has some files we could review? Maddie wrinkled her nose, shrugging a shoulder. Probably. I doubt he'll let us see them. I wouldn't exactly ask. Maddie's eyes went wide. You want us to steal them? Elena tugged her lips back into a wince. I wouldn't call it stealing so much as borrowing. Maddie grinned at her as she climbed off the bed. Yes, I can do it. I bet my dad's having a drink with him. Or they may even be eating. I could sneak in. Perhaps I should do it. If you're caught. No way! I'm not letting you get in trouble. I'll do it. Wait here. Maddie scurried from the room, the door clicking shut behind her. Elena shifted her gaze to Caroline, who crossed her arms, her lips puckered. What? Elena asked. Caroline clicked her tongue. Are you joking? You have that poor child stealing files? Hey, I offered to do it. She thought it best she did. Poor girl. She's so eager to help, and you've turned her into a criminal. Desperate times, Caroline, Elena said, crossing her arms over her chest. Seconds later, she fidgeted in her seat, drumming her fingers on the arm of the chair. Perhaps I should go find her. What if you make things worse? Caroline asked. I could go. You don't know your way around. Do you? Caroline asked, incredulous. More than you. I have been here. Twice. Caroline wrung her hands. I don't know, Your Highness. I'd hate to see either of you get caught. I would hate to see her get caught. Elena rose, adjusting the hem of her skirt. Well, I will go. The door opened, and a red-faced Maddie, puffing for breath, stepped into the room with a folder in her hand. I've got it! Elena's eyes went wide as her heart began to thud. Good work, Maddie. Let's have a look. The three women grouped around the white desk overlooking the back garden as Maddie opened the folder, spreading out the pages inside. Elena's pulse quickened as she read the notes scattered across the pages. Look! Maddie pulled a copy of a photo from the pages, showing her mother walking across the lobby of the building. So, they have video footage of her arriving. Elena tapped a set of numbers in the corner. Here is a timestamp. I wonder how it stacks up to the time of death. Caroline shuffled through the pages. His notes say it coincides, and... oh dear. What is it? Elena asked, her gaze rising to Caroline's concerned features. It says... Caroline swallowed hard. It says Mrs. Kingsley was the last visitor seen on the video feed prior to Chloe's death. She is the only person who could have committed the crime. Elena's heart plummeted at the words. Nate's mother would soon be arrested. Was there anything they could do to stop it?
Chapter 14. Nate. Nate shifted his weight, sliding a tentative glance to his brother before he flicked his gaze back to the Queen. He forced a puzzled smile onto his face as he grappled with the fact that Elena was gone. Gone where? Queen Sophia flicked her eyebrows up, an amused smile crossed her features.
Well, this is quite a strange situation, but... Elena has gone to Sterling City to support you.
His jaw dropped open as his features crinkled. What? She... His heart skipped a beat as disbelief washed over him, his hands covering his face as a chuckle escaped him. Oh, wow. So, I came here to be with her.
And she was on her way to Sterling City to be with you, yes, Queen Sophia said with a nod. I'm so sorry.
There's no need to apologize. I should have checked with her before I came out. I wanted to surprise her.
I believe she had the same idea with you. She had hoped to surprise you and offer some support.
The Queen motioned toward the sitting room.
Won't you come in and sit down?
They followed her inside, and Nate perched on the edge of the sofa as the Queen settled into a perfect posture on an armchair.
Well, it's rather late to head back now if you were considering it. I assume you'll stay the night at least?
Well, not if it's any trouble. I really should have let you know first.
Nonsense. You'll soon be family, she said with a polite but warm smile and a dismissive wave of her hand. This palace is about to become your home, and you do not need an invitation. But I am sorry for the wasted trip.
Nate shook his head. Not a wasted trip at all. But I do wish I could have surprised Ellie. I guess we both had the same idea.
Yes, she hoped to surprise you too. Speaking of surprises, how is your family holding up? I understand there is a bit of a pickle.
Nate sucked in a breath as he bobbed his head. Quite a big pickle, yes. The Queen shifted her gaze to Stephen.
Mr. Kingsley, I am sorry to hear about the tragedy.
Thank you, he answered. I feel responsible for it.
Blame is never constructive in most cases. Is there any hope on the horizon that this will be concluded soon?
I'm not sure. I was planning to check in with them after I'd visited with Ellie. I guess I could call her now and see if there is anything. We probably should discuss our next moves anyway before we both fly back across the pond and end up missing each other again.
Yes, you likely should square that away, Queen Sophia said as she rose. I will see that your rooms are prepared.
Thank you, Nate said with a slight bow.
There is no need to stand on ceremony, Mr. Kingsley.
We will soon be announcing your marriage to my daughter, and we'll be seeing each other often. You mustn't bow every time we pass in the hall."
"Thanks," he said with a slight smile as he pulled his phone from his pocket. Queen Sophia left them behind in the sitting room, pulling the doors closed behind her. Nate blew out a long breath. "Oh boy, can you believe this?"
"Yeah, what a gaffe. Well, if I wouldn't have stopped you from going when you wanted to go, you wouldn't have missed each other."
"It's fine," Nate said as he scrolled through his contacts. "Actually, it's sort of funny. I wonder if she's already on her way back, or if we should be ready to hop a plane tomorrow."
"I hope she's coming back. I really don't want to go back and deal with everything."
Nate eyed his brother, his thumb hovering over the call button. "Stephen, you can't run away from it. No matter what happens, it's still going to be there. You have to face it." Stephen heaved a sigh.
"I'm not sure I can."
"Look, I spent a while avoiding facing things. In fact, I tried so hard to avoid them, I sank to the bottom of a bottle over and over again. But the pain always came back until I faced it."
"I guess I'm a coward, because I ran as far as I could."
Nate clapped his brother on the shoulder. "You're not a coward, Stephen. You just need some time, and I'm sure you're welcome to stay here if you don't want to go back to Sterling City with me."
"Thanks. I'll think about it,"
his brother answered before he collapsed into a chair again. Nate bobbed his head and pressed the call button, pressing the phone to his ear as the line trilled. It rang a few times before Elena's voice finally answered.
"Nathan, guess where I am?"
He grinned at the statement. "I'll bet I can guess right on the first try. But can you guess where I am?"
"I think so. We've made a bit of a mess, haven't we?"
He chuckled. "Yes, we have. I guess this is what happens when we try to surprise each other. Ironic that we've both crossed the world trying to support each other, only to miss like ships in the night."
"Yes, I suppose so. I assume you'll be staying the night there at least?"
"Yes, I guess you did the same over there?"
"I did. Your mother was very gracious about the surprise visit."
"As was your mom," Nate answered. "She's having rooms made up for us now."
"Good. Will you be returning tomorrow morning?"
He shot a glance at his brother across the room before he spun away from him. "Well, actually, Stephen is having a tough time with everything. I know he doesn't want to come back, and I don't blame him. But I hate to leave him here alone. Any chance you could come back here?"
"I see,"
Elena said, her tone pensive.
"Well, I certainly understand that. Perhaps the change of scenery will help him. I would hop a plane back, but, well, we're in the middle of something."
"Middle of something? Oh, is my mom helping you with wedding plans?" His forehead creased as he tried to glean the meaning of the statement. She hesitated before she slowly responded.
"Well, no, not quite."
"What is it then?" Nate asked.
"I'm not certain I should tell you."
"Ellie, the last time we kept secrets from each other, we flew halfway across the world, only to find the other person gone. I really don't want that to happen again."
"I understand, but... all right. I suppose if you aren't pleased with it, there isn't much you can do from Eldoria. And also, I could have the Royal Guards throw you in jail, so remember that."
His stomach twisted into a knot. What was she going to say that would upset him that much?
"Caroline, Maddie, and I are doing a bit of investigating."
His features pinched. "Investigating?"
"Yes, we're trying to make some progress on the case. You know, sleuthing."
"What?" Nate's voice took on a sharper tone than he'd intended as he gripped the phone tighter. "Ellie, that's a job for the police."
"Yes, but the police are doing nothing but railroading your mother, and I, for one, don't intend to see such a lovely woman prosecuted for a crime she didn't commit."
"I'm sure they'll—"
"They won't. The report says your mother was the last person who entered Chloe's building before the murder. She is the primary suspect. They are not looking further. So someone must do this."
His heart thudded hard against his ribs at the words. When he'd left, he'd assumed her questioning had just been routine, but now... His throat parched as he tried to form words. What?
Yes, I refuse to come home when there is work to be done here. But don't worry, darling. If Stephen needs to stay and you would like to stay with him, us ladies have this well in hand.
Ellie, I don't want you prowling around looking for clues. You could get hurt.
So could your mother.
Ellie, look, tell my dad and have him turn it over to the private investigator. In fact, I'm sure he's already doing that.
Perhaps so, but I cannot sit on my hands. The decision is made, Nathan. I'm staying and seeing it through.
Nate clicked his tongue, his eyes sliding shut as a mix of admiration and anxiety whirled through him. Ellie, I don't know what to say.
There is no need to say anything, darling. I'm happy to do it. Your family is about to become my family. I would do anything to help them.
His heart swelled with love for her, and despite wishing they could actually see each other, he felt closer to her than he ever had. Well, you've proven once again that you are an incredible woman. I'm lucky to be marrying you.
Of course you are,
she said with a chuckle that hinted at the sarcasm in her words.
Now, go get a good night's sleep. We'll talk in the morning, all right?
Sure. And hey, please, please be careful, okay?
I will, I promise. I have wedding planning to get back to after all.
I'm holding you to that. After expressing their love for each other, they ended the call. Nate crossed to the couch and eased onto it. Well, Ellie is staying in Sterling City to help them with the investigation, so we'll just have to figure out what we want to do tomorrow morning. Stephen slid his eyes toward his brother. If you need to go back, I get it. I can ask the Royals if they don't mind me staying, or just buck up and head back. Nate nodded, torn again between obligation to his brother and desire to be with his fiancée. Yeah, well, let's see how things look in the morning and go from there. Maybe they'll have this settled. Right, Stephen answered as a maid entered, announcing that their rooms were ready. Thanks, Nate said. The brothers climbed the stairs and headed to the spaces they'd stayed in on their last visit to Eldoria. Nate climbed into bed and stretched out, wide awake despite the long day of traveling. He tossed and turned, rising a few times to pace the floor, phone in hand to call Elena when he thought better of it. By the middle of the night, he'd made up his mind. He'd return to Sterling City no matter what Stephen was doing. He needed to be with Elena and make sure she was safe. After making the decision, he crawled back into bed, finally dozing off. When he awoke, bright sunshine already beamed through the window. He squinted against it, checking the time. He'd slept later than he expected. He scrambled from his bed to dress for the day. As he pulled a blazer over his shirt, a knock sounded at the door. He cleared his throat as he crossed to it, expecting to find the Queen on the other side of the door. He hoped she didn't think he would be this lazy normally. His stomach twisted, turning jittery as he spotted the figure hovering in the hall. Heat washed over him, and he considered slamming the door closed again. Isabel.
Hello, Mr. Kingsley,
she answered in her pert accent.
Elena told me you were here.
Oh yeah, I'll bet. I'm sure she called you right away to tell you about it. His words dripped with sarcasm as memories of being set up by the woman only weeks ago floated through his mind.
I'm serious. I pose no threat to you, despite what may have happened in the past.
And why should I believe you?
Because I am telling the truth. Call Elena and ask her yourself if you'd like. We've had a conversation and put our complicated past behind us.
Nate crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes at her. Yeah, right. Like I'm going to trust you.
You don't need to trust me, Mr. Kingsley. Call your fiancée and ask her.
I will, he shot back. Definitely. But not before you tell me what you're doing at my door first thing in the morning.
Well, first, it is hardly first thing in the morning. You've slept quite late. And second, the answer is simple. I need your help. Or Elena does. Without it, she may very well lose her crown, and it would be due to her marriage to you. I don't think either of us want that.
No, I don't, he admitted. But I don't understand what we can do about it.
We are going to fight back. I have a few leads. What do you say, Mr. Kingsley? Are you game?
Her eyes sparkled with mischief, though he couldn't make out if it was because she was lying to him or genuinely hoped to stop her brother's nefarious plan. Nate stared at her for another moment, his mind racing. Would trusting her help Elena, or be his biggest mistake?
Chapter 15. Elena. Elena gripped the door handle as she winced, pressing a foot into the floor of the car. If she wasn't so driven to find information, she'd have rethought this plan. Maddie, you do know how to drive, don't you?
Yes, of course. I got my license over a year ago.
The teen swung the car from one lane to the next on the highway, a horn blaring behind them. Elena winced as she shot a glance over her shoulder. In the back seat, a wide-eyed Caroline clung to the seat. Elena caught sight of a driver waving a fist in the windshield of the car behind them. Perhaps we ought to slow down. Chloe's apartment building isn't going anywhere. Maddie barked out a laugh.
If you don't go at least this speed on the highway, people will get mad at you.
Maybe we should have employed a driver, Elena suggested.
There's no way my dad would have let us go if he knew what we were doing. I had to drive. It's fine. Here's the exit we need.
Elena blew out a sigh of relief as Maddie weaved through traffic onto the off-ramp. The GPS shouted an instruction at them, and Maddie swung the car to the left at the end of the ramp. Only 3 more minutes, Elena murmured, rubbing a hand against her forehead as she blew out a shaky breath. Thank heavens. Maddie eased the car onto the marked street, reducing speed as they approached the building, scanning the windows as they slowly rolled past.
That's her place.
Elena ducked to study it through the windshield. Where is her apartment?
5th floor.
Elena murmured, her brow knitting. I wonder... Maddie turned down a side street and swung the car into an empty space.
I don't know if we can get up there, but...
Well, we shouldn't go through the front door. We'll be on camera like your mother. Maddie shifted in her seat, her lips tugging into a frown.
Yeah, and no one else after her. How is that possible?
Let's find out. Is there a back entrance? Maddie lifted a shoulder.
I don't know. I was only here once when Nate was dropping her off, and she made me wait in the car. It took forever, too.
Elena screwed up her face. She actually made you wait in the car the entire time?
Yeah.
Maddie's voice dropped, a hint of resentment flickering.
She was furious Nate picked me up, kept complaining about how I'd ruined her evening. And when we got here, she basically begged him to go up to her place with her. She was all sweetness with him, but daggers in her eyes when she looked at me. And Nate told me to wait in the car, and he was gone forever.
That's awful, Elena answered. How rude. She could have invited you up there with him. It wouldn't have hurt for one evening.
No one liked her except Nate. Oh, and Stephen.
It is amazing to me how buffaloed men can be by a woman, Caroline said from the back seat. Incredible, Elena agreed. Let's get out and look around. Caroline leaned forward, her eyes wide. Your Highness, are you certain? We're only looking, Elena answered. It won't hurt. She popped open her door and climbed from the car, adjusting the large sunglasses she wore and tightening the scarf around her head. No one will even notice us like this. Caroline, in a matching get-up, pulled her sunglasses down her nose. Are you certain? I feel as though we stand out more like this. No, everyone wears this sort of thing while sleuthing. Now, come along. Let's scope out this location. Scope out the location? Your Highness, where did you learn such language? Caroline asked as they crossed to the building and began to circle around it. The movies. Americans always say things like this when they are sleuthing. I'm not sure that's really true, Maddie said with a wrinkled nose. Of course it is. Come on then, let's... Elena stopped, sucking in a sharp breath as she stared ahead of them. Look! Another door! And it's propped open. Could it have been open on the night in question? Caroline asked. My thoughts exactly, dear Caroline. Let's go inside and see if there are any cameras here. Elena tugged at the thick metal door before she slipped into the building. Her gaze slid around the hall, rising toward the ceiling. I'm not seeing any cameras, are you? None, Caroline answered. Nope, Maddie added as they shuffled a few more steps down the hall. So, in theory, someone could have entered through that door. I wonder if it is locked after a certain time. Hey! A voice shouted from a doorway down the hall. What are you doing in here? Elena tugged her sunglasses down slightly to eye the man, wearing a blue set of overalls with the name Lou in an oval badge sewn onto them. We are investigating, Lou. The man's features crinkled with confusion. Investigating? You cops? No, private investigators, Elena answered, lifting her chin. Private, huh? You three dames expect me to believe you're private investigators? We are, Elena said with a curt nod. He raised his eyebrows. Show me your license. Elena's heart skipped a beat as she stared at him. License? I left it at home. Sure you did. His voice turned annoyed. Look, if you gals are here looking for some dirt on what happened in this building, you're not going to get it. Now get out of here or I'll call security. Just a moment, Elena said as the man poked a finger at the door they'd come in. I have a few important questions I'd like answered. And I'd like to finish my lunch in peace. She glanced around him at the half-eaten sandwich on the card table in the dingy room. Well, what if we allow you to finish your lunch while we talk? Whatever, the man said as he shuffled back to the folding chair and collapsed onto it. With a resigned frown, he waved for her to continue. This door, is it normally propped open? Elena gestured toward the metal door. Lou paused, his sandwich mid-air. Of course not, but today's warm. I needed some air while I eat. So, in general, when you are not eating, it is locked. Of course. He slid a thumb toward a thick stack of paper tacked to a bulletin board. Manual says the employee entrance should be locked at all times. Except it isn't, is it? Elena asked, her hands falling to her hips. Now, for example. Sue me, lady, I needed some air. I am not accusing you of anything, merely asking a question. Could someone up to nefarious purposes have entered through that door on the night of the murder? No, the man answered with a shake of his head. Are you 100% certain? Elena asked. Please be sure, Maddie said with a worried expression on her features. Because it's my mom who's being accused of this, and I know she didn't do it. The man froze mid-chomp on his sandwich, staring at them. So you're one of the Kingsley kids. Now I get it. You're here trying to pin this on someone else. Well, you're not going to pin it on me. No one is attempting to pin anything on you, Lou, Elena retorted. We are merely searching for the truth. Mrs. Kingsley did not commit this crime. There is a murderer on the loose. The man shook his head, frowning. No, I am not playing this game. This is not a game, Elena exclaimed. This is a serious matter. If someone could have slipped into this building undetected, we must know. Look, the cops didn't care to ask, so why should I answer you? Because honesty is important. Because you could save a woman's life, Elena pleaded. He slouched in his seat, blowing out a sigh. All right, look, you didn't hear this from me, but sometimes the staff, they may leave that open. Is it possible that someone came in through there?
Yeah, but most people don't even know that's there.
I see, Elena said with a nod. Still, the possibility exists, and that's important. Thank you very much, Lou. You've been very helpful.
Like I said,
he shouted as they retreated into the hall.
You didn't hear that from me.
Elena offered him a solemn nod as a promise before they huddled together. Now what? Should we go upstairs? Do you think we can? Maddie asked. Only one way to find out. Elena motioned for them to follow her down the hall to a bank of elevators. She pressed the button and one slid open. Within seconds, the trio was being whisked up to the 5th floor. How will we know which apartment is hers? Caroline asked as the doors swooshed open. Elena flicked her gaze to Maddie. Maddie, do you know? She shook her head. Sorry, I told you I had to stay in the car. Elena stepped into the hallway, her eyebrows raising. Oh, well, I suppose it's rather obvious which is hers, isn't it? Yellow and black crime scene tape stretched across one door. Looks like we can access it. The door hasn't been fixed from when the police kicked it in, Maddie added. Wait, Caroline hissed. We shouldn't go in there. It's a crime scene. Elena crouched slightly, her hand lifting the yellow tape emblazoned with Crime Scene, Do Not Enter. With a cautious glance down the deserted hallway, she slipped under, her heart rate notching higher. Oops. Your Highness! Caroline stamped a foot on the floor. This is behavior unbefitting of a princess. It is more unbefitting if I allow my mother-in-law to stand accused of a crime she didn't commit. Maddie ducked into the apartment next, followed by a reluctant Caroline. Fine, but if we are caught, I shall take all of the blame, Elena assured her. Now, look around. See if there are any clues. Clues? What sort of clues? Caroline asked. I don't know. A diary of visitors Chloe expected. A scrap of fabric from someone's jumper. Elena wrinkled her nose as she stared down at the outline of a body on the floor. Scrap of fabric? Caroline cried. Your Highness, this is not Murder, She Wrote. No, if it were, Jessica Fletcher would have already solved the crime and wouldn't be faffing about like we are. She scanned the room in search of anything that would help prove Victoria Kingsley was not the culprit of the crime. The apartment seemed in order. Her stomach fluttered as she worried that the tiny bit of information they dragged from the maintenance worker wouldn't be enough to help Victoria's case. She sighed as she approached a built-in bookcase lacking many books at all. Instead, it was sparsely furnished with select knickknacks. Not much of a reader, was she? Elena murmured to Caroline. It does not appear so. What is it you hope to find, Your Highness? Elena heaved a sigh, shaking her head as she let her hands slap her sides. I don't know. I thought I'd stumble upon something that would crack this wide open. Foolish, really. I think it's quite brave, Your Highness. You take action when action should be taken. But what was the point of all of this if I can't? Can't what? Caroline prodded. Elena's forehead crinkled as she leaned closer to the single stack of 3 books on the shelf. One of the spines had a hole in it. What is this? Looks like the only books she owns. Out of curiosity, what are they? Caroline asked. Maddie sauntered closer. Did you find something? Yes, I think so. Elena reached for the books before she pulled her hand away. Wait, fingerprints. I need a... Caroline waved a handkerchief at her. Handkerchief, Elena finished with a nod. Thank you, Caroline. Carefully, Elena used the handkerchief to slide the books closer to the edge of the shelf. She studied them before she flipped the cover on the top book open. Her lips parted as she peered at the interior of the book. It contained no pages. Instead, a solitary object sat inside. What is it, Your Highness? Caroline asked. Elena reached inside with the handkerchief and withdrew a small silver object. A video camera. She twisted to eye the living room where the outline lay. one that seems to have been aimed at the scene of the crime. With a knitted brow, she stared at it again. Could this have captured the murderer and prove Mrs. Kingsley's innocence? Elena's lips twisted into a slight smile, hoping they'd found the clue they needed to help give the police another suspect. Before she could suggest they leave, though, a voice interrupted them. "Hey, just what do you think you're doing in there?" Elena's stomach dropped, and her heart pounded against her ribs. They'd been caught at the scene of a murder. Would they be able to explain their way out of this?
Chapter 16. Nate. Nate's stomach twisted into a tight knot as he stared at Elena's cousin. The last time he'd had a run-in with her, she'd tried to embarrass him by having pictures taken of them kissing. To say he didn't trust her was an understatement. Nate hesitated, his distrust for Isabel roiling inside him. "I'm calling Elena." He retrieved his phone from his pocket. As he dialed, he couldn't shake the memory of Isabel's previous manipulations. Was this another trap, or had she genuinely changed? She clicked her tongue at him, crossing her arms as she waited.
"Fine. Go ahead."
He pressed the call icon next to her name and stalked a few steps away, shooting a suspicious look over his shoulder at Isabel. The phone trilled a few times before Elena's voicemail greeting played in his ear. He cursed under his breath as he waited for the beep, his voice tense. "Hey, Ellie, I had a question for you. Nothing terrible, just call me back when you get this. Thanks."
"Well, I suppose we're at a standstill until your sweetie approves me,"
Isabel answered as he lowered the phone and ended the call. He flicked his gaze back to her. "Well, you haven't exactly inspired my trust."
"I am sorry about that. I've apologized to Elena, too. It's all water under the bridge."
He bobbed his head. "Uh-huh. Until it's not, and you do something else to get me into hot water."
"I have no desire to ruin your marriage to Elena, and I have every reason to want my brother's plan to fail."
"Like what? Seems to me with how jealous you are of her, you'd be tickled by this."
"I'm not. Jealous of Elena? Yes. Jealous of her crown? No. I do not envy the pressure she will face as a monarch of this country."
Nate stowed his phone in his pocket with a shake of his head. "I don't know. I don't see what we can do about this situation."
"Several things," she answered. "First, we can comb through the archives in search of something that will allow us to easily overturn this decree, or refute it. Julian found it, but perhaps there is some precedent set."
Nate's brows pinched. "Like another royal who married a non-royal?" She nodded.
"Yes, though we must be careful. We do not wish to throw the entire line of succession into chaos. However, if we find one, we might search for a subsequent decree rescinding that requirement."
Nate chewed his lower lip. Elena had insisted on staying in Sterling City to help his mother with the charges she may face. He could return the favor by working to find a solution to her dilemma in Eldoria. Well, I guess it can't hurt. And if it'll help Ellie, I'll do it.
"Excellent. We should go to Royal Archives straight away."
"Oh, wait. I'd better tell my brother."
"Stephen is here?"
Nate glanced at her, trying to read any emotion in her eyes that matched the interest in her voice. "Yeah, let me just speak with him and then we can go."
"I will await you in the sitting room."
Nate nodded as they stepped into the hall and went their separate ways. A moment later, he pounded against Stephen's door. His brother pulled it open shortly after, giving him a sheepish glance. "I thought maybe Ellie had already come back and you weren't leaving. I'll get my stuff." "Actually," Nate said as he stepped into the room, still darkened by blackout curtains. "I'm staying." Stephen's eyes lit up with a mixture of hope and relief. "Really? You're staying? Is Ellie flying home?" He paused, a shadow crossing his face.
I can't face going back. Not yet.
His voice faltered. No, not yet. She's working on something to help Mom. But there's a problem here. I'm going to stay and help them solve it. Stephen's forehead crinkled.
Problem here?
Yeah, Nate said, setting his hands on his hips. Apparently, Elena's cousin, Prince Julian, found some sort of decree or something that states anyone who ascends to the throne has to marry royal blood. Stephen's jaw fell open.
So, what does that mean for you? She can't marry you?
She can. She just can't be queen.
And her father is okay with that? I mean, I feel like you had to jump through a million hoops before he approved you to marry her. I can't imagine he'll be okay with her not taking the crown.
The words stung. King Frederick likely wasn't pleased, but hadn't forced them to call off the wedding yet. Would he? That's why it's important for me to help them solve this. I don't want to take any chances. We fought hard to get to where we are.
How does Ellie feel about all of this?
Nate shrugged. She seems okay. I mean, she doesn't want to call off the engagement, but I'm sure she's not happy about it. She's been raised with nothing but duty to Eldoria in mind, and that's what really stinks about this whole thing. If they pass her over for queen, they're really losing out. She has such loyalty to this country. It's unfair that just because she fell in love with me, she can't rule it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to complain about not going home.
I really don't want to, as bad as that sounds.
Have you heard from Mom or Dad, by the way?
Nothing. I should call them before I head off with Isabel.
Isabel?
Stephen choked out as Nate fished his phone from his pocket. Yeah. She's been working with Elena on this, Nate answered as he scrolled through his contact list.
Nate, bro, have you forgotten that this chick tried to make sure you never got a shot at putting a ring on Ellie's finger?
Nate flicked his gaze up from his screen. No, I haven't. But apparently that's all water under the bridge now.
Yeah, right. Same with Chloe and her undying love for me. She was whispering in your ear about how much she loved you, and then telling me the same thing. All lies.
Yeah, I get it. It's hard to trust someone once they've shown you that they can't be trusted. But I have to try. I have to do this for Ellie.
Just watch your back, Nate.
Nate bobbed his head as he pressed the call button next to his father's name, toggling it onto speakerphone. Nate? His father's gruff voice answered a few rings later. I heard about the mix-up. Are you on your way back? Hi, Dad. No, something's come up here. We're going to stay and see if we can help. His father hesitated. Listen, I'm just calling to see if there are any updates on Mom's case. Stephen and I are both on, so if you could give us an update, we'd appreciate it. The older man sighed, pausing again before he responded. Well, it's not looking great, boys. According to the police, your mother was the last one seen entering that building before Chloe's murder. It's circumstantial, but it's only a matter of time before they come back to us with charges. Nate's stomach twisted into a tight knot. He second-guessed his decision to stay here. His mother needed his support. She could be facing a murder charge soon. Oh no. Maybe we should come back. Well, nothing's happened yet. And remember, your mother doesn't want you here dealing with the press. Nate licked his lips, worry coursing through him. Yeah, I know, but Dad, she could be arrested. She needs us there to support her. How is it going to look if both of her sons, the two involved with the victim, aren't standing behind her? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Charles answered. If you need to come back, I'll make sure I call you. Until then, I think it's best that you stay away. The last thing we need is something taken out of context that makes the situation worse.
Anything hitting the press already?
Stephen asked. No. Thankfully, the police have been fairly tight-lipped. They don't want to end up with egg on their faces if this isn't true. They won't leak this unless they've arrested her. But you think that's only a matter of time? Nate repeated, his fingers tightening around his phone. Cliff thinks today. We'll see. Oh, speaking of, he's here now. I've got to go. We're trying to build up a strategy so we can hit back as soon as they file charges. Yeah, that's important. Okay, well, please keep us informed, and tell Mom we love her and support her, Nate answered. I will. Thanks, Nate. The call ended, and silence stretched between them before Nate finally raised his gaze to his brothers. Wow, was all he could manage. Yeah, Stephen said as he shuffled to his armchair and collapsed into it. Sounds like a real mess over there. I feel so selfish right now. Well, you heard Dad. They don't want us there in case we mess something up. Which we will. Mom and Dad held life together for almost 6 decades, and you and me can't handle 3. Nate huffed out a laugh. Yeah, I feel like a complete failure. And then we totally ran away.
But at least you're here helping Ellie out with her problem, right?
Nate pressed his lips together, sucking in a sharp breath. I guess. I should get going. Isabel is waiting for me.
Mind if I tag along? Stephen asked. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here with the curtains drawn all day.
No, it may even be better. Get dressed. Stephen hurried from his seat, tearing through his suitcase to dig out a set of clothes. Within a few minutes, he was changed. They made their way through the halls toward the main stairs. As they rounded a corner, they ran into Alexander. The man offered them a surprised grin. Nathan, Stephen, what are you doing here? Well, I was trying to surprise Ellie, but she had the same thoughts and flew to Sterling City, yes, Alexander said with a nod. It seems this has gone like just about everything else in your relationship. Nate offered a chuckle. Yeah. Well, while we're here, your sister asked us to help her. Isabel? Alexander crinkled his brow. Yes, she said she was working with Ellie on this whole royal decree issue. Alexander rubbed his chin. I haven't heard what she's doing, but I'm game to help. Or at least monitor. One never knows with Isabel. So Ellie didn't say anything to you? Nate asked as they proceeded down the hall toward the stairs. No, but we barely tackled the issue before Elena decided to jet off to Sterling City. I was just about to check in with my uncle on it, but my time may be put to far better use in ensuring Isabel causes no trouble for you. I appreciate the backup, thanks, Nate said with a nod as they descended the stairs. They pushed into the sitting room, finding Isabel pacing the floor.
There you... Stephen. And Alexander, are you joining our little searching party too?
I'm interested to know what we are searching for, Alexander answered.
Anything that can ensure Elena does not give up her crown when she marries Mr. Kingsley.
Alexander arched an eyebrow. And you are determined to do this, you? Isabel clicked her tongue at him.
I have already explained this multiple times. I am the one who told Elena about Prince Eric's soon-to-be common status.
Eric is losing his title? Whatever for? Isabel nodded.
Corinthia is no longer interested in having a royal family.
Alexander sucked in a deep breath. Incredible. I assume he's been put in his place now, though the trouble Julian has created is still lingering.
Yes, and I intend to stop it,
Isabel answered.
He's gone too far this time.
How? Alexander questioned.
I'm going to begin with an exhaustive search of royal archives for anything that postdates the decree Julian found, or any precedents that have been set by marriages prior to this.
Smart, Alexander said. Well, shall we then? Isabel bobbed her head.
I have a car waiting. Let's go.
They left the palace behind, sliding into the waiting car and being whisked away to the Capitol building. People bowed and curtsied as they paraded through the building, heading to a set of tall double doors marked Archives. They pushed open the heavy doors to the archives, and Nate's stomach dropped. The vast room was lined with towering shelves, crammed with dusty tomes and ancient manuscripts. The air, which was the musty scent of old paper, was a silent testament to centuries of history waiting to be discovered. It would take all of them days to search through this.
Is there a good place to start, or do we just need to look at everything?
Stephen asked, voicing Nate's concern. Royal decrees are housed in the back, Alexander said, snaking through the shelves and filing cabinets. We'll start there.
Stephen, you could help me look at the marriages thus far and determine if there have been any instances of a non-royal marriage, while Alexander and Nathan look through the decrees.
Sure, Stephen answered, following her to another area of the room. Nate took another glance around the room as he shuffled behind Alexander. Don't you think your brother would have checked this? No, Alexander answered with a shake of his head as he pulled open a drawer filled with official-looking manuscripts. He would deliberately mislead us just for the chaos. It's entirely possible we could find something in here. They pored over edict after edict, decree after decree, finding nothing that would help them. After hours, Nate slumped into a seat at a well-polished table with a copy of a thick book listing Eldoria's laws. He cracked open the dusty volume, noting several of the handwritten pages dating back hundreds of years. He peered at a few of them, finding nothing interesting. As he flipped to a new page, an envelope marked with the royal seal slid from the book. Nate gazed at the envelope, its edges tinged yellow and fragile from the passage of time. The royal seal, unbroken and commanding, exuded an aura of profound historical weight. Hey, Alexander, look at this, he said, awe and reverence mingling in his voice. The man peered over Nate's shoulder. Looks like a royal missive. I wonder why it was never opened. Me too. What should we do with it? Open it, Alexander answered. Let's determine if it could help. Nate handed it over to the prince, his stomach twisting into a knot. Alexander carefully broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. It appears to be a royal decree, he murmured. Let's hope this is the answer to our prayers. Nate held his breath, wondering if he'd stumbled upon something that would help Elena's case, or hurt it.
Chapter 17. Elena. Elena's fingers wrapped tightly around the camera she'd shoved into her pocket when the voice had startled them. With wide eyes, she glanced into the hall, finding an older woman staring at them with her hands on her hips. "Hello," she said with a sweet smile. "I hope we haven't disturbed you."
"What you're disturbing is a crime scene,"
the woman snapped. Elena's gaze fell to the outline on the floor with a wince. "Right.
"I suppose you're curiosity seekers. Well, I'm calling the police."
The woman withdrew a cell phone from her pocket with a shake of her head. No, Elena said with a shake of her head. "No, we're not curiosity seekers. We are friends of the deceased. I am here for photographs, for her funeral. I thought she'd had a few of all of us together that would be nicely displayed as a testament to her life." The woman's eyebrows crinkled as she hesitated, her phone still in hand as she studied Elena.
"Don't recognize you."
"Oh, well, perhaps you would recognize my fiancé. I'm marrying Chloe's brother-in-law." Elena held up a finger before she dove into her purse for her phone. After a moment of fiddling with shaky hands, she displayed a picture of her with Nate.
"Oh, yeah. Wait, wasn't he dating Chloe?"
"Well, he was, but then he wasn't. And now he's engaged to me. And she was married to his brother. It's very complicated."
"No kidding. Well, I'm not surprised with her. She always had someone coming and going."
"Yes, she was very popular." The woman rolled her eyes.
"Very popular with the men, if you know what I mean. She constantly had some male visitor popping in and out. To be honest, I'm surprised she saddled herself with a husband. She seemed to be a real party girl."
I know what you mean, Elena said with a bob of her head. Well, sadly, she'll never have the opportunity to be anything different. The woman sucked in a breath and bobbed her head. Yeah, you're right. Shame being cut down so young like that. Yes, very, Elena said with a nod, her stomach still in a tight knot. Well, the woman said with a deep inhale, I'm not sure you gals should be in there. You know, I think you're right. It's probably not appropriate for us to be here. We'll have to forego the pictures. Come along, ladies. Elena waved for them to follow her as she ducked underneath the police tape again. Very sorry to have disturbed you, Miss... Riley, Mrs. Riley. Well, Miss. My husband's long since dead. Elena offered her a warm smile. Mrs. Riley, so sorry to have disturbed you. We'll be on our way now. Yeah, no problem. And, sorry for your loss, ladies. Thank you. Elena offered another polite smile before she hurried to the elevator and pressed the button. The woman lingered, her eyes narrowed at them for another moment before she wandered down the hall, glancing over her shoulder every few steps. Elena's heart pounded as she tapped the elevator button. Come on, she murmured. Easy, Your Highness, Caroline hissed, her lips barely moving. You do not wish to appear nervous. The doors whooshed open, and they spilled into the car. Elena quickly pressed the button for the lobby. She puffed out a sigh of relief as the doors closed. Thank heavens, that was too close of a call. You got the camera though, right? Maddie asked. Elena dug into her pocket and waved it in the air. Yes. Now, how can we see anything from it? Maddie took it from her and studied it. Looks like we'll need a cord or something. Oh, blast. The cord is likely in her apartment. We cannot go back there. No, we'll have to try to find one, or buy one, Maddie said. We should do that before we go back, Elena answered as the doors opened in front of them. They hurried into the lobby and raced past the guard into the fresh air outside. Elena gulped in breaths of it. Freedom. Do you know of a store where we could buy one of these cords? Caroline asked Maddie as they rushed around the corner to the car. Yeah. Maddie tapped on the GPS screen after consulting her phone. The directions populated and she fired the engine. Within a few minutes, they'd arrived at the shopping district. Maddie pulled into the parking lot and killed the engine. It's on the corner. They climbed from the car and made the short trip from the centrally located parking area to the corner shop. Elena burst into the store and hurried to the cashier. I need a cord. The young man ran a hand through his curly hair. Okay, like what kind of cord? For this. Elena held up the camera. I want to see what's on it. Okay. Elena crinkled her brow. Well, can you help me? I need to actually see the camera to know what cord you need. Oh. Elena glanced at it, unwilling to let it go even for the brief second it would take for him to assess it. Elena held it flat in her palm, her heart skipping a beat as the man lifted to gawk at it. Careful! He offered her a glare. Chill, lady, I'm not going to drop it. Looks like you need a USB-C. He handed the camera back to her before he wandered from behind the counter, waving for them to follow him. They hurried through the aisles, finding him pulling a package from a hanger. This should do it. And this will connect this camera to any laptop, Elena asked. It should. Elena's eyebrows furrowed. Should or will? Should. You can return it if it doesn't work. I don't want to return it. I want it to work. He lifted a shoulder. Do you want this or not? Elena snatched it from his hand with a frown. We'll take it. They returned to the counter, paid for the purchase, and left the store behind. I certainly hope this works, Elena said with a sigh as they hurried back to the car. He didn't seem certain. It should, Maddie said with a shrug as they settled in the car. She fired the engine and aimed for her house. Elena drummed her fingers against her thigh as they made their way back. This time, She didn't mind Maddie's excessive speed. They arrived in one piece and scurried into the mansion, finding the house in turmoil. "What's happened?" Elena asked Caroline. Maddie stopped one of the maids who hurried past them. "Hey, what's going on?" The woman wrung her hands, her lips curling into a grimace. "It's your mother, Miss Maddie." "What about her?" Maddie's features blanched. The woman's features twisted with upset. "She's been arrested." "What?" Maddie's voice came out breathy as tears brimmed in her eyes. She shifted her gaze to Elena before her knees buckled. Elena and Caroline rushed to grab her and steady her before she slumped to the floor. "Oh no," Elena murmured. "That's terrible." "Ellie," Maddie cried. "What are we going to do?" Elena firmed her jaw. "We're going to see if the camera has any evidence on it, and if it does, we'll present it to the police. And if it doesn't, we'll at least present that the back door could have been open and someone else may have slipped inside." Maddie's lower lip quivered as she nodded. "Yeah." "Come along, Maddie. There is work to be done. Now is not the time to fall apart." Caroline kept an arm firmly around Maddie as she guided her upstairs. They snaked through the halls to Maddie's room. Elena pulled a pair of scissors from the pencil cup on Maddie's desk and tore into the package, freeing the cord while Maddie retrieved her laptop. "Okay," the teen said, blowing out a shaky breath. "Put the big end in here and the little end in the camera." Elena stuck the smaller silver prong into the camera and the larger one into Maddie's laptop. She stared at the screen, her pulse quickening. "It's not working. Nothing is happening." "We probably need to turn it on," Maddie said as she fiddled with the camera, searching for a button. She pressed a tiny black spot on the camera and flicked her gaze to the screen. "Oh no," Elena said with a wrinkled nose. "Is it broken?" Maddie pressed her lips together into a thin line as she mashed her finger onto the button and held it. A green light popped on and a new window opened on her laptop. Elena's heart skipped a beat. "There!" Maddie set the camera aside and flicked her finger against her mousepad. She clicked a few buttons before a sideways image of Elena appeared on the screen. "There, you've done it!" Elena twisted the camera with a grin and a wave. "Yeah, Maddie glanced at the camera. "It's showing you now, but what about the stuff it already recorded?" Maddie tapped around on her screen for a minute before she shook her head. "Dang it. What is it?" "I don't know how to get to the stored stuff. Maybe it's in a cloud." "How do we get to the cloud?" Elena questioned. "I don't know. Like, there may be some website that Chloe logged into to see her videos, but I have no idea where it could be or what her login is." Elena collapsed onto the bed with a sigh. "Oh no." "Well, I wonder if the camera itself is enough to help your mother. Perhaps we should take it to the police. Maybe they would know." "But what if nothing is on it?" Maddie twisted to face her, a tear falling to her cheek. "What if it shows my mom?" Elena leapt to her feet and threw her arms around the girl. "Oh, darling, I'm certain it doesn't, though I do understand. Perhaps we can still figure out how to see this. Can we search for the make or something?" "Excellent idea, Your Highness." Caroline shifted the laptop toward her and tapped on it. "I spotted these letters and numbers earlier, and I wonder if they are a model. I'll search it along with the make." "Anything?" Elena asked as she stroked Maddie's hair. "Here, I found it. I'm looking for an instruction manual." Elena held her breath, waiting as Caroline scanned the screen in search of what she sought. "Got it!" Caroline exclaimed with a grin. "I'm downloading it now." After a few seconds, the document appeared in the downloads list, and Caroline selected it to open. "Okay, set up information." "No, keep going," Elena said. "Troubleshooting?" Caroline shook her head. "Here, retrieving your videos." "What does it say?" Elena asked, her heart pounding. Your camera will automatically record when it senses movement lasting longer than 2 seconds, blah blah. Here, connect the camera to your laptop. Navigate to the drive marked F to find the videos." Maddie sniffled and spun back to the computer. Here, I can find that. Oh, good, Caroline answered, straightening as they watched Maddie navigate to the appropriate location. Here. She sniffled again, wiping at her cheeks as a list of folders popped up on the screen. Elena leaned forward and squinted at the screen. Looks like they're arranged by date. Yeah. Maddie scrolled through the list in search of the correct date. She found it and opened it, finding numerous videos. Should I just start with the first one? No, wait, Elena said with a shake of her head. Time of death was off to midnight. It should be on the next day. Right, Maddie said with a nod, backtracking to get to the correct folder. I'll just play the first one. She toggled on the video. I hope we don't see anything we shouldn't, Caroline said as they waited for it to load. Elena drummed her fingers against her arm. The video popped up, showing Victoria Kingsley engaged in a heated conversation with Chloe. Oh dear, perhaps you ought to look away, Maddie. Maddie stared at the screen, shaking her head. No, I have to see this. The women argued for a few more moments before Victoria threatened Chloe, telling her to leave her family alone and storm from the apartment. Elena blew out a sigh of relief. Thank heavens! There, proof she did not do it. Unless she went back. She was pretty mad at the end there, Maddie said. Go to the next video, Caroline instructed. Maddie clicked on the next one, finding a short clip of Chloe walking to her couch. She moved to the next one and played it. The women leaned forward, watching the action on the screen. Elena gasped as the video continued, her eyes wide. She glanced at Caroline. I think we just witnessed a murder. She flicked her gaze back to the hooded figure on the screen, wondering if this would be enough proof to clear Victoria Kingsley.
Chapter 18. Nate. Nate rose from his seat, peering over Alexander's shoulders as he carefully opened the royal decree. Would the missive he'd found tucked away in an Aldorian law book only moments ago help them in any way, or simply be another dead end?
Have you found something?
Isabel asked, crossing the room with Stephen in tow. Possibly, Alexander answered. Nathan discovered this unopened royal decree hidden within a legal tome. I'm trying to wade through the verbiage now, but you know how these things go.
Please, read it aloud,
Isabel urged. Fine. Alexander cleared his throat as he read from the parchment. Let it be known to all subjects of the kingdom of Aldoria, by the grace and wisdom vested in me, I, King Frederick IX, sovereign of Aldoria, proclaim the following amendment to the royal decree of matrimonial standards established under the reign of King Edward VII. Whereas the prosperity and stability of our beloved kingdom lie in the happiness and wise governance of its rulers, and acknowledging that true and faithful counsel can be found beyond the ancient bounds of royal blood, it is decreed that henceforth the requirement for a member of the royal family to contract marriage solely with persons of royal descent is hereby rescinded. Members of the royal family are permitted to enter in matrimony with any individual of noble or common birth who is deemed fit and proper by the reigning monarch. Nate sucked in a breath, his heart thudding faster against his ribs. Alexander continued. This amendment is made in recognition of the evolving nature of our society and the enduring principles of love, respect, and equality that bind our people. May this decree strengthen the bond between the crown and its subjects and usher in an era of continued peace and prosperity.
When is it signed?
Isabel asked. Given under my hand and seal this 15th day of June in the year of our Lord 1993, and signed by Frederick IX. Who is he? Nate asked. Our grandfather, Alexander answered. King Frederick's father. Stephen peered at the decree. Why was it never opened?
Grandfather died shortly after this. I'm guessing it got lost in the shuffle. This must have been one of his final decrees,
Isabel answered. Yes, but he still wrote it, right? It still counts? Nate asked, his voice catching in his throat. This helps us, right? It doesn't hurt, Alexander answered. It is a testament to the progressive vision held even decades ago.
While this bolsters our case, it does not solve it.
Isabel set her hands on her hips and shook her head. Nate's heart raced, each beat a loud echo of the turmoil swirling inside him. Doubt crept in as their behavior failed to match his hope. This won't help? I think it will help, Alexander answered. I just don't think it's going to reverse the issue immediately.
Alexander is correct. According to the way the original royal decree was made, this change would still need to be voted on. Now, this makes it obvious that the royals were leaning this way the entire time, not simply asking for it now in a special circumstance.
Isabel paced the floor as she spoke. Which may help, Alexander answered.
We should take this to Uncle Frederick.
Isabel pulled the royal decree from Alexander's hands.
He may be able to use it to convince the legislators to vote on this in our way.
Nate bobbed his head at the words. Should someone stay here and keep looking for other things that could help? No, Alexander said with a shake of his head. If Grandfather wrote this in the 90s, there is nothing else that rescinded it. You would be wasting your time. Nate shifted his weight from foot to foot. But it's still the same thing. We still haven't found anything that helps. Alexander clapped him on the shoulder. You found something tremendously helpful. Let's present this to my uncle and allow him to move forward with it. Nate followed, each step heavy with the weight of the impending decisions that could alter not just his future, but the entire kingdom's. The frown etching his face reflected a turmoil much deeper than mere disappointment. The elation he'd felt at the words Alexander read moments ago waned quickly when he realized they were meaningless. Smile, Nathan, you've done well. Elena will be very proud, Alexander said with a grin as they stepped into the hall. A man scurried past them, folders stacked in his arms and sweat beading on his brow. Oh, Reuben, what luck, Alexander said as the man passed. He stopped, bowing slightly without toppling his folders. Your Highnesses, is there something I can help with? Is my uncle here? Yes, His Majesty is in the royal office. Good. We have something that must be brought to his attention immediately, Alexander answered. Follow me, Reuben said before spinning on a heel and leading them toward a wide set of marble stairs. They climbed up to the next level, threading through ornate halls in the whisper-quiet building toward a set of double doors. A guard swung one open as they approached, offering a bow to the royals as they passed. The king, his eyes fixed on a document on his desk, did not look up as they entered. Have you found them? Yes, Your Majesty, Reuben answered. All of them. And their Highnesses Prince Alexander and Princess Isabel are here to see you. King Frederick finally glanced up, peering over reading glasses. Ah, and both Mr. Kingsleys. Is there something I might do for you? Yes, Uncle, Alexander answered, pulling the decree back from Isabel and stepping forward with it. We have something that you should see. The king studied him for a moment before he took the parchment, adjusting his reading glasses as he perused it. His features pinched, and he snapped his gaze upward, pulling his glasses from his face. Where did you get this? Nathan found it in an Eldorian law book, still sealed. Sealed? The king rose from his desk, handing the paper to his assistant. Do you have the envelope? Alexander bobbed his head as he passed it over. The king donned his glasses again, studying the broken seal. Why was this never delivered? We had the same question, Alexander said. But it's near to Grandfather's death. Perhaps that explains it. It still should not have been lost, the king answered with a shake of his head. It helps us, though, right? Nate asked. King Frederick flicked his gaze to Nate. It doesn't hurt, Mr. Kingsley, though the battle is far from won.
It should be presented to the legislators. It must be voted upon,
Isabel said. King Frederick stalked back and forth in front of his desk. A vote on the acceptance of a royal decree is tricky, Isabel. Many legislators are leaning against supporting this sort of change to royal protocol. But this shows that it has been an issue in the past, one that the previous king hoped to overturn. If that legislature would have voted on it, it could be a non-issue now, Alexander argued. Could be, Alexander, not would be. Julian has them whipped into a frenzy with fear over the common folk running amok in the royal palace. That's hardly the case, Alexander said with a shake of his head. Elena has been raised to rule, and she will be an excellent monarch. I quite agree, but the damage is already done, King Frederick claimed. Nate frowned, feeling helpless in the face of the Eldorian legal matters.
The fact remains that this decree must be voted on, whether we like it or not,
Isabel answered. Whose side are you on, sister? If there is even a chance we could lose the vote, the risk is too great.
We must chance it,
Isabel said.
If it comes to light that we were in possession of this and did not take it to a vote, we could all pay a very dear cost. It is treason.
King Frederick heaved a sigh as he collapsed into his desk chair. She is correct, but I had hoped for more time.
We should go to the legislature now, present the decree, inform them of grandfather's intent, and ask that they vote according to his wishes. If they believe monarchs are so bloody special, then show it,
Isabel retorted, her arms crossed over her chest. She is correct, King Frederick answered. Reuben, gather the assembly. We must take the decree to them. Nate's stomach twisted into a tight knot as tension rose in the room, everyone visibly uncomfortable with the sudden shift in strategy. We're going now? He stared with wide eyes at Alexander. Yes, Alexander answered. Isabel is correct in having to take this to the legislature immediately. We can only hope Julian hasn't done much damage, and the legislators agree that the wishes of the former king should be upheld. Shouldn't we, consult with an attorney first or something? Nate glanced between Alexander and the king as the assistant raced from the room. Mr. Kingsley, sometimes battles are lost no matter how hard we try, King Frederick answered. No! Nate shouted before he slid his eyes closed. No! You can't do this! The king flicked his eyebrows up. Mr. Kingsley, control your temper. I'm not... He ran a shaky hand through his hair. I meant to help Ellie, not hurt her. We all did, Nathan, Alexander said, his voice tempered as he patted his shoulder. The king rose with a nod. At times, things do not go the way we planned. But, Nate groaned, imagining the legislature voting against the decree in droves, and his actions leading directly to Elena losing her crown. It's all right, Mr. Kingsley, King Frederick said. If you are to be a royal, you must learn to measure your outbursts, no matter the outcome. He pressed his lips together, his fingers curling into fists. He'd wanted to surprise Elena with the news that they'd secured her future, but instead, he'd doomed her. What kind of spouse would he be when all he did was make her life worse with every move he made? Your Majesty, the assembly is ready, a winded Reuben said as he pushed into the room again. King Frederick nodded as he rose from his seat again, buttoning his jacket as he strode toward the door. Alexander guided Nate forward, though his legs did not want to move. He shot a worried glance at the man. Remember, you're entering the legislature. Remain quiet despite what you hear, Alexander whispered as they followed the king down the stairs and into a large stadium-like room filled with men and women engaged in hushed conversations. Alexander pointed to a few seats on the side. Nate swallowed hard as he crossed to them and slid into one. He scanned the faces in the crowd, wondering which of them would agree with him and which wouldn't. A gavel banged, startling him and calling his attention to the front. A suited man greeted them. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The session has been called to order with the express intent of securing a vote on a royal decree that has recently been found. Found from where? Someone called. I shall leave the details to His Majesty. The man offered the king a nod before stepping aside. Good morning, King Frederick said, his tone even. As many of you know, we have been discussing changes to a long-standing tradition concerning royal marriages. While I appreciate the candor of all the arguments, the time for voting has come, not because I have written a decree, but because my father has, days prior to his death. Gasps rang out in the chambers as the king continued. I have here a decree dated the 15th of June, 1993. This decree rescinds the requirement for royals to marry royals. I shall ask that it be read and recorded now. The king handed it to another man who read the text aloud to the entire group. Nate shifted in his seat, a lump forming in his throat as he scanned the legislators again. The king returned to the podium. Given that this decree was made decades ago, and clearly reflect the intention of the monarchy to grant freedom in choice to the royals for their marriages, I would ask that this legislature follow the wishes of the past king in voting to support this decree and overturn the previous one. The king stepped away from the podium, giving a nod to the other man. He rose and approached the microphone. I know this has been debated in the past several days informally, but I would like to open the floor to formal comments now. He pointed a finger at one of the hands that raised, and the man rose to speak. As I have said many times before, if we cannot hold the monarchy to a higher standard, who can we? They govern us. They are a symbol of this country. Decorum is not too much to ask. Nate frowned at him. He hardly displayed a lack of decorum. It wasn't like they'd be holding keg parties at the royal palace. Another member rose, stating her piece. I disagree entirely. We all know the vetting process for a spouse. Being of royal blood does not simply make one the epitome of etiquette and decorum. We have seen countless examples of royals behaving badly. And we will see countless more if this turns into a free-for-all with marriages, another man retorted. Nate shifted again, concerned that the vote was about to go very badly. The man called on another legislator who rose. I have less to say about the decree itself, and more to say on the sudden appearance of a decree dating to 1993 that has never been brought forth before this assembly. The king leaned toward the microphone to comment. The decree was found only today. It was brought forth immediately. Where? By whom? The man demanded. Rumblings of agreement echoed in the chamber. Nate's stomach twisted into a knot. The decree was found by Mr. Nathan Kingsley in the Royal Archive, King Frederick explained. Then we must hear from Mr. Kingsley. All eyes turned to Nate, and heat washed over him as his muscles tensed. The man at the podium waved him over. Mr. Kingsley, if you will step forward and be sworn into these proceedings. Alexander offered him a nod. Answer their questions, no more. Nate bobbed his head as he rose on shaky knees. He stepped forward toward the podium, hoping he could hear what was being asked over the pounding of his heart. After being sworn in, he approached the podium. Mr. Kingsley, the head legislator asked, please describe what happened that led to the finding of this decree. I went to the Royal Archives with Prince Alexander and Princess Isabel. For what reason? Someone asked. He glanced with wide eyes at Alexander, who gave him a reassuring nod. We wanted to see if anything postdated the decree that requires royals to marry royals. Because you hope to overturn it, someone shouted. Why would an American care? His head swam. What was he supposed to answer? Should he tell the truth? He licked his lips and leaned forward toward the microphone. I want to marry Elena. Gasps rang out in the room again. He shot a frightened glance toward the king, who remained expressionless. Had he screwed up? What do you mean? Explain! Someone yelled. Elena and I met in Sterling City, and we fell in love. I love her, and I want to marry her, but I don't want her to have to give up the life she's been raised for. It's not fair. You mean you wish to be king? Someone asked. Nate shook his head. No, that's not it at all. Isn't it? A commoner looking for a title is what it seems. Yes, an American hoping to level up. The accusations came swiftly from all corners of the room. He was actively making the situation worse by simply telling the truth. No, he tried again. A gavel banged, silencing the murmuring throughout the room. Order! Mr. Kingsley is providing testimony. Proceed, Mr. Kingsley.
No, I don't want a title. I don't want to marry Elena for any reason other than I love her. And I just think that she shouldn't be punished for falling in love with me. She spent her entire life learning how to care for and cultivate this country. She's loyal, and she's brave, and well, you'd be foolish to not let her be queen just because she didn't marry a royal. Gasps rang out again, and the gavel smashed down several times to silence them. Why had he called them stupid? He finished his tale of finding the decree and fielded a few more questions relating to it before they excused him back to his seat. He wiped at the sweat beading on his brow as he slid into it, sick over how easily he'd collapsed to the pressure. Alexander patted his arm with a nod. The time has come for a vote. The words echoed in the quiet space as Nate's stomach twisted into a tight knot. Had he just cost Elena her crown?
Chapter 19. Elena. Elena gripped the camera tightly, her other fingers white-knuckling the handhold on the door as Maddie took another turn at breakneck speed. Her stomach churned. The image of the hooded figure with their hands around Chloe's throat still burned through her mind. While the face could not clearly be seen, it was obvious from the grizzled chin that the culprit was not Victoria Kingsley. Maddie had made several panicked calls to her father, but received no response. With no way to reach anyone, they'd climbed back into the car for another trip to Sterling City. Elena squeezed her eyes closed as Maddie zipped down the street, holding her breath as a horn blared at them. As they raced along, Elena's mind whirled as fast as the wheels. Each red light was a reminder of the ticking clock. Maddie, I know this is urgent, but I would very much like to deliver the new evidence alive, Elena said. Maddie wrinkled her nose at her as she ploughed ahead, weaving through the city's traffic. I hate to be a bother, Caroline said from the back seat, but the signal ahead is red. Elena's eyes went wide as she stared at the red light, pressing her feet hard against the floor. Maddie hopped on the brake, and they came to a screeching stop inches from the car in front of them. Oh dear, Elena said with a shaky exhale. We stopped, Maddie said with a shake of her head. It's okay. Elena swallowed hard. Give me your phone. I will try your father again. Now? We're almost there, Maddie said as they waited for the light to turn. It will give me something to do to distract myself from your driving. Maddie offered her a wry glance as she handed the phone over. Elena unlocked it and scrolled to Charles's name, tapping the call icon. Maddie accelerated as the light turned and traffic moved forward. After a few rings, Charles's voice filled the car, instructing them to leave a message after the tone. Elena sighed as she ended the call. Still nothing. Where could he be? Perhaps he is with Mrs. Kingsley. She is undoubtedly upset, Caroline suggested. I suppose so, but... Elena's voice trailed off as Maddie darted into another lane. Dad never leaves his phone unattended, Maddie said with a shake of her head. Like never. He's always connected. But this is a special circumstance, Caroline argued. Not that special. When Stephen was arrested, he still took calls. I don't know where he could be. We're about to find out, Elena said as Maddie swung into the police station's parking lot and whipped into a space. Elena pushed the door open, sucking in deep breaths of the air as she climbed from the car. Thank heavens. I quite agree, Caroline muttered.
Remind me to thank Andrew when we arrive in Eldoria for his superb driving skills.
You and me both, Caroline. Maddie rounded the car, her young features etched with concern. Come on. Elena bobbed her head, and they followed her into the station. People bustled back and forth in a chaotic dance as phones rang and police radios blared. They made their way through the madness to the desk where a young officer sat staring at her phone. Help you? I need to see Victoria Kingsley, Maddie said. Who? The girl asked, glancing up from her phone. My mom, Victoria Kingsley. She was arrested earlier, Maddie said. Oh, you want to go to processing. Down the hall, make a left. Follow the red arrows on the floor. The girl waved a finger in the direction of a long hallway leading to another hall. Okay, thanks, Maddie answered. They waded through the others and into the hall, following the instructions to find processing. Maddie approached another officer standing behind a desk filling out paperwork. Hi, I need to see my mom, Victoria Kingsley. Kingsley, you said? The woman asked. Yeah, Maddie answered her. She was arrested earlier? The woman held up a finger, leaning back and glancing into another room. Hey, Frank, you processed a Victoria Kingsley earlier today?
Yeah,
the man answered, hovering in the doorway. She in holding?
Nah, she's upstairs with homicide.
Maddie's shoulders slumped, and Elena slid an arm around her. Sorry, honey, you can't see her if she's with the detectives, the female officer said. But we have evidence material to the case, Elena answered. The detectives must see it right away. It proves her innocence. The cop stared at the three of them for a moment before she nodded. You'll need to head up to the 3rd floor. When you get off the elevator, take a right to homicide. 3rd floor, take a right.
Yep. Ask for the detectives on the Hartman case,
the man answered. Got it, Elena said with a curt nod. Thank you. They backtracked to a set of elevators and pressed the button. Maddie drummed her hands against her thighs as she danced from foot to foot. This is a nightmare. We'll get there, darling. I know it's frustrating, but we'll get there. Maddie blew out a shaky breath as the doors finally opened. They ploughed into the lift and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. When the doors opened again, they spilled into another chaotic zone of ringing phones and detectives bustling around workspaces. Right, Caroline whispered, pointing toward a hallway leading to another room filled with desks. They shuffled inside, scanning the space for anyone who could help them. Everyone minded their own business, ignoring them completely. Excuse me, Maddie tried as someone wandered past staring at a file. She received no response. Hello, Elena began as another officer scurried past, his focus on his phone. Well, this is quite frustrating. Maybe we should... Maddie wrinkled her nose, leaving the statement unfinished as she failed to come up with a suitable option. Elena shook her head, dragging a wooden chair from next to a desk and climbing onto it after grabbing a stack of folders from a desk. She released her grip on them, sending them smacking into the floor with a loud thwack. Chatter died down and eyes turned to her. Excuse me, but which of you is working on the Chloe Hartman case?
That's Wallace and Davis,
someone said. Lovely. And where might we find Detective Wallace and Davis? Elena questioned.
They're in court.
Elena leaned forward, her features pinching. Court?
Yeah, the lady who did it is being arraigned. They're over in the courthouse.
Elena's stomach twisted into a knot. Arraigned? Poor Victoria. They had to hurry.
If you need to leave something for them, we can...
No, Elena answered, scrambling off the chair and heading for the elevator. Thank you.
Whatever you say.
Now what? Maddie asked, her voice breathy. We must go to the courthouse immediately. Should we leave the evidence here, Your Highness? Caroline asked. I'm not letting this out of my sight. It could be lost or ignored. No, we'll go straight to the courthouse and present the evidence there. Good idea, Caroline said as the elevator doors opened again. They made the short trip down to the street level and left the police station behind, returning to the street. Where is the courthouse? Elena asked, spinning in the parking lot in search of something recognizable. 2 blocks over. We can walk, Maddie said.
Thank heavens, Elena answered as she followed the young woman to the sidewalk. She tightened her grip again on the camera in her pocket as they made their way through the throng of midday people hurrying to and from their lunch plans. The clock on the courthouse chimed the hour with a melodramatic gong as they climbed the stairs, passing Lady Justice before they pushed through the door. A guard held up a hand and waved them toward the metal detectors. Elena hurried through it, setting off an alarm. They sent her back, asking her to empty her pockets and put her purse on the conveyor. With a click of her tongue, she hurried to dump the camera and purse into a plastic bin, staring longingly after it as it disappeared into an X-ray scanner. After Elena had been cleared, she hurried through, this time with no ill effects. She snatched the camera the moment it slid from inside the machine and stuffed it into her pocket again. Caroline cleared the security protocol and they hurried forward. "How will we know which courtroom? We cannot go into them all," Caroline said. Elena clapped a palm against her forehead. "I haven't a clue. Oh dear." Caroline stopped a man with a briefcase crossing the lobby. "Excuse me, I'm ever so sorry to interrupt your day, but we need help." The man scrunched his features, shoving his phone into his pocket.
Do you need an attorney?
"We need to know where arraignments are held."
Oh.
He pointed toward an office door.
Clerk of courts can tell you.
"Thank you," she answered. "Very good, Caroline," Elena said with a nod as they crossed to the door and pushed into the office.
Can I help you?
A blonde behind a reception desk asked. "We're looking for Victoria Kingsley's arraignment." The woman held up a finger as she tapped on her keyboard with her other hand.
She's in courtroom 403A.
403A, Elena said with a nod. "Got it. Thank you." They left the office behind, found the elevators and took one to the 4th floor. A sign pointed them to the left, and they wandered through the wide hall in search of the appropriate space. "Here," Elena said with a grin as she pointed to a sign marked 403A. They opened the doors and slipped inside. Tears formed in Maddie's eyes as she spotted her mother standing behind the defendant's table still in handcuffs. Charles's eyes went wide as he glanced over his shoulder. He rose, hunched over, and hurried back to them.
"Maddie, what are you doing here?"
"Mr. Kingsley, we have evidence to help Mrs. Kingsley's case," Elena whispered.
"What?"
Charles asked as the judge spoke from the bench.
"Everyone, please take your seats, or take your conversation into the hall. This is a courtroom, not a cafeteria. Now, both sides have presented their information, and given Mrs. Kingsley's vast resources, I would agree with the prosecution that bail should be denied for the—"
"Just a moment!" Elena shouted. The judge peered over his readers at her, a frown forming on his lips.
"Excuse me, miss, but I am going to have to ask you to sit down, or I will hold you in contempt of this court."
"But I have information material to this case."
"This isn't a trial, miss. This is a bail hearing, and—"
"For a crime that this woman hasn't committed, and I have the proof." The judge sucked in a breath, leaning back in his chair.
"Look, I don't know who you think you are."
"I am Princess Elena Montclair." She raised the camera in the air. "I have evidence that will exonerate Mrs. Kingsley, a video of the crime being committed which clearly shows that Victoria Kingsley did not commit this crime. I demand that it be reviewed at once."
"Your Honor, this is highly irregular,"
the prosecutor complained.
"This is exactly the prosecution's point on Mrs. Kingsley's powerful friends."
The judge held up a hand to stop him.
"What is this so-called evidence that you have that proves her innocence, and why is it not in the possession of the police?"
"I have a camera from Chloe Hartman's apartment that recorded the entire event. Why the police did not find it is a question that I cannot answer. However, if you'll just review this video, you'll see that this entire proceeding is unnecessary as you have the wrong person." The judge shifted his gaze to Clifford.
"Counselor, do you know anything about this?"
Your Honor, I do not, but my client has maintained her innocence throughout this case, so I would very much like to see the evidence. Your Honor, this is nothing more than a publicity stunt to try to pull the focus from Mrs. Kingsley.
"I don't see any press here, Counselor.
I want both of you in my chambers along with—"
He waved a finger at Elena. Caroline stepped forward, her hands clasped in front of her as she raised her chin. "Her Royal Highness Princess Elena of Eldoria."
"Right, her."
Elena swallowed hard as the judge rose and left the bench, disappearing into a door tucked in the corner. Clifford motioned for her to step forward, leaning closer to her as they walked.
"This had better be good."
"Oh, it is," Elena promised. They entered the judge's chambers, finding the man already behind his desk.
"Now."
"Your Highness is the most appropriate form of address, but you may call me Elena."
The judge cleared his throat as he shifted in his seat again.
"Your Highness, please explain what it is you say you have."
Elena raised the camera in the air. "This, Your Honor, is a video camera that recorded the crime. It was found in Chloe Hartman's apartment."
"By whom?"
the prosecutor asked. "Me," Elena answered, her eyes flicking to the judge. "We entered her apartment earlier in search of clues."
"Clues?"
the prosecutor repeated.
"Please, Your Honor, you cannot allow this to proceed. This could all be fabricated."
"I resent that accusation. And if you just allow me to connect this to your computer or laptop, I can show you the contents." The judge motioned for her to approach his desk. With trembling hands, she plugged the cord into the camera and then into the computer. With another shaky motion, she jiggled the mouse and navigated to the drive, as Maddie had shown her earlier. "Here you see the list of dates. If you click the date of the murder, the third video is the one to watch."
"Why not the first?"
the prosecutor asked.
"Or the second?" "Easy, counselor. She is not on cross-examination here."
The judge took hold of the mouse, navigating to the video Elena pointed out and opening it. The other two men grouped behind him, leaning closer to the screen. The scene played out as Elena glanced away, not wishing to witness the crime again. After a moment, Cliff said,
"I wish to make a motion to dismiss all charges against my client." "I don't blame you," the judge answered. "Counselor, do you wish to revise your charges?"
"We'd like to verify—"
"Counselor, this is clearly the victim's apartment, the victim and the assailant, who is obviously not Victoria Kingsley, unless she suddenly grew taller, more muscled, and began sporting a beard."
The prosecutor pressed his lips together.
"Will withdraw all charges against the defendant."
Elena grinned at the words, her heart lifting. The judge nodded.
"All right, let's make it official."
The prosecutor called for the detectives, asking them to take the camera into evidence before they returned to the courtroom. Elena shuffled behind the others, offering Victoria a smile and a nod. The judge returned to his seat, smashing the gavel down before he gave the prosecutor a glance.
"Counselor?"
"At this time, we will be dropping all charges against Victoria Kingsley." Before he could finish his statement, a cheer erupted from Victoria, Charles, and Maddie.
"Mrs. Kingsley, you are free to go. I hope you give a proper thank you to this resourceful young woman,"
the judge said as he banged his gavel again.
"Oh, I will, Your Honor,"
she answered with a grin before she reached for Elena's hand. The bailiff stepped forward to remove Victoria's handcuffs as Charles shook hands with Cliff.
"Whatever was on that video must have done the trick,"
Charles said.
"Elena managed to find footage of the murder,"
Cliff answered. "Oh, not me," Elena said with a shake of her head. "Maddie and Caroline were involved also. It was a team effort." "Well, I cannot thank you enough. Though, Maddie, I do want to have a discussion about sneaking out of the house to go to crime scenes." "May we have that discussion on a flight to Eldoria?" Elena asked. "With this nightmare over for you, I'd very much like to go to Eldoria." "You want to see Nate," Victoria said with a smile. "And face the trouble there. There is a slight problem with our laws. My engagement to Nate may mean I cannot take the throne. I'd very much like to know the status of that, as our engagement announcement may be postponed." "Oh, no," Victoria said, her smile fading quickly. "I'm so sorry to tell you this. I do hope we don't need to postpone, but it may be beyond our control." Elena's lips tugged into a frown as her forehead creased. She had solved the situation here,
but what was waiting for her at home?
Chapter 20. Nate. Nate's chair creaked as he shifted on it. His heart thudded hard against his ribs. A vote had been called for on the decree lifting the royal marriage ban. His mind swirled as he wondered if his testimony would help or hurt. He'd blurted out things he hadn't intended, like his love for Elena. He wondered if the king would throw him in a dungeon. Did they have a dungeon? He wiped his sweaty palms against his pants as a hush fell over the room. Alexander shot him a consoling glance as he leaned closer. "It will all be over soon, one way or the other." "It's the other I'm worried about. I probably ruined it," he whispered back. It was an impassioned speech. Let's hope it helped rather than hurt. The man at the podium spoke again. "The royal decree on the floor requires a vote. To be clear, because of the previous decree, a supermajority is needed. Therefore, we require 134 votes for this to pass." Sweat beaded on Nate's brow as he scanned the faces of the 200 delegates in attendance, wondering if they'd make the cut. "All those in favor of approving the decree amending the requirement for royals to marry titled individuals in order to qualify for the monarchy, please indicate by saying aye." Voices piped up across the room, though it sounded like nowhere near enough to pass the decree. "All those opposed?" The man scanned the room as several people shouted, "Nay!" Nate pressed his lips together, shifting again as it seemed that the nays had it. "Abstentions?" No one abstained. The man at the podium twisted to a woman furiously typing on a laptop. "Roll call, Mrs. Montgomery." The woman bobbed her head, clicking with her mouse for a moment before she began to call out names. "Mr. Abernathy." "Nay." Nate slid his eyes closed as the first vote came out negative. "Mr. Armstrong." "Nay." Another knife to his heart as the second nay came out. They were already down 2 votes. "Miss Atelier." "Aye." His heart lifted slightly. "Mr. Ayers," Mrs. Montgomery called. "Aye." Nate sucked in a shaky breath. They were neck and neck. He tried to keep track of the no votes, counting them in his head as the woman continued to call out names and record votes. Each no vote felt like a physical blow, his stomach tightening with each one. He gripped the armrest, his knuckles white, as the reality of the situation pressed down upon him. He lost track somewhere in the D's. He licked his lips, glancing to Alexander, who sat expressionless. How could the man sit there without reacting at all? Or was it because they were behind in the vote? He glanced further down the aisle, finding Isabel with a similar expression. His gaze strayed to King Frederick. The man also stood, hands clasped behind his back, with a completely stoic expression on his chiseled features. Maybe it was the American in him, but he was barely able to contain his agitation, and he'd been through tough boardroom votes in the past. Emotions often ran higher in the boardroom, though, than they seemed to with the royals. He shifted in his seat as they reached the L's in the alphabet, votes pouring in one after the other. His forehead creased as he faced the possibility that they may have a majority, but not a supermajority. Most of the legislature may agree with the measure, but possibly not 2/3 of them. They reached the S's, each name being called out in what seemed like an agonizingly slow process. His chest constricted as the voting continued, and he shimmied around, suddenly finding the seat too hard. Mrs. Montgomery peered up over her glasses as she called out one final name. "Mr. Van White." "Aye," the man answered. The woman noted the response before she clacked a few more keys. The moderator stepped over, peering over her shoulder at the screen. She shifted it toward him, leaning closer to whisper the results. Nate narrowed his eyes, attempting to read her lips, but he couldn't manage it. Whatever she said would remain a mystery until the man announced the results. Finally, he nodded and straightened, approaching the podium again. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your votes today. We have our decision." Blood rushed through Nate's ears as he waited to hear what it was, his legs feeling wobbly and his heart hammering. "The decree has been approved by a vote of 137 to 63. Nate's eyes went wide as a smile turned the corners of his lips. He glanced at Alexander, who still sat stoically next to him. Why weren't they celebrating? Had he missed something? The moderator at the podium continued to speak for a few moments before he dismissed them. He twisted toward the king with a pleasant smile and a nod. "Thank you, Mr. Tillman," King Frederick said, with a bow of his head. "I am glad the matter has been put to rest, and I know Elena will be too." Alexander rose from his seat as the legislators filed from the room. Several approached him with a bow and a greeting. Nate stood next to him, waiting for a moment to speak. "This is good, right?" "Excellent. Elena will be thrilled, and it looks like you, my friend, are about to become a prince in a few short weeks." "I didn't—" "Prince Alexander," Mr. Van White said with a bow as he approached. "I assume you supported this measure?" "Wholeheartedly, yes," Alexander said. "Princess Elena should not be denied the throne simply due to marriage. She has Eldoria's best interests always in her mind, even as she selected a husband." The man slid his gaze to Nate. "And you are the selection, I gather." "Oh, Nate began, swallowing hard. "Yes, this is Nathan Kingsley," Alexander said as Nate extended his hand to the man. "Don't get too used to that, Mr. Kingsley," Mr. Van White said with a chuckle. "You'll soon be a royal, and handshaking is not welcome." "Oh, sorry, it's the American in me, but I'm committed to learning all the right protocols and so on." "I'm sure you are. If Princess Elena has deemed you fit, you must be one heck of a man. She is a bright, beautiful woman with a good head on her shoulders." "Indeed," Alexander said with a nod. "And I must congratulate you, not only on your upcoming engagement announcement, which I expect will be forthcoming soon, but on your impassioned speech. I was against this measure until you spoke up." Nate's jaw dropped open before he plastered a smile onto his features. "Well, I'm glad I had a positive impact." "Yes, I'd say on several members. At last count, I believe the straw poll showed the measure would fail by at least a dozen votes. So, you've done quite well for yourself, Mr. Kingsley." Nate beamed at him, proud to have made a difference in the future of the small country, and silently promising to make certain he always kept the country's interests at heart. Alexander and the man chatted for another moment before he shuffled off to leave the space behind. Alexander clapped Nate on the back. "Well, Nathan, you've done both Eldoria and Elena proud. She will be quite pleased when she returns." King Frederick approached them, a slight smile on his features. "Well, we have done it." "Yes, we have, Uncle," Alexander said with a nod. "And from what I understand, some of that is due to Mr. Kingsley." "Yes," King Frederick said with a nod. "Several of the legislators mentioned changing their vote after his speech. Julian had painted a rather grim picture of the situation that could occur. But Mr. Kingsley managed to restore their faith in Elena and himself. Well done, Mr. Kingsley." Nate couldn't stop his smile from spreading wider across his features. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I'm so happy I could help." "I imagine Elena will be thrilled." The king grinned at him. "I shall let you be the one to inform her, as it is your doing." Nate bobbed his head. "Well, I don't care who tells her, to be honest. I'm just thrilled she doesn't have to choose between her crown and me." Alexander offered him a coy glance. "I believe she would have selected you, Nathan. But that would have always been between us. I would have always felt like she'd been forced to leave her life behind."
Well, she is very fortunate to have you at her side, King Frederick said. Now, let's return to the palace for a celebration. It will also give us the opportunity to discuss the upcoming engagement announcement. Nate bobbed his head as the king motioned for him to precede him from the room. A lump formed in his throat as he considered the engagement announcement. He couldn't wait to let the world know they planned to marry, but he also realized it would likely be without his own family at his side. His mind returned to Sterling City, wondering if there was any update on his mother's case. He'd call as soon as he had the chance, but for now, he'd celebrate the win with his in-laws. They climbed into the chauffeured cars, returning to the palace. Please, make yourselves comfortable in the sitting room. I'll retrieve Sophia, King Frederick said as he mounted the stairs. Alexander pushed the doors open, a grin finally on his features in the privacy of the palace. It quickly slid away as they spotted Prince Julian in the room. Julian, he said, his nose wrinkling, to what do we owe the displeasure? Merely enjoying an afternoon of reflection. Soon this palace will be mine, and I imagine I may spend many an afternoon here. The duties of a king are such that you would not find yourself with many quiet moments of reflection, Alexander shot back. But you will not have to worry about that, brother. Oh, I think I may. It seems dear Elena is rather set on marrying the American, which will preclude her from accepting the crown. Not anymore, Alexander answered. Mr. Kingsley, a brandy. That's great, thanks, Nate said as the brothers continued to battle. What are you prattling about, Alexander? Once the measure is brought to a vote, it will fail. Elena will not be allowed to take the throne. He wiggled his eyebrows as he eyed his brother. And neither will you if you continued to dodge Lady Margaret's attentions. Save it, Julian. You've lost. The man grinned at his brother. No, brother, I don't think so. I have the votes. Except you don't, Alexander answered as he handed the brandy to Nate and clinked his glass. To you, Nathan, for finding the royal decree suggesting royals be permitted to have free marriages and bringing it to a vote in the legislature today. The grin slid from Prince Julian's features as he flicked his gaze back and forth between them. What sort of mistruths are you telling, brother? No mistruths. We visited the archive this morning. Mr. Kingsley found a royal decree from our grandfather that was never opened. Uncle Frederick took it to the legislature, and the vote has been concluded. What was the split? 137 to 63. Sorry, brother. You have lost. It can't be, he whispered as he stared into his drink. No, I had more than that assured. Well, you may have, but Nathan made quite an impassioned plea, and several of them changed their mind. What? Prince Julian's features twisted as he slammed his drink down. You won't get away with this. It is done, brother. You will return to your original place in the line. Sorry to burst your bubble. Julian sneered at them as he stormed to the door. You will pay for this. Mark my words, as I live and breathe, you will pay for this. The man stormed from the room, slamming the door shut behind him. Nate stared after him, wondering what other trouble he may bring. Don't listen to him, Alexander said with a clap on Nate's shoulder. He will soon realize he's lost. I don't put it past him not to make more trouble for us. I just don't want Elena to face anything else because of me. We've been through enough. Love is often not the easy route, my friend. Nate huffed out a laugh before he sipped his brandy. You're right. We've fought hard to be together. I can't believe we'll be able to announce our engagement without too much trouble. I can barely believe it. It seems surreal. It will happen. Why not call Elena and give her the good news? Oh, I was going to surprise her when I saw her, Nate answered. Surprise her? Like last time? Haven't you learned yet about those surprises? Alexander grinned at him. Right, Nate said as he set his glass down on the table and tugged his phone from his pocket.
He pressed the call icon next to Elena's name, allowing the line to trill until it reached her voicemail. "Voicemail," he said as he ended the call. "But if you don't mind, I'd like to check in with my parents to see how things are going." "Absolutely. Please, feel free." "Thanks," Nate said as he dialed his father. The line rang until it went to voicemail. He crinkled his brow, trying a call to his mother, then his sister, all with the same results. As he ended the last call, his heart pounded out a frenetic beat against his ribs. Had something happened to make them all go radio silent?
Chapter 21. Elena. Elena drummed her fingers on her thigh as the plane buzzed over the ocean toward Eldoria. The clouds swirling outside of her window mirrored the tumult of emotions that twisted her insides. Each mile closer to home brought both a surge of hope and a pang of apprehension, threading through her thoughts like the delicate lace of her bedroom curtains. After the drama in the courtroom, the Kingsleys, along with Elena and Caroline, hurried back to the house to pack their bags and make the trip to Eldoria. She hadn't called or texted Nate or anyone in her family to warn them, hoping to surprise everyone with the good news of Victoria's freedom. The last surprise she'd planned hadn't gone the way she expected, though, so she questioned her plan partway through the flight. Victoria crossed to her and eased on the couch next to her. "You don't look very pleased to be going home." Elena forced a smile onto her features. "I am. I'm just questioning our secret surprise. The last time I did this, Nate was doing the same thing and you missed each other." Elena bobbed her head. "Yes, exactly. But I don't think he's coming home. We told him to stay in Eldoria, and from what I understand, Stephen wasn't too keen on coming back. He apologized profusely for it, but he really couldn't handle the pressure." "It was awful," Elena said, patting Victoria's hand. "Mostly for you." Victoria sucked in a breath, her gaze falling to her lap. "I wish I hadn't gone to her apartment that night, but it was one of those decisions I couldn't stop myself from making." Elena offered her a warm smile, this time genuine. "I understand. She'd done so much damage to my family and my boys. I just wanted it to stop. I hope I will be as good a mother as you are, Mrs. Kingsley." Victoria squeezed Elena's hand. "I have no doubt you will be. The way you did what you did for me, you'll do anything to protect your family and your children. And I don't mean to get ahead of myself, but I do hope you and Nate will be giving us our first grandchild in the shorter term." "Well, heirs are very important," Elena answered. "So I'm certain my parents feel the same way." The warmth faded from her features as she glanced down at her feet. "If our children will be the heirs, that is." Victoria rubbed Elena's shoulder. "Oh, I hope this works out for you as well as my trouble worked out for me. If there is anything I can do to help." "Thank you," Elena said with a nod. "My father is handling the situation for now, but I will let you know. I do hope it sorts itself out. I love Nathan, but it will be rather a damper on our engagement announcement if this is dangling over us." Elena snapped her gaze to Victoria, her features pinched. "Oh, I don't mean that to sound so awful." Victoria laughed and waved the comment away. "It doesn't. This is your entire life. You've spent years being geared into becoming queen. To have that threatened because of who you chose to marry is awful. I completely understand why it would darken the day." "Thank you. I wanted so much for this to be a happy moment for us. Perhaps it will be best to postpone the announcement until it can be. If it can be." "Is there any hope?" "A glimmer," Elena answered. "My father has been speaking with the legislators about reversing the decree. He must secure a supermajority of voters, which is quite a lot. I am hopeful we can do it, though I'm uncertain, honestly." "Well, it seems like your family is really beloved there. Surely they'll want you to be happy when you are their monarch." Customs and tradition can play a large role in expectations in Eldoria. Elena curled her fingers into fists. That, and my oily cousin Julian has been painting a bleak picture of the future with a commoner as a ruler. Victoria clicked her tongue. I am sorry, Mrs. Kingsley. It's nothing personal. Julian will take any opportunity he can to attempt to claim the throne.
Oh, I know. I'm just sorry for you, and for Nate. I raised a good boy who turned into a strong, fair-minded man. To think your cousin would paint him in another light is
frustrating, I agree, Elena said with a nod. But his envy knows no bounds. Even Isabel has turned against him, agreeing that he has gone too far this time. Victoria raised her eyebrows.
Oh, well, that's good news. At least you have several people on your side.
I agree. I am hoping it will work to our advantage in the end. I know my father will be cautious, though. He will want to make sure he has everything just so before chancing a vote, which is why I warn you, we may postpone the announcement. Victoria pressed her lips together into a tight-lipped, consoling smile.
I hope not, for your sake. I know you were looking forward to it.
Immensely. We fought so hard to get here, and now it is all threatened again. The plane began to descend through the air, and an announcement came from the cabin about their landing. Elena shifted in her seat. Well, we will soon be there. I cannot wait to see the expression on Nathan's face when he sees you and you give him the good news.
You ought to be the one who delivers that, Victoria answered. It's due to you that I'm on this plane and not sitting in a jail cell or sporting an ankle monitor as my latest accessory.
You didn't deserve that. I'm so very pleased we found that evidence to prove your innocence. After exchanging a hug, the two women settled back in their seats until the plane's wheels bounced across the runway before it slowed to a stop. They climbed to their feet, collecting their belongings before they stepped into the warm Eldorian afternoon air. Elena sucked in a breath with a smile as she shielded her eyes. It's nice to be home.
Yes, it is, Caroline agreed with a grin as they descended the stairs and made their way toward the waiting cars.
Within minutes, they were on their way to the palace.
I called ahead and asked the staff to ready the Kingsley's rooms, Caroline said as the car careened closer to the palace. Elena snapped her gaze toward the woman. Don't worry, I was discreet. The surprise is not ruined.
Good, Elena said with a nod. Nathan will be thrilled to see his mother, I'm certain.
And all due to you, Your Highness.
And you and Maddie, Elena added. It was a team effort.
The car slowed to a stop outside of the palace doors, and the guard pulled the door open, greeting Elena with a bow. Welcome home, Your Highness.
Thank you, Elena said with a nod as she passed him and entered the expansive foyer. I wonder if anyone is home.
I hear voices in the sitting room, Caroline answered. Why don't you go upstairs and settle in, and I will see that the Kingsleys are settled, then search for the king and queen?
All right.
Elena took a step toward the stairs when the doors to the sitting room burst open. Julian stepped into the hall.
As I live and breathe, you will pay for this.
He slammed the doors closed behind him, his features pinched with fury as he stormed toward the front door. His eyes went wide, and he stopped dead as he spotted Elena. His features twisted into a deep grimace.
Here to celebrate?
Elena raised her eyebrows, lifting her chin.
That is none of your business. What has put you in such a sour mood?
Elena shook her head. Wait, what has soured your normally bad humor even further?
As if you don't know. You slink off to hide away while everyone else does your dirty work. One day this will catch up to you, and I shall be there on that glorious day to watch you fall.
Julian frowned at her again before he pushed past her and disappeared through the front door, nearly running over the Kingsleys. He seemed upset, Victoria said as she stepped into the palace.
Very, Elena answered. I am uncertain why. It seems, though, our little surprise may be ruined. I assume word arrived about your day in court. Perhaps that is what had him in a tizzy. Your Highness, Caroline said, Prince Alexander and Mr. Kingsley are in the sitting room. Elena twisted to find them both stepping into the hall. She grinned at Nate as she spotted him, warmth rushing through her. Ellie, he exclaimed before he rushed toward her and scooped her into his arms, lifting her feet off the floor. Nathan, she said as her feet hit the floor again. Oh, it's so good to see you.
Why didn't you tell me you were coming? He asked.
Well, I have a bit of a surprise. He groaned a little.
Another surprise? Well, at least we didn't miss each other this time. And I have a surprise, too.
Elena arched an eyebrow. You do? You first.
No, you first,
he insisted. Behind her, Victoria cleared her throat, giving her son a slight wave. Nate's expression morphed into a surprise as he glanced from his mother to his father and sister.
Mom? Hi, honey. What are you doing here? Did you get permission to come?
The smile slid off his face, replaced by concern.
Are you running from the law?
Victoria stepped forward, laughing as she pulled him into a hug. No, Nate, that's all cleared up. It's all over. Ellie found evidence to exonerate me. I'm free. Nate pulled back, his features surprised as he slid his gaze to Elena.
What?
It was a team effort, Elena answered. Maddie, Caroline and I went to Chloe's apartment and found a video camera. It had recorded the entire unfortunate event. And, while the face isn't shown clearly, it's obvious your mother was not the killer. Nate pulled his mother into a tight embrace again, his features softened as the lines of worry that had etched themselves over the weeks smoothed with relief. His eyes, bright with unshed tears, reflected his raw emotion and gratitude.
Oh, that's really good news. I'm so happy for you, Mom.
So am I, she said with another chuckle, and thrilled to be able to come to Eldoria. Yes, I'm very happy to have everyone here as well, though I have already explained to your mother that we may need to postpone our engagement announcement, Elena said ruefully.
Actually,
Nate grinned at her.
We should be able to announce it as scheduled, unless there's another reason to postpone.
Elena furrowed her brow as she studied him. No, not on my end. Whatever the end result with the decree is, it will not change my mind about us. Although, my father may wish to wait until after a vote has been held.
A vote has been held already, Elena, Alexander said. Earlier this afternoon. The matter is settled.
Elena's stomach twisted into a tight knot, each heartbeat like a drum roll as her mind raced. The haunting question of what had happened with the vote loomed over her. It is? It's finished?
Yes. Nathan found a decree from our grandfather suggesting the previous one regarding royal marriages be rescinded and replaced with the freedom to choose one's spouse. It went to the legislature for an immediate vote.
Her heart hammered in her chest as she awaited the result. They needed a supermajority. Had they gotten it?
You tell her, Nathan.
Nate grinned at her.
The vote passed, 137 to 63.
Elena's jaw fell open as an excited exclamation escaped her. Really? Alexander grinned at her, nodding.
Your Mr. Kingsley gave quite an impassioned speech that changed the minds of several legislators just before the vote. Had he not been here, we likely would have lost.
Elena stared up at her fiancé with admiration filling her eyes. An impassioned speech? He shrugged, color rising in his cheeks.
I just told them how great a queen you were going to be no matter who you married.
Oh, Nathan, she said with a grin as she flung her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on him. This is excellent news.
Elena?
Her father's voice boomed from the top of the stairs. Father, Nathan has just told me the wonderful news.
Indeed,
he answered as he led her mother down the stairs to join them. His eyes fell on the Kingsleys.
and it appears you have good news also.
Yes, Mrs. Kingsley has been exonerated of all charges, Elena said. A moment of silence stretched between them before Elena glanced at her father again. So, may I presume, with all our issues solved, that we may proceed with the engagement announcement as planned? His lips twisted into a smile.
You may. Given the instincts Mr. Kingsley has shown today, I am proud to welcome him to the family.
Elena beamed at her father before she kissed him on the cheek. In a matter of days, their relationship would be public, and in a few short weeks, she would wed the love of her life on Christmas Eve. After all the struggles, her life was finally on track, and she intended to enjoy it.
Chapter 22. Nate. Nate blew out a shaky breath, his hands fumbling with the cufflinks again, before attempting to tie his bow tie again. With a disgusted sigh, he tugged it from around his neck and tossed it onto the bed before he collapsed onto it. Things had fallen into place for their engagement announcement, yet his stomach still insisted on tying into a tight knot. He only wished the silk fabric was as cooperative. A quiet knock sounded at his door. Nate huffed, crossing the plush, thickly carpeted floor to the door. He opened it a crack to find his mother already dressed on the other side. She grinned at him as he opened the door further. "You look nice," he said with a tentative smile. She slid into the room. "You look unfinished. Need help with the tie?" "As always," Nate said with a shake of his head, retrieving the black fabric.
"Well, this is one of the last times I'll be doing this, so at least I can feel useful."
"Why, do you think I'll suddenly be able to tie my own ties after I get married?" Nate lifted his chin as she adjusted the fabric around his neck.
"No," she said with a grin, "but I think Ellie will do a fine job of it, and you won't need your mother anymore."
"Ellie seems like she does a fine job of everything," he answered.
"I can't believe she found that evidence." Victoria grinned as she finished tying the knot and adjusted it to be straight, and burst into the courtroom waving it in the air.
"I would have paid to see that," he answered as he glanced in the mirror.
"Thanks."
He tugged on his jacket and buttoned it before he adjusted his cufflinks again.
"She was really something. I think the judge was flabbergasted when she announced who she was."
Nate twisted to face his mother, an amused expression on his face. "She did?"
"Oh, yes, she dropped that royal title. The prosecutor tried to use that against her, but she just kept plowing ahead. Thank goodness the judge gave her some leeway."
"Really?" Nate said with a nod.
"King Frederick would have probably murdered me if Ellie would have ended up in jail."
He creased his forehead. "That reminds me, we should find out if they have a dungeon here." Victoria crinkled her nose.
"A dungeon?"
"Well, you never know. And the way luck runs in our family."
"Nate, you're about to become a prince. I hope they won't imprison one of their own family."
He shifted his weight from foot to foot. "Yeah, I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop on that."
"Honey, we're less than an hour away from the official announcement of your engagement. I think you'll make it."
"But will we make the wedding?" Nate shook his head. "Prince Julian is still fuming over what happened. I just don't trust him not to interrupt the wedding with some new nonsense that throws everything into chaos. Or even the engagement party."
"Maybe he'll end up in the dungeon," Victoria said with a chuckle.
"He is not going to take kindly to being knocked down in the royal pecking order."
"He's really not yet. Not until you have children." Victoria raised a finger in the air. "Which I have already spoken with Ellie about."
"Mom," Nate protested, "give us a chance to get married after everything that's happened."
"Heirs are important to royals. I'm just chiming in with my support."
He squeezed her hand as he smiled at her. "You will be the first to know when you're going to be a grandma."
"Actually, I would expect to be the second.
I'm assuming Queen Sophia will take precedence. Maybe we'll tell you both together. Victoria kissed his cheek. I don't care which order you tell me in. I'll be thrilled either way. Now, shall we head downstairs? Sure, he said, sucking in a deep breath. I hope I don't mess anything up. I'm still not used to all these royal protocols. You'll learn them. It sounds like you're already doing quite well. You still haven't told me the story of your impassioned speech that won the legislature, she said as she looped her arm through his and led him to the door. It wasn't that impassioned. I thought for sure I had sunk any chance of that vote going our way. Oh, Victoria said with a shake of her head. You were always good in the boardroom. Your father said you were quite persuasive. I assume that helped. They stepped into the empty hall and ambled toward his parents' room. I was a mess. They called me up to testify about finding the sealed decree. The next thing I knew, I was spilling my guts about how I loved Ellie. I think that's charming. Nate rolled his eyes at himself. It wasn't charming. It was embarrassing. I'm surprised the king didn't put me in the dungeon after that. I just didn't know what to say, but I felt honesty was the best policy. It usually is, Victoria said as they reached her door and she pushed inside. Ready? Charles adjusted his lapel and buttoned his jacket. I'm ready. Did you get his tie tied? I did, Victoria said, showcasing her handiwork. Sadly, it'll be one of the last times I do it. Her voice cracked as a tear rolled down her cheek. Nate slid an arm around her. Oh, Mom, first of all, I'm not dying. I'm just getting married. Actually, it's only the engagement party, and second, you still have Stephen around. She waved a hand at her face as she sniffled. Stephen can tie his own ties. He's always been better at that than you. You never did get the hang of it. But my little boy is all grown up. She fled across the room to tug a tissue from the holder on the nightstand. Nate shifted uncomfortably as he shot a glance at his father. Charles gave him a tight-lipped grin as he shoved his hands into his pockets. You'll see when Ellie does this over your kids. Dad, that's pretty far away? Just yesterday I drove your mom home from the hospital with you in her arms. Today she's weeping over your engagement. It comes sooner than you think, son. Nate crinkled his nose as he offered his father an awkward smile. Gee, can't wait. Mom? Maddie said as she hovered in the doorway. Why are you crying? Did something happen? Did you get bad news about the case or something? Victoria gave her a dismissive wave as she dabbed under her eyes. Mom's upset because I'm all grown up, Nate told her. Huh? Maddie asked. He's been grown up for a while. Yeah, but I'm getting married, Nate said as he poked her with his elbow, which is apparently worse than me dying. Don't be ridiculous, Victoria said with a sniffle. But you'll be here in Eldoria. I won't see you at breakfast anymore. You won't come home at night. Someone else will tie your ties. The last statement sent her into another crying jag. Charles wrapped an arm around her and patted her shoulder. Now, Victoria, you'll ruin your makeup. I know. I can't help it, she sobbed. What is going on? Stephen asked as he rushed into the room. Mom's upset because Ellie's going to tie Nate's ties. Huh? Stephen asked with a confused expression. Never mind. You'll all understand one day when your child is ready to leave you. You didn't cry when I married Chloe, Stephen said. Charles flicked his eyebrows up. Let's not bring that up again, shall we? When you're getting married to a real woman, then we'll talk. What are you going to do when I marry Prince Alexander? Maddie asked. Don't even speak about that yet, Maddie. I'm still getting used to your senior prom. Maddie rolled her eyes as another knock sounded at the door. All eyes turned to Elena, in an elegant emerald silk dress. The smile on her features faded as she spotted Victoria clutching a tissue. Is something wrong? Mom's upset because Nate's grown up. Oh, Elena said with a pout.
Of course she is. My father has just had his own moment of sorts.
Elena crossed to Victoria, pulling her into a tight embrace.
I promise you'll still see him.
I know, Victoria answered, rubbing Elena's back. You know it's not going to be the same in the house without him. You'll see when you have your own.
I'm certain I will. And on that note, there is something we must discuss before this engagement can be announced.
Nate's heart plummeted as his eyes went wide. What had happened now? What is it?
Well, first, I feel I must let you know that there is a private in-law residence on the premises that will be open to you at any time. I certainly hope you will use it quite frequently to visit with us, particularly when the children come.
Oh, Victoria moaned. That's so sweet. She shot Nate a glance. Someone's planning ahead, at least. He pressed his lips together into a thin line, shooting her a glance filled with mock annoyance.
I would very much like both sets of grandparents to be involved. Won't you have a fleet of nannies?
Maddie asked.
Of course there will be nannies. Nannies are lovely, but are no substitute for parents and grandparents, Elena said. So I very much hope we can count on your help.
Of course I will be here. And with my other kids in Sterling City. I'll tear myself in half, whatever it takes. Elena giggled.
Mrs. Kingsley, we are not chained to Eldoria. We can visit Sterling City too, and all of the family is welcome to use the in-law residence, so it needn't be one or the other.
That is a lovely offer, Ellie. I know how busy you'll be, though.
Well, until I am queen, I will be busy, but not so busy that I cannot visit with you in Sterling City. Nathan will, I'm certain, be spending time there with Genotech. We'll manage, and I promise to let you tie his ties on occasion.
Tears shone in Victoria's eyes as she pulled Elena into another hug. As Victoria pulled away, Elena rubbed a tear from her future mother-in-law's cheek.
Now, shall we go downstairs? I'm sure everyone is waiting. I saw a bunch of news vans outside,
Maddie said.
Yes, it is a major event. It will be reported throughout Europe and beyond. Father said several American news outlets are covering the story also.
You don't think we have anything to worry about from your cousin, do you? Nate asked as they shuffled from the room into the hall.
Father has banned him from participating, Elena answered. He is not permitted at the announcement. He will only be allowed to appear for the family photo session afterward.
Family photo session? I thought there was just the public one.
No, certainly not, Elena said with a shake of her head. This is a major event and will be documented as such with pictures of both families together, the entire set of royals, the entire set of Kingsleys, and so on. Those will then be released officially by the palace, though you can be sure there will be dozens of photos taken during the announcement.
At least Prince Julian won't interrupt that, Nate said as they descended the stairs. With the way our relationship has gone, I worry he'd make some sort of scene.
Father has already ensured he will not. Now,
she said, pausing outside of the palace's press room.
Are you ready, darling?
He grinned at her. I can't wait. Caroline nodded at them, a twinkle in her eye before she slipped inside the room to inform them that they were ready to begin. A moment later, they were ushered into a room filled with press in neat rows and photographers who scrambled around to get the best shots of the display. After one of the king's assistants positioned them on the dais, the royal press secretary stepped to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here tonight for the momentous occasion of announcing the engagement of Princess Elena Sophia Catherine Montclair to Mr. Nathan Kingsley. The man continued to speak, but Nate heard none of it. The first words rattled around in his head as photographers snapped photo after photo of the couple and their families. His knees wobbled a little as his heart thumped hard against his ribs. They'd finally made it to this point, after what seemed like a momentous struggle. Elena was finally his fiancée and would soon be his wife, and nothing could make him happier.
Chapter 23. Elena. Christmas Eve. The flurry of activity that surrounded Elena both excited her and set her nerves on edge. With a deep breath, she adjusted the tie on her white silk robe as she leaned closer to the mirror to study how her makeup was taking shape. She shifted one of the large rollers on her head before she settled back in her seat, allowing the makeup artist to finish her work. Behind her, Caroline fussed with the dress, waiting to be donned for the wedding ceremony. "There is a wrinkle just here," her lady's maid pointed out to one of the attendants. The woman nodded as she steamed it away. "We'll likely need to steam the train as well after it's on Her Highness." Yes, of course," Caroline said with a nod before she twisted back to Elena and grinned. "And how are you holding up, my dear?" "I am wondering if I should have eloped," Elena said, a hint of teasing in her voice. Caroline giggled as she patted Elena's shoulder. "Your father would have had a heart attack." "Yes, I know. He nearly had one when I told him who I intended to marry." "You have come a long way, Your Highness." Elena stared into her emerald eyes, fond memories of those first moments in the coffee shop with Nate Kingsley dancing across her mind. From that fateful meeting to sweet dates and confessions of their true selves, Nate and Elena had fought their way to the altar, overcoming more challenges than most couples faced. "We have," Elena said, "and we have finally made it. A Christmas wedding." Caroline flicked her eyebrows up as she nodded before she pulled a curtain aside on the French door leading to Elena's balcony. "And look, Your Highness." Elena's eyes went wide as she glimpsed the garden through the frosted window. Snowflakes, delicate and relentless, dressed the palace grounds in a pristine white gown, much like her own. She rose, drawn to the balcony, and watched as the world transformed into a winter wonderland, a serene backdrop for her magical day. Snow! At this clip, it should have a nice ground cover by the ceremony. It will make for lovely pictures, Caroline added. Yes, it will, and it's also quite magical. I feel as though I live in a fairy tale. Or one of those romantic movies you love so much. Elena offered her a coy grin. Yes, it always snows at just the right moment, doesn't it? It does. Now, sit down and get those final touches on your makeup so we can ready you in your dress. You don't want to be late for your own wedding. I am the bride. I can be as late as I wish, Elena answered with a grin as she settled in her seat again. After the woman finished with her rouge, she stepped back, studying Elena's face. Well, will I pass? I think you make a beautiful bride, the woman answered with a nod. We'll touch up the lips just before you go. Thank you, Elena said as she rose and crossed to the dress. It is time, Caroline. I am pleased to say I am not managing this alone. Ladies, let's ready the dress. With the long train and princess skirt, it took 3 of them to wrangle the dress up and around Elena, while Caroline fastened it. Another attendant scurried around her, removing rollers to finalize her hairstyle, while the seamstress made the final fit checks. Elena stared into the mirror as her look took shape. From the fitted bodice, overlaid with an intricate lace pattern across the shoulders and sleeves, to the subtle sweetheart neckline, her dress was a mix of contemporary elegance and tradition. Caroline finished fastening the row of delicate fabric-covered buttons trailing down her waist, before she fluffed the full skirt that extended into a long, flowing train. An attendant worked to steam out any last wrinkles as they opened her bedroom doors to extend it. With her simple hairstyle complete, Caroline situated the tiara and the silk tulle veil onto her head, adjusting the lace trim that matched her dress. "Oh, Elena," her mother's voice said from the hall. "You look stunning." Elena twisted to eye her mother, wearing an emerald green evening gown with a fur capelet. Thank you, Mother. I only need my capelet, which I am glad to have ordered, given the snow. It will look quite lovely in the photographs. Some of which we should take now, Caroline announced. Your Majesty, if you would. After endless adjustments to the dresses, the women posed for several photographs. All right, Your Highness, the next ones will be with your bridal party, Caroline announced. They should be along any minute. No, the next ones will be with you, Elena said as she waved her over. That is not appropriate, Your Highness. Elena shook her head. It is absolutely appropriate. I insist. Now, quickly, before they must readjust again. After a moment's hesitation, Caroline stepped next to her to pose with a nervous smile with the bride. Lovely, Elena said. You are an important part of my world, Caroline. You should be in my wedding photographs. Her mother stepped closer as the photographer fiddled with his camera, awaiting the other members of the party to arrive. How are you feeling, darling? Ready to get married, she answered. I told Caroline I should have eloped. Royal weddings are quite a fuss. I remember mine all those years ago. Was it this much fuss? I feel as though your pictures made it seem quite settled. Queen Sophia laughed. Oh, it was anything but. And I had only met your father a handful of times before we married. How awkward, Elena said with a wrinkle of her nose. You must have been ready to throw yourself from the balcony. No, he was very charming and very handsome, which made things easier. My father, of course, did not care for him, but our arrangement had been made. Grandfather did not like father? Elena asked, her voice incredulous. No, he didn't. I could have married another royal, you know. He wondered if I would have preferred it. And would you have? Elena asked. No, he was quite a cad, that one. I'm very pleased with my choice to stay the course and marry your father as intended. Elena pressed her lips together, her features wrinkling. Do you think I will be very pleased later in life? I think after everything you've been through, yes. You are making a good match on all counts, and I think you will be very happy. Elena smiled, some of the tension in her shoulders releasing at her mother's approval. A knock at the door brought the rest of the wedding party inside. Oh, Allie, you look so beautiful, Maddie said. Elena grinned at her, studying the navy gown she wore. As do you. This turned out rather well, didn't it? Yeah, I really love the dress, Maddie said with a smile as she ruffled the tulle skirt and smoothed a hand over the silky bodice. I'm so pleased. I know you thought the color a bit dull, but no, it's really pretty. I'm glad we picked it. Isabel sauntered closer in her unique dress that matched Maddie's in color. Never underestimate the power of a subtle color. You look lovely, cousin. Thank you. I'm so pleased to have you standing at my side. And, if I'm not mistaken, I could be standing at yours one day soon? Isabel offered her a smirky smile as she took her place at her side for pictures. Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. Are you saying you aren't madly in love with Stephen Kingsley? I'm saying I'll reserve my opinion for after I see how your marriage goes, she answered. Elena clicked her tongue in mock teasing. Honestly, Isabel. Maddie frowned at them. I can't believe you both are into my brothers, but Alexander won't look twice at me. What can I say? Isabel answered. My brother is a fool. He's a bit old for you, Maddie, Elena answered. You don't want someone that old. When you're in your prime, he'll be an old man. Maddie pouted. He's a really cute older guy, though. Elena chuckled. He won't be when he has hair growing from his ears and walks with a cane and you're only 30. He's not that much older than me, Maddie protested. You'll find the right one, darling, when the time is right, Elena answered as Victoria hurried into the room. I'm so sorry to be late. I had to tie Nate's tie one last time, and it made me cry. Queen Sophia offered her a consoling smile. Elena has told you about the in-law residence, hasn't she? She has, Victoria answered. But it just won't be the same as seeing him every morning over breakfast. Queen Sophia nodded. I understand. We're quite lucky to be able to see Elena so frequently. If you'd like to stay in the palace instead, we'll work all of that out. Victoria answered with a dismissive wave. I don't want to take anything away from Nate and Ellie's day. She flicked her gaze to Elena, finally taking in her look and pressing a hand to her chest. Oh, Ellie, you look exquisite. Thank you. I'm so glad you think so. Now, I believe we need pictures together. Victoria hurried to stand next to her as the photographer snapped photographs. Well, Caroline said as they finished with the various shots the photographer recommended. Ladies, it is time for you to take your leave. Only King Frederick will travel to the chapel with Her Highness. In a horse-drawn carriage, like a real princess, Maddie said. After another round of hugs and kisses, the women left her with Caroline and her makeup attendant, who refreshed her lipstick before her father arrived. Caroline fussed with her veil again before the king appeared in the hallway. He stopped for a moment, staring at Elena.
Well, I suppose there is no calling it off.
Please, father, your dry humour is not acceptable after everything that has happened.
You look quite beautiful, he answered. My little girl all grown up.
And then some, she told him. I'm 2 years older than Mother when you married her.
She was too young to be getting married, though I'm glad she didn't call it off.
Did you like her? She thought you were handsome and charming. He smiled at her.
I thought I got the better end of the deal. She could have had her pick. Quite a lucky stroke when my parents made that deal. Now, are you ready?
I am more than ready. I am ready for this to be over. I have been ready to marry Nathan Kingsley since he slipped the engagement ring onto my finger in Sterling City. He chuckled at her.
Then I suppose we had better go.
Wait, her cape, Caroline said with a wave of her finger. It's quite cold. After situating it around her shoulders, Caroline oversaw the carrying of Elena's train down the stairs and out the door into the waiting carriage. With her father's help, Elena climbed inside, and the attendants carefully piled the mounds of fabric with her before they closed the door. With a crack of the reins, the horses tugged the carriage forward to the chapel. The snow has really piled up already, Elena noted as they left the palace behind.
Indeed. I hope the...
King Frederick's words cut off as a loud snap sounded. The buggy carrying them wobbled before it rolled to a stop as the coachman pulled back on the reins, slowing the horses. He twisted around, his eyes going wide before he leapt into the white powder. What is it? Elena asked. What's happened?
The axle is broken, Your Highness, he answered. There's no way we can move forward in this carriage.
You're joking, she said.
I'm afraid not.
King Frederick climbed from the carriage to assess the situation, his lips tugging back in a wince.
I'm afraid he is correct. We're stuck here. The snow must have been too much on the wheel.
Stuck here? Father! Elena cried, her voice a mix of disbelief and rising panic. I cannot be stuck here. Her heart raced at the thought, each tick of her watch a reminder of the time slipping away.
We are until we can send for a suitable replacement.
The king glanced in front of and behind them.
I will go to the chapel, Your Majesty. Everyone will be there.
That's a fairly long walk, Elena protested. By the time you... Father, I will be late for my own wedding.
Well, it cannot start without you, he said with a lopsided grin. I'm afraid there is no other choice.
Elena slouched in her seat, her mind whirling. She would not show up on time for her own wedding ceremony. She wondered if she'd ever make it to marry Nate Kingsley.
Chapter 24. Nate shifted his weight, glancing at his watch again as his pulse quickened. The bells had rung over 10 minutes ago, announcing the hour and what was meant to be the start of the wedding ceremony, yet Elena had not arrived. He swallowed hard as sweat beaded on his brow. Stephen clapped him on the shoulder, leaning closer to whisper in his ear.
I'm sure something happened. Want me to go see what's keeping her?
Nate swallowed hard, wondering if it was bad news that was keeping her. Had she had a sudden change of heart? Cold feet? Had King Frederick talked her out of marrying him? They'd been through so much in their relationship, he'd worried this day would never come. And now that he stood at the altar alone, he had a new worry. His wedding day would end with him still single. Alexander hurried forward from the back of the church, leaning closer to whisper something to Queen Sophia. Her brow furrowed as she glanced at him, then said a few hushed words back. He nodded before he approached Nate. Charles rose from his seat, approaching them as Alexander spoke. "The carriage has not arrived. I'm going to go see what may be keeping them. I'm certain it's nothing. Likely just a snafu with the dress or a hairstyle." "Right," Nate said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'll go with him, son," Charles said with a pat on Nate's shoulder.
"I'll go too,"
Stephen added. With the search party formed, they left Nate behind with Victoria to find answers. Nate stared after them as they left, chewing his lower lip. "What do you think happened?" "Probably something with her makeup or hair. Maybe a few extra photographs with her father. I'm sure it's something simple." "What if it's not?" he asked, his voice breaking a little as hushed whispers tore through the church. "Honey, you two have fought hard to be here. She's not leaving you at the altar." "Sure feels like that could be what's happening." He heaved a breath, his chest tight as he tried to force himself to remain optimistic. "Why don't you sit down?" "So it really looks like I'm being left at the altar?" He tried to laugh, but it came out as a weak sigh. "You look a little pale. It would be better than if you collapse at the altar." Nate's heart raced as each second ticked by without Elena's arrival. Memories of their struggles and triumphs flashed through his mind, each one a reminder of what they stood to lose. He feared the worst. Had Elena changed her mind? The very thought sent a cold shiver down his spine, even as he tried to suppress the rising panic. Before Victoria could lead him away, the doors burst open. The church's atmosphere, thick with whispers and nervous glances, shifted abruptly as Stephen burst through the doors. His expression was one of urgent concern, drawing immediate attention and silencing the crowd. Caroline scurried behind him with pinched features, heading for Queen Sophia. "Uh-oh, here comes the answer," Nate said, shifting his weight from foot to foot. "What's going on?" Victoria asked Stephen as he approached. Stephen sucked in a breath, trying to control his puffing from the hurried walk down the aisle as Nate's stomach twisted into a knot, preparing to hear bad news.
"The carriage broke an axle."
"Oh no," Victoria said with a frown. "How long are we delayed?"
"They're ready. Ellie detached the horses and they rode here."
Victoria's eyes went wide. "In her dress?"
"If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it, but yeah. She was literally on that horse in her wedding dress. Alexander and King Frederick are helping her down now, and they're smoothing out any wrinkles from what happened, and then we'll begin."
Nate puffed out a sigh of relief. "Oh, thank heavens." "See, I told you she wasn't leaving you at the altar," Victoria said with a pinch of his chin. "Now, you two get in place so we can start this wedding already." Nate and Stephen took their places on the altar, and after a few minutes of waiting, the string quartet was given the signal to begin the wedding march. The bridal party proceeded down the aisle with a pink-cheeked Maddie grinning at her partner, Alexander, followed by Isabel, who gave Stephen a coy smile as she took her place. The music shifted, and as the doors to the vestibule swung open, Elena entered like a burst of sunlight. She appeared just as the storm passed, sun streaming through the stained glass windows and painting the pews, adorned with white roses and ivy, in a kaleidoscope of colors. The guests turned, their faces illuminated by the soft glow, each one reflecting a mix of awe and joy at the sight of the radiant bride. Her beauty took Nate's breath away. He'd never have guessed she had just ridden through the snow on horseback to get here. She grinned at him before she glanced to her father and nodded. A photographer captured the moment between father and daughter before they proceeded down the aisle. When they reached the altar, King Frederick thrust his hand forward to shake Nate's. "Take care of her, Mr. Kingsley." "Always," Nate answered before he offered his arm to Elena. She accepted it, and they proceeded to the altar. As the minister began the ceremony, Elena leaned closer to Nate, a grin on her lips.
Terribly sorry for the delay. We had to make some adjustments.
I heard, he answered. I thought you were leaving me at the altar.
Not a chance, darling. Not after what we've been through.
They exchanged vows and rings before the officiant motioned for King Frederick to step forward. The king rose with an attendant hurrying behind him. Elena offered Nate a grin and a nod as the king spoke to the guests gathered in the chapel. In recognition of this union, and by the power vested in me as sovereign of Eldoria, I hereby bestow upon Nathan Kingsley the title of Prince of Eldoria. Prince Nathan, welcome to our family. The attendant passed over the purple sash, and King Frederick placed it over his head. A wave of applause swept through the chapel, and guests smiled warmly, some nodding as they recognized the significance of the moment. Not just a union of hearts, but a welcoming of a new member into the royal fold. Thank you, Nate answered. Your Majesty. The king bobbed his head toward the officiant before he took his seat again. The man stepped forward as the couple turned to face the crowd. I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride. Elena beamed at him as they turned to each other, leaning closer for their first married kiss. When they parted, Nate grinned at her before they paraded down the aisle to applause. As the ceremony concluded and they walked down the aisle arm in arm, Nate felt a surge of relief and accomplishment. They had faced public scrutiny, familial opposition, and personal doubts, yet here they were, stronger and more united. He knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, with the same courage and love that had brought them to this joyous day. After the receiving line and dozens of best wishes and congratulations, the endless parade of photographs took place both inside and outside of the chapel, before they were whisked away to the reception. Music floated from within as they waited to be announced to the hundreds of people in attendance. Nate's heart soared at the words, Ladies and gentlemen, Prince Nathan and Princess Elena! As they took the floor for their first dance, a perfectly crafted waltz that Nate had practiced for weeks, he grinned at her. She flicked her eyes to the side as the bridal party joined in with them.
I think your brother may be the next in line for a wedding.
He seems to be getting along famously with Isabel.
Yes, Elena said with a giggle. She is just the right amount of danger for him without being quite as vulgar as Chloe.
Deep down, she's nice, right? Elena wrinkled her nose.
Nice may be an overstatement of her personality. However, she does have a good bit of decorum.
I notice your cousin, Prince Julian, is missing from our big day, Nate said.
Urgent business that he could not get out of. And he is simply Julian to you now, darling. You outrank him.
Do I? Nate's features crinkled. How does this work?
Yes, you do. You are to be a king consort.
I'll bet he's thrilled about that. Nate eyed his sister dancing with Alexander. And Alexander is definitely not interested in Maddie, right? I feel like she's really into him, but he's way too old for her.
Alexander is not planning on robbing any cradles. I don't think he has his sights set on anyone right now. He's simply thrilled with the fact that his parents have eased their burning desire to see him marry Lady Margaret.
What changed their minds? Was it the royal decree that allows you to take the throne even if you marry a commoner?
From my understanding, it was your impassioned speech. It apparently not only moved several of the legislators to vote our way, but also convinced my aunt and uncle that love is vital and worth fighting for.
Wow, and here I thought I'd be the final nail in your coffin.
Hardly. And by the way, don't worry so much about Maddie's interest in Alexander. I think that's about to wane.
Elena slid her gaze sideways, offering a slight nod of her head toward the teen. Another teen, bedecked in a royal uniform, complete with medals and epaulets, interrupted her waltz with Alexander to cut in. Who is that? Nate asked.
That is Duke Gregory von Anhalt of Alpenberg, a distant cousin of Mother's. He is second in line to the throne there and quite a bit more age-appropriate for your sister.
Looks like he's sweeping her off her feet. I'm not sure she remembers who Alexander is with the way she's grinning at him.
I thought it would be quite nice to introduce her to someone her own age,
Elena said with a grin. They spun around the floor again as Nate stared down at her. I didn't think we'd ever get to this point.
Neither did I. When I think of our chance meeting in that coffee shop.
I think I fell in love with you that day, Ellie Greenfield.
And I with you, as you desperately tried to save my blouse from the coffee stain, Nathan Parker.
We have definitely come a long way from that. She leaned forward to sneak a kiss from him.
Yes, we have. And I am so pleased to have the rest of the way to go with you.
I feel the same way. We made it, Ellie. From here on out, nothing but happiness.
I am so looking forward to that,
she answered with a grin. So am I. He grinned down at her, a smile beaming from his face as he glanced at the wedding ring on his finger. He had married the woman of his dreams. After all the struggles and battles, they'd finally made it, together. And he looked forward to a lifetime of happiness with the woman he loved. This has been The Billionaire's Royal Crown, a Sweet Royal Billionaire Romance, Devotion and Dynasty Sweet Royal Billionaire Romance Trilogy, Book 3. Written by Nellie Steele. Read for you by Allie Gordon. Copyright 2024 by Melissa Marie Sovak. Production copyright by A Novel Idea Publishing, LLC.